Section 1 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2015. Section 1. The Ghost in the Mill. "Come, Sam, tell us a story," said I, as Harry and I crept to his knees in the glow of the bright evening firelight, while Aunt Lois was busily rattling the tea things, and Grandmamma, at the other end of the fireplace, was quietly setting the heel of a blue mixed yarn stocking. In those days we had no magazines and daily papers, each reeling off a serial story. Once a week the Columbian Sentinel came from Boston with its slender stock of news and editorial, but all the multiform devices, pictorial, narrative, and poetical, which keep the mind of the present generation ablaze with excitement, had not then even an existence. There was no theater, no opera. There were in Oldtown no parties or balls, except perhaps the annual election or Thanksgiving festival, and when winter came and the sun went down at 4:30 and left the long dark hours of evening to be provided for, the necessity of amusement became urgent. Hence, in those days, chimney-corner storytelling became an art and an accomplishment. Society then was full of traditions and narratives which had all the uncertain glow and shifting mystery of the firelight hearth upon them. They were told to sympathetic audiences by the rising and falling light of the solemn embers, with the hearth crickets filling up every pause. Then the aged told their stories to the young, tales of early life, tales of war and adventure, of forest days, of Indian captivities and escapes, of bears and wildcats and panthers, of rattlesnakes, of witches and wizards, and strange and wonderful dreams and appearances and providences. In those days of early Massachusetts, faith and credence were in the very air. 2/3 of New England was then dark, unbroken forests, through which tangled paths and mysterious winter wind groaned and shrieked and howled with weird noises and unaccountable clamors. Along the iron-bound shore, the stormful Atlantic raved and thundered and dashed its moaning waters, as if to deaden and deafen any voice that might tell of the settled life of the old civilized world, and shut us forever into the wilderness. A good storyteller in those days was always sure of a warm seat at the hearthstone and the delightful homage of children, and in all Oldtown there was no better storyteller than Sam Lawson. "Do tell us a story," said Harry, pressing upon him, and opening very wide blue eyes, in which undoubtful faith shone as in a mirror, "and let it be something strange and different from common."
"Well, I know lots of strange things," said Sam, looking mysteriously into the fire. "Why, I know things that if I should tell, why, people might say they weren't so. But then they is so for all that."
"Oh, do tell us."
"Why, I should scare you to death, maybe," said Sam doubtingly.
"Oh, pooh! No, you wouldn't!" we both burst out at once. But Sam was possessed by a reticent spirit, and loved dearly to be wooed and importuned, and so he only took up the great kitchen tongs and smote on the hickory forestick when it flew apart in the middle and scattered a shower of clear, bright coals all over the hearth. "Mercy on us, Sam Lawson!" said Aunt Lois in an indignant voice, spinning round from her dishwashing.
"Don't you worry a grain, Miss Lois," said Sam composedly. "I see that there stick was eaten almost in two, and I thought I'd just settle it. I'll sweep up the coals now," he added, vigorously applying a turkey wing to the purpose, as he knelt on the hearth, his spare, lean figure glowing in the blaze of the firelight, and getting quite flushed with exertion. "There now," he said, when he had brushed over and under and between the fire irons, and pursued the retreating ashes so far into the red, fiery citadel that his finger ends were burning and tingling. "That there's done now, as well as Hepsy herself could have done it. I allers sweeps up the hearth. I think it's part of the man's business when he makes the fire. but Hepsy's so used to seeing me a-doing on it that she don't see no kind of merit in it. It's just as Parson Lothrop said in his sermon, folks allers overlook their common marcies." "But come, Sam, that story," said Harry and I coaxingly, pressing upon him and pulling him down into his seat in the corner. "Lordy massy, these 'ere young'uns," said Sam. "There's never no contentin' on 'em, and they just swallers it as a dog does a gob of meat, and they're all ready for another. What do yer want to hear now?" Now the fact was that Sam's stories had been told us so often that they were all arranged and ticketed in our minds. We knew every word of them, and could set him right if he varied a hair from the usual track, and still the interest in them was unabated. Still we shivered and clung to his knees at the mysterious parts, and felt gentle, cold chills run down our spines at appropriate places. We were always in the most receptive and sympathetic condition. Tonight, in particular, was one of those thundering, stormy ones, when the winds appeared to be holding a perfect mad carnival over my grandfather's house. They yelled and squealed round the corners, they collected in troops, and came tumbling and roaring down chimney. They shook and tattled the buttery door and the sink-room door and the cellar door and the chamber door, with a constant undertone of squeak and clatter, as if at every door were a cold, discontented spirit, tired of the chill outside and longing for the warmth and comfort within. "Well, boys," said Sam confidentially, "what'll ye have?" "Tell us, come down, come down," we both shouted with one voice. This was in our mind an number 1 among Sam's stories. "Ye mustn't be frightened now," said Sam paternally. "Oh no, we aren't frightened ever," said we both in one breath. "Not when ye go down the cellar after cider?" said Sam with severe scrutiny. "If ye should be down cellar and the candle should go out now?" "I ain't," said I ain't afraid of anything. I never knew what it was to be afraid in my life." "Well, then," said Sam, "I'll tell ye. This yere's what Cap'n Eb Sawin told me when I was a boy about your bigness, I reckon. Cap'n Eb Sawin was a most remarkable man. Your grandfather knew him very well, and he was a deacon in the church in Dedham afore he died. He was at Lexington when the first gun was fired agin the British. He was a dreadful smart man, Cap'n Eb was, and driv team a good many years atween here and Boston. He married Lois Peabody, that was cousin to your grandfather then. Lois was a real sensible woman, and I've heard her tell the story as he told her, and it was just as he told it to me, just exactly, and I shall never forget it if I live to be 900 years old like Methuselah. You see, along back in them times, there used to be a feller come round these 'ere parts, spring and fall, a peddlin' goods, with his pack on his back, and his name was Jehiel Lormidew. Nobody rightly knew where he come from. He wasn't much of a talker, but the women rather liked him, and kind of liked to have him round. Women will like some fellers, when men can't see no sort of reason why they should, and they liked this here Lormidew, though he was kind of mournful and thin and shad-bellied, and hadn't nothing to say for himself. But it got to be so that the women would count and calculate so many weeks afore it was time for Lormidew to be along, and they'd make up ginger snaps and preserves and pies, and make him stay to tea at their houses, and feed him up on the best there was. And the story went round that he was a-courtin' Phoebe Ann Parker, or Phoebe Ann was a-courtin' him, folks didn't rightly know which. Well, all of a sudden Lormidew stopped comin' round, and nobody knew why, only just he didn't come. It turned out that Phoebe Ann Parker had got a letter from him saying he'd be along afore Thanksgiving, but he didn't come, neither afore nor at Thanksgiving time, nor arter, nor next spring, and finally the women they gin up looking for him. Some said he was dead, some said he was gone to Canada, and some said he had gone over to the old country. Well, as to Phoebe Ann, she acted like a gal of sense, and married 'Bijah Moss, and thought no more about it. She took the right view on it, and said she was certain that all things was ordered out for the best, and it was just as well folks couldn't always have their own way, And so, in time, Lommy Doo was gone out of folks' mind, much as last year's apple blossom. It's really affecting to think how little these here folks is missed that so much sought by. There ain't nobody, if there's ever so important, but what the world gets to going on without 'em, pretty much as it did with 'em, though there's some little flurry at first. Well, the last thing that was in anybody's mind was that they ever should hear from Lommy Doo again. But there ain't nothing but what has its time a turning up, and it seems his turn was to come. Well, you see, 'twas the 19th of March when Captain Eb Swain started with a team for Boston. That day there come on about the biggest snowstorm that there'd been in them parts since the oldest man could remember. 'Twas this here fine sifting snow that drives in your face like needles, with a wind to cut your nose off, and it made teaming pretty tedious work. Captain Eb was about the toughest man in them parts. He'd spent days in the woods a logging, and he'd been up to the district of Maine a lumbering, and was about up to any sort of thing a man generally could be up to, but these here March winds sometimes does set on a fellow so that neither nature nor grace can stand 'em. The captain used to say he could stand any wind that blew one way at a time for 5 minutes, but come to winds that blew all 4 points at the same minute, why, they flustered him. Well, that was the sort of weather it was all day, and by sundown Captain Eb he got clean bewildered, so that he lost his road, and when night came on he didn't know nothing where he was. You see, the country was all under drift, and the air so thick with snow that he couldn't see a foot afore him, and the fact was he got off the Boston road without knowing it, and came out at a pair of bars nigh up Sherburne, where old Cack Sparrock's mill is. Your grand'ther used to know old Cack, boys. He was a dreadful drinking old critter that lived there all alone in the woods by himself, attending saw and grist mill. He wasn't always just what he was then. Time was that Cack was a pretty considerably likely young man, and his wife was a very respectable woman. Deacon Amos Pettingale's daughter from Sherburne. But you see, the year arter his wife died, Cack he gin up going to meetings Sundays, and all the tithin' men and select men could do, they couldn't git him out to meetin', and when a man neglects means of grace and sanctuary privileges, they ain't no sayin' what he'll do next. Why, boys, just think on it. An immortal critter lying round loose all day Sunday, and not putting on so much as a clean shirt, when all 'spectable folks has on their best clothes, and is to meetin' worshiping the Lord. What can you 'spect to come of it, when he lies idling round in his old week-day clothes, fishing, or some such, but what the devil should be after him at last, as he was after old Cack? Here Sam winked impressively to my grandfather in the opposite corner, to call his attention to the moral which he was interweaving with his narrative. Well, you see, Captain Eb he told me that when he come to them bars and looked up and saw the dark a-comin' round, and the storm a-thickening up, he felt that things was getting pretty considerable serious. There was a dark piece of woods on ahead of him inside the bars, and he knew, come to get in there, the light would give out clean. So he just thought he'd take the hoss out of the team and go ahead a little and see where he was. So he driv his oxen up agin the fence and took out the hoss and got on him and pushed along through the woods, not rightly knowing where he was going. Well, afore long he see a light through the trees, and sure enough he come out to Cack Sparrock's old mill. It was a pretty considerably gloomy sort of place, that thar old mill was. There was a great fall of water that come rushing down the rocks and fell in a deep pool, and it sounded sort of wild and lonesome, but Captain Eb he knocked on the door with his whip handle and got in. There, to be sure, sat old Cack beside a great blazing fire, with his rum jug at his elbow. He was a dreadful fellow to drink, Cack was. For all that, there was some good in him, for he was pleasant-spoken and obliging, and he made the captain welcome. "You see, Cack," said Captain Eb, "I'm off my road, and got snowed up down by your bars," says he. "Want to know," says Cack. "Calculate you'll just have to camp down here till morning," says he. Well, so old Cack he got out his tin lantern, and went with Captain Eb back to the bars to help him fetch along the critters. He told him he could put 'em under the mill shed. So they got the critters up to the shed and got the cart under, and by that time the storm was awful. But Cack, he made a great roaring fire, 'cause you see, Cack always had slab wood aplenty from his mill, and a roaring fire is just so much company. It sort of keeps a fellow's spirits up, a good fire does. So Cack, he sot on his tea kettle and made a swingerin' lot of toddy, and he and Cap'n Eb were having a tolerable comfortable time there. Cack was a pretty good hand to tell stories, and Cap'n Eb weren't no way backward in that line, and kep' up his end pretty well. And pretty soon they was a roaring and a haw-hiding inside about as loud as the storm outside, when all of a sudden, 'bout midnight, there come a loud rap on the door. "Lord massy, what's that?" says Cack. Folks is rather startled allers to be checked up sudden when they're a-carrying on and laughing, and it was such an awful blowy night it was a little scary to have a rap on the door. Well, they waited a minute and didn't hear nothing but the wind a-screeching round the chimley, and old Cack was just going on with his story when the rap come again, harder'n ever, as if it'd shook the door open. "Well," says old Cack, "if 'tis the devil, we'd just as good's open and have it out with him to onst," says he. And so he got up and opened the door, and sure enough there was old Kittery there. Expect you've heard your grandma tell about old Kittery. She used to come to meetings sometimes, and her husband was one of the praying Indians. But Kittery was one of the real wild sort, and you couldn't no more convert her than you could convert a wildcat or a panther. Lordy massy, Kittery used to come to meetin' and sit there on them Indian benches, and when the second bell was a-tollin', and when Parson Lothrop and his wife was comin' up the broadside, and everybody in the house riz up and stood, Kittery would sit there and look at 'em out of the corner of her eyes, and folks used to say she rattled them necklaces of rattlesnake tails and wildcat teeth, and such like heathen trumpery, and looked for all the world as if the spirit of the old serpent herself was in her. I've seen her sit and look at Lady Lothrop out of the corner of her eyes, and her old brown baggy neck would kind of twist and work, and her eyes they looked so that 'twas enough to scare a body. For all the world she looked just as if she was a-working up to spring at her. Lady Lothrop was just as kind to Kittery as she always was to every poor critter. She'd bow and smile as gracious to her when meetin' was over, and she come down the aisle, passin' out a meetin', but Kittery never took no notice. You see, Kittery's father was one of them great powwows down to Martha's Vineyard, and people used to say she was set apart, when she was a child, to the service of the devil. Anyway, she never could be made nothing of in a Christian way. She come down to Parson Lothrop's study once or twice to be catechized, but he couldn't get a word out of her, and she kind of seemed to sit scornful while he was a-talking. Folks said if it was in old times, Kittery wouldn't have been allowed to go on so. But Parson Lothrop's sort of mild. He let her take pretty much her own way. Everybody thought that Kittery was a witch. At least she knew considerable more'n she ought to know, and so they was kind of afraid on her. Cap'n Eb says he never see a fella seem scareder than Cack did when he see Kittery a-standing there. Why, you see, boys, she was as withered and wrinkled and brown as an old frosted pumpkin vine, and her little snaky eyes sparkled and snapped, and it made your head kind of dizzy to look at 'em, and folks used to say that anybody that Kittery got mad at was sure to get the worst of it first or last. And so, no matter what day or hour Kittery had a mind to rap at anybody's door, folks generally thought it was best to let her in. But then they never thought her coming was for any good, for she was just like the wind. She came when the fit was on her, she stayed just so long as it pleased her, and went when she got ready, and not before. Kittery understood English, and could talk it well enough, but always seemed to scorn it, and was allers mo' windin' mutterin' to herself in Indian, and winkin' and blinkin' as if she saw more folks round than you did, so that she weren't no way pleasant company. And yet everybody took good care to be polite to her. So old Cack asked her to come in, and didn't make no question where she come from, or what she come on, but he knew it was 12 good miles from where she lived to his hut, and the snow was drifted above her middle, and Captain Ebb declared that there weren't no track nor sign of a track or anybody's coming through the snow next morning. "How did she get there, then?" said I. "Didn't you never see brown leaves a-riding on the wind? Well, Captain Ebb, he says she came on the wind, and I'm sure it was strong enough to fetch her. But Cac, he got her down into the warm corner, and he poured her out a mug of hot toddy and give her, but you see her being there sort of stopped the conversation, for she sot there a-rocking backwards and forwards, a-sipping her toddy and a-muttering and looking up chimbley. Captain Ebb says in all his born days he never heard such screeches and yells as the wind give over that chimbley, and old Cac got so frightened you could fairly hear his teeth chatter. But Captain Ebb was a pretty brave man, and he weren't going to have conversation stopped by no woman, witch or no witch, and so when he see her muttering and looking up chimbley, he spoke up, and says he, "Well, Kittery, what do you see?" says he. "Come, out with it. Don't keep it to yourself." You see, Captain Ebb was a hearty fellow, and then he was a little warmed up with the toddy. Then he said he see an evil kind of smile on Kittery's face. Then she rattled her necklace of bones and snakes' tails, and her eyes seemed to snap, and she looked up the chimney and called out, come down, let's see who you be." Then there was a scratching and a rumbling and a groan, and a pair of feet come down the chimney and stood right in the middle of the hearth, the toes pointing outwards, with shoes and silver buckles a-shining in the firelight. Captain Ebb says he never come so near being scared in his life, and as to old Cac, he just wilted right down in his chair. Then old Kittery got up and reached her stick-up chimbley and called out louder, come down, let's see who you be." And sure enough, down came a pair of legs, and joined right on to the feet. Good fair legs they was, with ribbed stockings and leather breeches. "Well, we're in for it now," says Captain Ebb. "Go it, Kittery, and let's have the rest on him." Kittery didn't seem to mind him, so she stood there as stiff as a stake and kept calling out, come down, let's see who you be." And then come down the body of a man with a brown coat and yellow vest, and joined right on to the legs, but there weren't no arms to it. Then Kittery shook her stick-up chimbley and called, come down, and there came down a pair of arms, and went on each side of the body, and there stood a man all finished, only there weren't no head on him. "Well, Kittery," says Captain Ebb, "this here's getting serious. I expect you must finish him up, and let's see what he wants of us." Then Kittery called out once more, louder than ever, come down, let's see who you be." And sure enough, down comes a man's head, and settled on the shoulders straight enough, and Captain Ebb, the minute he set eyes on him, knew he was Jehiel Lomidou. Old Cac knew him too, and he fell flat on his face and prayed the Lord to have mercy on his soul. But Captain Ebb, he was for getting to the bottom of matters and not have his scare for nothing, so he says to him, "What do you want now you have come?" The man, he didn't speak, he only sort of moaned, and pointed to the chimney. He seemed to try to speak, but couldn't, for you see it isn't often that his sort of folks is permitted to speak. But just then there came a screeching blast of wind, and blowed the door open, and blowed the smoke and fire all out into the room, and there seemed to be a whirlwind and darkness and moans and screeches, and when it all cleared up, Kittery and the man was both gone, and only old Cac lay on the ground, rolling and moaning as if he'd die. Well, Captain Ebb picked him up and built up the fire, and sort of comforted him up, 'cause the critter was in distress of mind that was dreadful. The awful providence, you see, had awakened him, and his sin had been set home to his soul, and he was under such conviction that it all had to come out, how old Cac's father had murdered poor Lomidou for his money, and Cac had been privy to it, and helped his father build the body up in that very chimbley, and he said that he hadn't had neither peace nor rest since then.
And that was what had driven him away from ordinances, for you know sinning will always make a man leave praying. Well, Cat didn't live but a day or two. Captain Ebb, he got the minister Sherburne and one of the selectmen down to see him, and they took his deposition. And Parson Carrill, he prayed with him, and was faithful in setting home the providence to his soul, and so at the 11th hour poor old Cat might have got in. At least it looks a little like it. He was distressed to think he couldn't live to be hung. He sort of seemed to think that if he was fairly tried and hung, it would make it all square. He made Parson Carrill promise to have the old mill pulled down and bury the body, and after he was dead, they did it. Captain Ebb, he was one of a party of 8 that pulled down the chimney, and there, sure enough, was the skeleton of poor Limey. So there you see, boys, there can't be no inquiry so hid but what it'll come out. The wild Indians of the forest and the stormy winds and tempests joined together to bring out this year. For my part, said Aunt Lois sharply, I never believed that story. Why, Lois, said my grandmother, Captain Ed Sowen was a regular church member and a most respectable man. Law, mother, I don't doubt he thought so. I suppose he and Cat got drinking toddy together till he got asleep and dreamed it. I wouldn't believe such a thing if it did happen right before my face and eyes. I should only think I was crazy, that's all. Come, Lois, if I was you, I wouldn't talk so like a Sadducee, said my grandmother. What would become of all the accounts in Dr. Cotton Mather's Magnaly if folks were like you? Well, said Sam Lawson, drooping contemplatively over the coals and gazing into the fire, there's a pretty considerable sight of things in this world that's true, and then again there's a sight of things that ain't true. Now my old grandfather used to say, boys, says he, if you want to lead a pleasant and prosperous life, you must contrive always to keep just the happy medium between truth and falsehood. Now, that there's my doctrine. Aunt Lois knit severely. Boys, said Sam, don't you want to go down with me and get a mug of cider? Of course we did, and took down a basket to bring up some apples to roast. Boys, said Sam mysteriously while he was drawing the cider, you just ask your Aunt Lois to tell you what she knows about Ruth Sullivan. Why, what is it? Oh, you must ask her. These here folks that's so kind of topping about spirits and such, come sift 'em down, you generally finds they knows one story that kind of puzzles 'em. Now you mind and just ask your Aunt Lois about Ruth Sullivan. End of The Ghost in the Mill. Section 2 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 2, The Sullivan Looking-Glass. Aunt Lois, said I, what was that story about Ruth Sullivan? Aunt Lois's quick black eyes gave a surprised flash, and she and my grandmother looked at each other a minute significantly. Who told you a thing about Ruth Sullivan? She said sharply. Nobody. Somebody said you knew something about her, said I. I was holding a skein of yarn for Aunt Lois, and she went on winding in silence, putting the ball through loops and tangled places. Little boys shouldn't ask questions, she concluded at last sententiously. Little boys that ask too many questions get sent to bed. I knew that of old, and rather wondered at my own hardihood. Aunt Lois wound on in silence, but looking in her face, I could see plainly that I had started an exciting topic. I should think, pursued my grandmother in her corner, that Ruth's case might show you, Lois, that a good many things may happen, more than you believe. Oh, well, mother, Ruth's was a strange case, but I suppose there are ways of accounting for it. You believed Ruth, didn't you? Oh, certainly I believed Ruth. Why shouldn't I? Ruth was one of my best friends, and as true a girl as lives. There wasn't any nonsense about Ruth. She was one of the sort, said Aunt Lois reflectively, that I'd as soon trust as myself. When she said a thing was so and so, I knew it was so.
Then, if you think Ruth's story was true, pursued my grandmother, what's the reason you are always caviling at things just 'cause you can't understand how they came to be so?" Aunt Lois set her lips firmly and wound with grim resolve. She was the very impersonation of that obstinate rationalism that grew up at the New England fireside, close alongside of the most undoubting faith in the supernatural. "I don't believe such things," at last she snapped out, "and I don't disbelieve them. I just let 'em alone. What do I know about 'em? Ruth tells me a story, and I believe her. I know what she saw beforehand came true in the most remarkable way. Well, I'm sure I've no objection. One thing may be true or another, for all me, but just because I believe Ruth Sullivan, I'm not going to believe, right and left, all the stories in Cotton Mather, and all that anybody can hawk up to tell. Not I." This whole conversation made me all the more curious to get at the story thus dimly indicated, and so we beset Sam for information. "So your Aunt Lois wouldn't tell you nothing," said Sam. "Want to know now, sho." "No, she said we must go to bed if we ask her." "That thar's the way folks has, but you see, boys," said Sam, while a droll confidential expression crossed the lackluster dolefulness of his visage, "you see, I've put ye up to it, 'cause Miss Lois is so large and commandin' in her ways, and so kind o' up and down in all her doin's, that I like once in a while to sort o' gravel her, and I knowed enough to know that that 'ar question would get her in a tight place. You see, your Aunt Lois was knowin' to all this 'ere about Ruth, so there weren't no getting away from it, and it's about as remarkable a providence as any of them of Mr. Cotton Mather's, Mag Neely. So if you'll come up in the barn chamber this arternoon, where I've got a lot of flax to hatchel out, I'll tell ye all about it." So that afternoon beheld Sam, arranged at full length on a pile of top tow in the barn chamber, hatcheling by proxy by putting Harry and myself to the service. "Well, now, boys, it's kind o' refreshin' to see how well you take hold," he observed. "Nothin' like bein' industrious while you're young. Great sight better now than loafin' off down in them medders. In books and work and useful play let my first years be passed, so shall I give for every day some good account at last." "But, Sam, if we work for you, you must tell us that story about Ruth Sullivan." "Lordy massy, yes, course I will. I've had the best kind of chances of knowing all about that ar. Well, you see, there was old General Sullivan. He lived in state and grandeur in the old Sullivan house out to Roxbury. I've been to Roxbury. I've seen that ar house of General Sullivan's. There was one time that I was a considerable spell looking round in Roxbury, a kind of seeing how things was there, and whether or no there mightn't be some sort of providential opening or something. I used to stay with Aunt Polly Ginger. She was sister to Mahettable Ginger, General Sullivan's housekeeper, and had the in and out of the Sullivan house, and kind of kept the run of how things went and came in it. Polly, she was a kind of cousin of my mother's, and allers glad to see me. Fact is, I was pretty handy round house, and she used to save up her broken things and such till I come round in the fall, and then I'd mend 'em up, and put the clock right, and split her up a lot of kindlings, and board up the cellar winders, and kind of make her sort of comfortable, she being a lone body, and no man around. As I said, it was sort of convenient to have me, and so I just got the run of things in the Sullivan house pretty much as if I was one on 'em. General Sullivan, he kept a grand house, I tell you. You see, he come from the old country, and felt sort of lordly and grand, and they used to have the greatest kind of doin's there to the Sullivan house. You ought to 'a' seen that 'ere house. Gret big front hall and gret wide stairs, none of your steep kind that breaks a feller's neck to get up and down, but gret broad stairs with easy risers, so they used to say you could 'a' cantered a pony up that 'ere stairway easy as not. Then there was gret wide rooms and sofys and curtains and great curtained bedsteads that looked sort of like fortifications, and pictures that was got in Italy and Rome and all them are heathen places. You see, the General was a dreadful worldly old critter, and was all for the pomps and the vanities. Lordy massy! I wonder what the poor old critter thinks about it all now, when his body's all gone to dust and ashes in the graveyard, and his soul's gone to 'ternity. Well, that there ain't none of my business, only it shows the vanity of riches in a kind of striking light, and makes me content that I never had none. But, Sam, I hope General Sullivan wasn't a wicked man, was he? Well, I wouldn't say he was rarely wickeder than the run, but he was one of these high-stepping, big-feeling fellers that seem to be a-having their portion in this life. Dreadful proud he was, and he was pretty much sot on this world, and kept a sort of court going on around him. Well, I don't judge him nor nobody. Folks that has the world is apt to get sot on it. Don't none of us do more than middlin' well. But, Sam, what about Ruth Sullivan? Ruth? Oh, yes, Ruth. Well, you see, the only crook in the old General's lot was he didn't have no children. Miss Sullivan, she was a beautiful woman, as handsome as a picture, but she never had but one child, and he was a son who died when he was a baby, and 'bout broke her heart. And then this here Ruth was her sister's child, that was born about the same time, and when the boy died, they took Ruth home to sort of fill his place, and kind of comfort up Miss Sullivan. And then Ruth's father and mother died, and they adopted her for their own and brought her up. Well, she grew up to be amazing handsome. Why, everybody said that she was just the light and glory of that there old Sullivan place, and worth more'n all the pictures and the silver and the jewels and all there was in the house, and she was just so innercent and sweet that you never see nothing to beat it. Well, your Aunt Lois, she got acquainted with Ruth one summer when she was up to Oldtown a-visitin' at Parson Lothrop's. Your Aunt Lois was a gal then, and a pretty good-looking one, too, and somehow or other she took to Ruth, and Ruth took to her. And when Ruth went home, they used to be a-writing backwards and forwards, and I guess the fact was Ruth thought about as much of your Aunt Lois as she did of anybody. You see, your aunt was kind of strong up-and-down woman that always knew certain just what she did know, and Ruth, she was one of them gals that seems sort of like a stray lamb or a dove that's sort of lost their way in the world and wants someone to show 'em where to go next. For, you see, the fact was the old General and Madam, they didn't agree very well. He wasn't well pleased that she didn't have no children, and she was sort of jealous of him, 'cause she got hold of some sort of story about he was to have married somebody else over there in England, so she got sort of riled up, just as women will, the best on 'em, and they was pretty apt to have spats, and one could give to other as good as they sent, and by all accounts they fit pretty lively sometimes. And between the two, Ruth, she was sort of scared and fluttered like a dove that didn't just know where to settle. You see, there she was in that great wide house, where they was a feasting and a prancing and a dancing and a going on like Ahasuerus and Herodias and all them old scripture days. There was a coming and going, and there was great dinners and great doings, but no love. And you know the scripture says, better is a dinner of yerbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hated therewith. Well, I don't orter say hatred. After all, I kind of reckon the old General did the best he could. The fact is, when a woman gets a kink in her head agin a man, the best on us don't always do just the right thing. Anyway, Ruth, she was sort of forlorn, and didn't seem to take no comfort in the goings-on. The General, he was mighty fond on her and proud on her, and there weren't nothing too good for Ruth. He was free-handed, the General was. He dressed her up in silks and satins, and she had a maid to wait on her, and she had sets of pearls and diamond, and Madam Sullivan, she thought all the world on her, and kind of worshipped the ground she'd trod on. And yet Ruth was sort of lonesome. You see, Ruth wasn't calculated for grandeur. Some folks ain't. Why, that summer she spent out to Oldtown, she was just as chick and chipper as a wren, a-wearing her little sunbonnet, and going a hackleberry and a blackberryin' and digging sweet flag, and getting cowslips and dandelions, and she had a word for everybody, and everybody liked Ruth and wished her well. Well, she was sent for her health, and she got that and more too. She got a sweetheart. You see, there was a Captain Oliver a-visitin' at the minister's that summer, a nice, handsome young man as ever was. He and Ruth and your Aunt Lois, they was together a good deal, and they was a-ramblin' and a-ridin' and a-sailin', and so Ruth and the Captain went away all the earth and fell dead in love with each other. Your Aunt Lois, she was knowing to it and all about it, 'cause Ruth, she was just one of them that couldn't take a step without somebody to talk to. Captain Oliver was of a good family in England, and so when he made bold to ask the old general for Ruth, he didn't say him nay, and it was agreed, as they was young, they should wait a year or two. If he and she was of the same mind, he should be free to marry her. Just right on that, the captain's regiment was ordered home, and he had to go, and the next they heard it was sent off to India. And poor little Ruth, she kind of drooped and pined, but she kept true and wouldn't have nothing to say to nobody that came arter her, for there was lots and cords of fellows as did come arter her. You see, Ruth had a taking way with her, and then she had the name of being a great heiress, and that allers draws fellers as molasses does flies. Well, then the news came that Captain Oliver was coming home to England, and the ship was took by the Algerines, and he was gone into slavery there among them heathen Mohammedans and what not. Folks seemed to think it was all over with him, and Ruth might just as well give up first as last. And the old general, he'd come to think she might do better, and he kept introducing one and another, and trying to marry her off. But Ruth, she wouldn't. She used to write sheets and sheets to your Aunt Lois about it, and I think Aunt Lois, she kept her grit up. Your Aunt Lois, she'd have stuck by a man to the end of time if it'd been her case. And so she told Ruth. Well, then there was young Jeff Sullivan, the general's nephew. He turned up, and the general, he took a great fancy to him. He was the next heir to the general, but he'd been a pretty rackety youngster in his young days, off to sea and what not, and sowed a considerable crop of wild oats. People said he'd been a pirating off there in South Ameriky. Lordy massy, nobody rightly knew where he'd been or where he hadn't. All was, he turned up at last all alive and chipper as a skunk blackbird. Well, of course he made his court to Ruth, and the general, he rather backed him up in it, but Ruth said she wouldn't have nothing to say to him. Well, he come and took up his lodging at the general's, and he was just as slippery as an eel, and sort of slid into everything that was going on in the house and about it. He was here, and he was there, and he was everywhere, and a-having his say about this and that, and he got everybody pretty much under his thumb. And they used to say he wound the general round and round like a skein of yarn, but he couldn't come it round Ruth. Well, the general said she shouldn't be forced, and Jeff, he was smooth as satin, and said he'd be willing to wait as long as Jacob did for Rachel. And so there he sot down, a-watching as patient as a cat at a mouse hole, 'cause the general, he was thick-set and short-necked, and drank pretty free, and was one of the sort that might pop off any time. Well, Miss Sullivan, she beset the general to make a provision for Ruth, 'cause she told him very sensible that he'd brought her up in luxury, and that it weren't fair not to settle something on her. And so the general, he said he'd make a will, and part the property equally between them. And he says to Jeff that, if he played his part as a young feller orter know how, it would all come to him in the end, 'cause he hadn't heard nothing from Captain Oliver for 3 or 4 years, and folks about settled it that he must be dead. Well, the General he got a letter about an estate that had come to him from England, and he had to go over. Well, living on the next estate was the very cousin of the General's that he was to a married when they was both young. The lands joined so that the grounds run together. What came between them two nobody knows, but she never married, and there she was. There was high words between the General and Madam Sullivan about his going over. She said there weren't no sort of need on it, and he said there was, and she said she hoped she would be in her grave afore he come back, and he said she might suit herself about that for all him. That there was a story that the housekeeper told Aunt Polly, and Aunt Polly she told me. These here squabbles somehow always does kind of leak out one way or t'other. Anyhow, it was a house divided agin itself at the General's when he was a-fixin' out for the voyage. There was Ruth a-going first to one and then to t'other, and trying all she could to keep peace between them. And there was this here Master Slick Tongue talking this way to one side and that way to t'other, and the old General kind of like a shuttlecock atween 'em. Well, then, the night before he sailed, the General he had his lawyer up in the library there, a-looking over all his papers and bonds and things, and a-witnessing his will, and Master Jeff was there, as lively as a cricket, a-going into all affairs, and offering to take precious good care while he was gone, and the General he had his papers and letters out, a-sorting on 'em over which was to be took to the old country, and to which was to be put in a trust and go back to Lawyer Dennis's office. Well, Abner Ginger, Polly's boy, he that was footman and waiter then at the General's, he told me that about 8 o'clock that evening he went up with hot water and lemons and spirits and such, and he see the great green table in the library all strewed and covered with piles of papers, and there was tin boxes a-standing round, and the General a-packing a trunk, and young Master Jeff as lively and helpful as a rat that smells cheese. And then the General he says, "Abner," says he, "can you write your name?" "I should hope so, General," says Abner. "Well, then, Abner," says he, "this is my last will, and I want you to witness it." And so Abner he put down his name opposite to the place with the wafer and the seal, and then the General he says, "Abner, you tell Ginger to come here." That, you see, was his housekeeper, my Aunt Polly's sister, and a likely woman as ever was. And so they had her up, and she put down her name to the will, and then Aunt Polly, she was had up, she was drinking tea there that night, she put down her name, and all of 'em did it with a good heart, 'cause it had got about among 'em that the will was to provide for Miss Ruth, for everybody loved Ruth, you see, and there was considerable many stories kind of going the rounds about Master Jeff and his doings. And they did say he sort of kept up the strife between the General and my lady, and so they didn't think none too well of him. And as he was next of kin, and Miss Ruth wa'n't none of the General's blood, you see she was Miss Sullivan's sister's child, of course there wouldn't nothing go to Miss Ruth in the way of law, and so that was why the signing of that will was so much talked about among 'em. Well, you see, the General he sailed the next day, and Jeff he stayed by to keep watch of things. Well, the old General he got over safe, for Miss Sullivan she had a letter from him all right. When he got away, his conscience sort of nagged him, and he was minded to be a good husband. At any rate, he wrote a good loving letter to her, and sent his love to Ruth, and sent over lots of little keepsakes and things for her, and told her that he left her under good protection, and wanted her to try and make up her mind to marry Jeff, as that would keep the property together. Well, now there couldn't be no sort of sugar sweeter than Jeff was to them lone women. Jeff was one of the sort that could be all things to all women. He waited and he tended, and he was as humble as any snake in the grass that ever ye see, and the old lady she clean fell in with him. But Ruth, she seemed to have a regular spite agin him. And she that were as gentle as a lamb, that never had so much as a hard thought of a mortal critter, and wouldn't tread on a worm, she was so set agin Jeff that she wouldn't so much as touch his hand when she got out of her carriage. Well, now comes the strange part of my story. Ruth was one of the kind that has the gift of seeing. She was born with the veil over her face. This mysterious piece of physiological information about Ruth was given with a look and air that announced something very profound and awful, and we both took up the inquiry. Born with a veil over her face? How should that make her see? Well, boys, how should I know? But the fact is so. There's those as is well known to has the gift of seeing what others can't see. They can see through walls and houses. They can see people's hearts. They can see what's to come. They don't know nothing how 'tis, but this here knowledge comes to 'em. It's a great gift, and that sort's born with the veil over their faces. Ruth was one of these here. Old Granny Badger, she was the knowin'est old nurse in all these parts, and she was with Ruth's mother when she was born, and she told Lady Lothrop all about it. She says, "You may depend upon it that child will have the second sight," says she. Oh, that thar fact was well known. Well, that was the reason why Jeff Sullivan couldn't come it round Ruth, though he was silkier than a milkweed pod, and just about as patient as a spider in his hole a-watching to get his grip on a fly. Ruth wouldn't argue with him, and she wouldn't flout him, but she just shut herself up in herself and kept a lookout on him, but she told your Aunt Lois just what she thought about him. Well, in about 6 months come the news that the General was dead. He dropped right down in his tracks, dead with apoplexy, as if he had been shot, and Lady Maxwell, she write a long letter to my lady and Ruth. You see, he'd got to be Sir Thomas Sullivan over there, and he was a-comin' home to take 'em all over to England to live in grandeur. Well, my Lady Sullivan, she was then, you see, she took it dreadful hard. If they'd a-been the lovingest couple in the world, she couldn't a took it harder. Aunt Polly, she said it was all 'cause she thought so much of him that she fit him so. There's women that think so much of their husbands that they won't let 'em have no piece of their life, and I expect it was so with her, poor soul. Anyway, she went right down to smack when she heard he was dead. She was abed, sick, when the news come, and she never spoke nor smiled, just turned her back to everybody and kinder wilted, and was dead in a week. And there was poor little Ruth left all alone in the world, with neither kith nor kin but Jeff. Well, when the funeral was over, and the time appointed to read the will and settle up matters, there weren't no will to be found nowhere, high nor low. Lawyer Dean, he flew round like a parched pea on a shovel. He said he thought he could 'a gone in the darkest night and put his hand on that there will, but when he went where he thought it was, he found it weren't there, and he knowed he'd kept it under lock and key. What he thought was the will turned out to be an old mortgage. Well, there was an awful row and a to-do about it, you may be sure. Ruth, she just said nothing good or bad, and her not speaking made Jeff a sight more uncomfortable than if she'd had it out with him. He told her it shouldn't make no sort of difference, that he should always stand ready to give her all he had, if she'd only take him with it. And when it came to that, she only given him a look and went out of the room. Jeff, he flared and flounced and talked, and went round and rumpusing among the papers, but no will was forthcoming, high or low. Well, now here comes what's remarkable. Ruth, she told this year all the particulars to your Aunt Lois and Lady Lothrop. She said that the night after the funeral she went up to her chamber. Ruth had the great front chamber opposite to Miss Sullivan's. I've been in it. It was a monstrous big room, with outlandish furniture in it, that the General brought over from an old palace out of Italy. And there was a great big looking-glass over the dressing-table that they said come from Venice, that swung so you could see the whole room in it. Well, she was a standing in front of this, just going to undress herself, a hearing the rain drip on the leaves, and the wind wishing and whispering in the old elm trees, and just a thinking over her lot and what she should do now, all alone in the world, when of a sudden she felt a kind of lightness in her head, and she thought she seemed to see somebody in the glass a-moving. And she looked behind, and there weren't nobody there. Then she looked forward in the glass, and she saw a strange big room that she'd never seen before, with a long painted winder in it, and alongside of this stood a tall cabinet with a good many drawers in it. And she saw herself, and she knew that it was herself in this room, along with another woman whose back was turned towards her. She saw herself speak to this woman and point to the cabinet. She saw the woman nod her head. She saw herself go to the cabinet and open the middle drawer and take out a bundle of papers from the very back end on it. She saw her take out a paper from the middle and open it and hold it up, and she knew that that was the missing will. Well, it all overcome her so that she fainted clean away, and her maid found her a-lying in front of the dressing table on the floor. She was sick of a fever for a week or a fortnight at her, and your Aunt Lois she was down taking care of her, and as soon as she got able to be moved, she was took out to Lady Lothrop's. Jeff, he was just as attentive and good as he could be, but she wouldn't bear him near her room. If he so much as set a foot on the stairs that led to it, she'd know it, and got so wild that he had to be kept from coming into the front of the house. But he was doing his best to buy up good words from everybody. He paid all the servants double. He kept everyone in their places, and did so well by 'em all that the general word among 'em was that Miss Ruth couldn't do better than to marry such a nice, open-handed gentleman. Well, Lady Lothrop she wrote to Lady Maxwell all that had happened, and Lady Maxwell she sent over to Ruth to come over and be a companion for her, and said she'd adopt her and be as a mother to her. Well, then, Ruth, she went over with some gentlefolks that was going back to England, and offered to see her safe and sound, and so she was set up at Lady Maxwell's manor. It was a grand place, she said, and such as she never see before, like them old gentry places in England. And Lady Maxwell she made much of her, and cosseted her up for the sake of what the old general had said about her. And Ruth she told her all her story, and how she believed that the will was to be found somewhere, and that she should be led to see it yet. She told her, too, that she felt it in her that Captain Oliver wasn't dead, and that he'd come back yet. And Lady Maxwell she took up for her with might and main, and said she'd stand by her. But then, you see, so long as there weren't no will to be found, there weren't nothing to be done. Jeff was the next heir, and he'd got everything, stock and lot, and the estate in England into the bargain. And folks was beginning to think pretty well of him, as folks allers does when a body is up in the world and has houses and lands. Lordy massy, riches allers covers a multitude of sins. Finally, when Ruth had been 6 months with her, one day Lady Maxwell got to telling her all about her history, and what had been atween her and her cousin when they was young, and how they'd had a quarrel, and he flung off to Ameriky, and all them things that it don't do folks no good to remember when it's all over and can't be helped. But she was a lone body, and it seemed to do her good to talk about it. Finally, she says to Ruth, says she, "I'll show you a room in this house you hain't seen before. It was the room where we had that quarrel," she says, "and the last I saw of him was there, till he come back to die," she says. So she took a great key out of her bunch, and she led Ruth along a long passageway to the other end of the house, and opened on a great library. And the minute Ruth came in, she threw up her hands and gave a great cry. "Oh," says she, "this is the room, and that is the winder, and there is the cabinet, and there in that middle drawer at the back end of the bundle of papers is the will." And Lady Maxwell, she said, quite dazed, "Go look," says she. And Aunt Ruth went, just as she seed herself do, and opened the drawer, and drew forth from the back part a yellow pile of old letters. And in the middle of those was the will, sure enough. Ruth drew it out and opened it and showed it to her. Well, you see, that will give Ruth the whole of the General's property in America, though it did leave the English estate to Jeff. Well, the end on it was like a storybook. Jeff, he made believe he mighty glad, and he said it must have been that the General had got flustered with the spirit and water, and put that there will in among his letters that he was a-doing up to take back to England, for it was in among Lady Maxwell's letters that she writ him when they was young, and that he'd a-kept all these years and was a-taken back to her. Well, Lawyer Dean said he was sure that Jeff himself made himself quite busy and useful that night, a-tying up the papers with red tape and a-packing the General's trunk, and that when Jeff gin him the bundle to lock up in his box, he never mistrusted but what he got it all right. Well, you see, it was just one of them things that can't be known to the Judgment Day. It might have been an accident, and then again it might not. And folks settled it one way or t'other, according to their opinion of Jeff, but you see how amazing handy for him it happened. Why, if it hadn't been for the providence I've been telling you about, there it might have lain in them old letters that Lady Maxwell said she never had the heart to look over. It would never have turned up in the world. Well, said I, what became of Ruth? Oh, Captain Oliver, he came back all alive, and escaped from the Algerines, and they was married in King's Chapel, and lived in the old Sullivan house in peace and prosperity. That's just how the story was. And now Aunt Lois can make what she's a mind to on it. And what became of Jeff? Oh, he started to go over to England, and the ship was wrecked off the Irish coast, and that was the last of him. He never got to his property. Good enough for him, said both of us. Well, I don't know. 'Twas pretty hard on Jeff. Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't. I'm glad I weren't in his shoes, though. I'd rather never had nothing. This here hassin' to be rich is such a dreadful temptation. Well, now, boys, you've done a nice lot of flax, and I guess we'll go up to your grand'ther's cellar and get a mug of cider. Talking always gets me dry. End of the Sullivan Looking-Glass. Section 3 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 3. The Minister's Housekeeper. Scene: the shady side of a blueberry pasture. Sam Lawson with the boys, picking blueberries. Sam speaking. As you see, boys, 'twas just here. Parson Carroll's wife, she died along in the forepart of March. My cousin Huldy, she undertook to keep house for him. The way on it was that Huldy, she went to take care of Miss Carroll in the first on't when she first took sick. Huldy was a tailoress by trade, but then she was one of these here facultized persons that has a gift for most anything, and that was how Miss Carroll come to set such store by her that when she was sick nothing would do for her but she must have Huldy around all the time, and the minister he said he'd make it good to her all the same, and she shouldn't lose nothing by it. And so Huldy, she stayed with Miss Carey full 3 months afore she died, and got to see into everything pretty much around the place. Well, arter Miss Carroll died, Parson Carroll, he'd got so kind of used to having on her round, taking care of things, that he wanted her to stay along a spell. And so Huldy, she stayed along a spell, and poured out his tea, and mended his clothes, and made pies and cakes, and cooked and washed and ironed, and kept everything as neat as a pin. Huldy was a dreadful chipper sort of gal, and work sort of rolled off from her like water off a duck's back. There weren't no gal in Sherburne that could put such a sight of work through as Huldy. And yet Sunday morning she always come out in the singer seat like one of these here June roses, looking so fresh and smiling, and her voice was just as clear and sweet as a meadowlark's. Lordy massy, I remember how she used to sing some of them places where the treble and the counter used to go together. Her voice kind of trembled a little, and it sort of went through and through a feller. Took him right where he lived." Here Sam leaned contemplatively back with his head in a clump of sweet fern, and refreshed himself with a chew of young wintergreen. "This year young wintergreen, boys, is just like a feller's thoughts of things that happened when he was young. It comes up just so fresh and tender every year, the longest time you have to live, and you can't help chawing on it, though 'tis sort of stinging. I don't never get over liking young wintergreen." "But about Huldah, Sam?" "Oh, yes, about Huldy. Lordy massy, when a feller is Indian and around these here pleasant summer days, a feller's thoughts gets like a flock of young partridges. They's up and down and everywhere, 'cause one place is just about as good as another when they's all so kind of comfortable and nice. Well, about Huldy, as I was saying, she was just as handsome a gal to look at as a feller could have, and I think a nice, well-behaved young gal in the singer's seat of a Sunday is a means of grace. It's sort of drawing to the unregenerate, you know. Why, boys, in them days I've walked 10 miles over to Sherburne of a Sunday morning just to play the bass viol in the same singer's seat with Huldy. She was very much respected, Huldy was, and when she went out to tailoring she was allers bespoke 6 months ahead, and sent for in wagons up and down for 10 miles round. For the young fellers was allers mazin' anxious to be sent after Huldy, and was quite free to offer to go for her. Well, after Miss Carol died, Huldy got to be sort of housekeeper at the minister's, and saw to everything and did everything so that there weren't a pin out of the way. But you know how 'tis in parishes. There allers is women that thinks the minister's affairs belongs to them, and they ought to have the rulin' and guidin' of 'em, and if a minister's wife dies, there's folks that allers has their eyes open on providences, lookin' out who's to be the next one. Now there was Miss Amaziah Pipperidge, a widder with snapping black eyes and a hooked nose, kind of like a hawk, and she was one of them up and down commanding sort of women that feel that they have a call to be seeing to everything that goes on in the parish, and especially to the minister. Folks did say that Miss Pipperidge sort of sot her eye on the parson for herself. Well, now, that there might have been, or it might not. Some folks thought it was a very suitable connection. You see, she had a good property of her own, right nigh to the minister's lot, and was allers kind of active and busy, so taking one thing with another, I shouldn't wonder if Miss Pipperidge should have thought that Providence p'inted that way. At any rate, she went up to Deacon Blodgett's wife, and they sort of put their heads together a morning and condolin' about the way things was likely to go on at the minister's now Miss Carol was dead. You see, the parson's wife, she was one of them women who had their eyes everywhere and on everything. She was a little thin woman, but tough as Injun rubber and smart as a steel trap, and there weren't a hen laid an egg or cackled but Miss Carol was right there to see about it, and she had the garden made in the spring, and the medders mowed in summer, and the cider made, and the corn husked, and the apples got in the fall, and the doctor, he had nothing to do but just sit stock still a meditating on Jerusalem and Jericho and them things that ministers think about. But lordy massy, he didn't know nothing about where anything he eat or drunk or wore come from or went to. His wife just led him round in temporal things, and took care on him like a baby. Well, to be sure, Miss Carol looked up to him in spirituals, and thought all the world on him, for there weren't a smarter minister nowhere round. Why, when he preached on decrees and election, they used to come clear over from South Parish and West Sherburne and Oldtown to hear him, and there was such a row of wagons tied along by the meeting house that the stables was all full, and all the hitching posts was full clean up to the tavern, so that folks said the doctor made the town look like a general training day a Sunday. He was great on texts, the doctor was. When he had a pint to prove, He'd just go through the Bible and drive all the texts ahead of him like a flock of sheep, and then if there was a text that seemed agin him, why, he'd come out with his Greek and Hebrew and kind of chase it round a spell, just as you see a feller chase a contrary bellwether, and make him jump the fence arter the rest. I tell you, there weren't no text in the Bible that could stand agin the doctor when his blood was up. The year arter the doctor was appointed to preach the 'lection sermon in Boston, he made such a figure that the Brattle Street Church sent a committee right down to see if they couldn't get him to Boston. And then the Sherburne folks, they up and raised his salary, you see. There ain't nothing wakes folks up like somebody else wanting what you got. Well, that fall they made him a Doctor of Divinity at Cambridge College, and so they sot more by him than ever. Well, you see, the doctor, of course, he felt kind of lonesome and afflicted when Miss Carol was gone, but really and truly, Huldy was so up to everything about house that the doctor didn't miss nothing in a temporal way. His shirt bosoms was pleated finer than they ever was, and them ruffles round his wrists was kept like the driven snow, and there weren't a brack in his silk stockings, and his shoe buckles was kept polished up, and his coats brushed, and then there weren't no bread and biscuit like Huldy's, and her butter was like solid lumps of gold, and there weren't no pies to equal hers, and so the doctor never felt the loss of Miss Carol at table. Then there was Huldy always opposite to him, with her blue eyes and her cheeks like two fresh peaches. She was kind of pleasant to look at, and the more the doctor looked at her, the better he liked her. And so things seemed to be going on quite quiet and comfortable if it hadn't been that Miss Pepperidge and Miss Deacon Blodgett and Miss Sawin got their heads together a-talking about things. "Poor man," says Miss Pepperidge, "what can that child he's got there do towards taking the care of all that place? It takes a mature woman," she says, "to tread in Miss Carol's shoes." "That it does," said Miss Blodgett, "and when things once get to running downhill, there ain't no stopping on 'em," says she. Then Miss Swain she took it up. You see, Miss Swain used to go out to dressmaking, and was sort of jealous, 'cause folks sot more by Huldy than they did by her. "Well," says she, "Huldy Peters is well enough at her trade. I never denied that, though I do say I never did believe in her way o' making buttonholes. And I must say, if 'twas the dearest friend I had, that I thought Huldy trying to fix Miss Kittredge's plum-colored silk was a clear piece of presumption. The silk was just spiled, so 'twarn't fit to come into the meeting house. I must say, Huldy's a gal that's always too venturesome about taking 'sponsibilities she don't know nothing about." "Of course she don't," said Miss Deacon Blodgett. "What does she know about all the looking and seeing to that there ought to be in guiding the minister's house? Huldy's well-meaning, and she's good at her work, and good in the sinker's seat, but Lordy massy, she ain't got no experience. Parson Carroll ought to have an experienced woman to keep house for him. There's the spring house cleaning, and the fall house cleaning to be seen to, and the things to be put away from the moths, and then the getting ready for the association, and all the ministers' meetings, and the making of the soap, and the candles, and setting the hens and turkeys, watching the calves, and seeing after the hired men and the garden, and there that there blessed man just sets there at home as serene, and has nobody round but that there gal, and don't even know how things there must be running to waste." Well, the upshot on't was, they fussed and fuzzled and wuzzled till they'd drinked up all the tea in the teapot, and then they went down and called on the parson, and wuzzled him all up talking about this, that, and t'other that wanted looking to, and that it was no way to leave everything to a young chit like Huldy, and that he ought to be looking about for an experienced woman. The parson he thanked 'em kindly, and said he believed their motives was good, but he didn't go no further. He didn't ask Miss Pepperidge to come and stay there and help him, nor nothing of that kind, but he said he'd attend to matters himself.
The fact was, the parson had got such a liking for having Huldy round that he couldn't think of such a thing as swapping her off for the Widder Pipperidge. But he thought to himself, Huldy is a good girl, but I oughtn't to be a-leaving everything to her. It's too hard on her. I ought to be instructing and guiding and helping of her, 'cause 'tain't everybody could be expected to know and do what Miss Carol did. And so at it he went, and Lordy massy, didn't Huldy have a time on it when the minister began to come out of his study and want to tow round and see to things. Huldy, you see, thought all the world of the minister, and she was most afraid to laugh, but she told me she couldn't for the life of her help it when his back was turned, for he wuzzled things up in the most singular way. But Huldy, she'd just say, "Yes, sir," and get him off into his study and go on her own way. "Huldy," says the minister one day, "you ain't experienced outdoors, and when you want to know anything, you must come to me." "Yes, sir," says Huldy. "Now, Huldy," says the parson, "you must be sure to save the turkey eggs so that we can have a lot of turkeys for Thanksgiving." "Yes, sir," says Huldy, and she opened the pantry door and showed him a nice dishful she'd been a-saving up. Well, the very next day the parson's hen turkey was found killed up to old Jim Scroggs's barn. Folks said Scroggses killed it, though Scroggs, he stood to it he didn't. At any rate, the Scroggses, they made a meal on it, and Huldy, she felt bad about it 'cause she'd set her heart on raising the turkeys, and says she, "Oh dear, I don't know what I shall do." I was just ready to set her. "Do, Huldy?" says the parson. "Why, there's the other turkey out there by the door, and a fine bird, too, he is." Sure enough, there was the old Tom turkey a-strutting and a-siddling and a-quitterin', and a-flouting his tail feathers in the sun like a lively young widower, all ready to begin life over again. "But," says Huldy, "you know he can't set on eggs." "He can't? I'd like to know why," says the parson. "He shall set on eggs, and hatch 'em too." "Oh, doctor," says Huldy, all in a tremble, 'cause you know she didn't want to contradict the minister, and she was afraid she should laugh. "I never heard that a tom turkey would set on eggs." "Why, they ought to," said the parson, getting quite earnest. "What else be they good for? You just bring out the eggs now and put 'em in the nest, and I'll make him set on 'em." So Huldy, she thought there weren't no way to convince him but to let him try, so she took the eggs out and fixed 'em all nice in the nest. And then she come back and found old Tom a-skirmishing with the parson pretty lively, I tell you. You see, old Tom, he didn't take the idea at all, and he flopped and gobbled and fit the parson, and the parson's wig got round so that his cue-stick stuck straight out over his ear, but he'd got his blood up. You see, the old doctor was used to carrying his points of doctrine, and he hadn't fit the Arminians and Socinians to be beat by a tom turkey, so finally he made a dive, and ketched him by the neck in spite of his flopping, and stroked him down, and put Hudley's apron round him. "There, Hudley," he says, quite red in the face, "we've got him now," and he travelled off to the barn with him as lively as a cricket. Huldy came behind, just choking with laugh, and afraid the minister would look round and see her. "Now, Huldy, we'll crook his legs and set him down," says the parson, when they got him to the nest. "You see, he is getting quiet, and he'll sit there all right." And the parson, he sot him down, and old Tom, he sot there solemn enough, and held his head down all drooping, looking like a right pious old cock, as long as the parson sot by him. "There, you see how still he sets," says the parson to Huldy. Huldy was most dying for fear she should laugh. "I'm afraid he'll get up," says she, "when you do." "Oh, no, he won't," says the parson, quite confident. "There, there," says he, laying his hands on him, as if pronouncing a blessing. But when the parson riz up, old Tom he riz up too, and began to march over the eggs. "Stop now," says the parson. "I'll make him get down again. Hand me that corn basket. We'll put that over him." So he crooked old Tom's legs and got him down again, and they put the corn basket over him, and then they both stood and waited. "That'll do the thing, Huldy," said the parson.
"I don't know about it," says Huldy. "Oh, yes, it will, child. I understand," says he. Just as he spoke, the basket riz right up and stood, and they could see old Tom's long legs. "I'll make him stay down, confound him," says the parson, for you see parsons is men like the rest on us, and the doctor had got his spunk up. "You just hold on a minute, and I'll get something that'll make him stay, I guess," and out he went to the fence and brought in a long, thin, flat stone and laid it on old Tom's back. Old Tom he wilted down considerable under this, and looked really as if he was going to give in. He stayed still there a good long spell, and the minister and Huldy left him there and come up to the house, but they hadn't more than got in the door before they see old Tom a hipping along, as high stepping as ever, and saying "Talk, talk," and "Quitter, quitter," and strutting and gobbling as if he'd come through the Red Sea and got the victory. "Oh, my eggs!" said Huldy. "I'm afraid he's smashed 'em." And sure enough, there they was, smashed flat enough under the stone. "I'll have him killed," said the parson. "We won't have such a critter round." But the parson he slept on it, and then didn't do it. He only come out next Sunday with a tip-top sermon on the original curse that was pronounced on things in general when Adam fell, and showed how everything was allowed to go contrary ever since. There was pigweed and pusley and Canada thistles, cutworms and bagworms and cankerworms, to say nothing of rattlesnakes. The doctor made it very impressive and sort of improving, but Huldy she told me going home that she hardly could keep from laughing 2 or 3 times in the sermon when she thought of old Tom a standing up with the corn basket on his back. Well, next week Huldy she just borrowed the minister's horse and side saddle and rode over to South Parish to her Aunt Bascom's, Widder Bascom's, you know, that lives there by the trout brook, and got a lot of turkey eggs on her, and come back and set a hen on 'em, and said nothing, and in good time there was as nice a lot of turkey chicks as ever you see. Huldy never said a word to the minister about his experiment, and he never said a word to her, but he sort of kept more to his books, and didn't take it on him to advise her. But not long after he took it into his head that Huldy ought to have a pig to be a-fattening with the buttermilk. Miss Pepperidge set him up to it, and just then old Tim Biglow out to Juniper Hill told him if he'd call over he'd give him a little pig. So he sent for a man and told him to build a pig pen right out by the well and have it all ready when he come home with his pig. Huldy she said she wished he might put a curb around the well out there, 'cause in the dark sometimes a body might stumble into it, and the parson he told him he might do that. Well, old Aiken, the carpenter, he didn't come till most the middle of the afternoon, and then he sort of idled, so that he didn't get up the well curb till sundown, and then he went off and said he'd come and do the pig pen next day. Well, atter dark, Parson Carroll he driv into the yard, full chisel, with his pig. He'd tied up his mouth to keep him from squealing, and he see what he thought was the pig pen, he was rather near-sighted, and so he ran and threw the piggy over, and down he dropped into the water, and the minister put out his horse and pranced off into the house, quite delighted. "There, Huldy, I've got you a nice little pig." "Dear me," says Huldy, "where have you put him?" "Why, out there in the pig pen, to be sure." "Oh, dear me," says Huldy, "that's the well curb. There ain't no pig pen built," says she. "Lordy massy," says the parson, "then I've thrown the pig in the well." Well, Huldy she worked and worked, and finally she fished piggy out in the bucket, but he was dead as a doornail, and she got him out of the way quietly, and didn't say much, and the parson he took to the great Hebrew book in his study, and says he, "Huldy, I ain't much in temporals," says he. Huldy says she kind of felt her heart go out to him, he was so sort of meek and helpless and lamed, and says she, "Well, Parson Carroll, don't trouble your head no more about it. I'll see to things." And sure enough, a week arter there was a nice pen all ship-shape, and 2 little white pigs that Huldy bought with the money for the butter she sold at the store. "Well, Huldy," said the parson, "you are a most amazing child. You don't say nothing, but you do more than most folks." After that the parson set such store by Huldy that he come to her and asked her about everything, and it was amazing how everything she put her hand to prospered. Huldy planted marigolds and larkspurs, pinks and carnations, all up and down the path to the front door, and trained up morning glories and scarlet runners round the winders. And she was always getting a root here and a sprig there, and a seed from somebody else, for Huldy was one of them that has the gift, so that if you just give 'em the leastest sprig of anything, they make a great bush out of it right away. So that in 6 months Huldy had roses and geraniums and lilies, such as it would 'a' took a gardener to raise. The parson he took no notice at first, but when the yard was all ablaze with flowers he used to come and stand in a kind of maze at the front door, and say, "Beautiful, beautiful! Why, Huldy, I never see anything like it." And then when her work was done arternoons, Huldy would sit with her sewing in the porch, and sing and trill away till she'd draw the meadowlarks and the bobolinks and the orioles to answer her, and the great big elm tree overhead would get perfectly rackety with the birds, and the parson, setting there in his study, would get to kind of dreaming about the angels and golden harps and the New Jerusalem, but he wouldn't speak a word, 'cause Huldy she was just like them wood thrushes, she never could sing so well when she thought folks was a-hearing. Folks noticed about this time that the parson's sermons got to be like Aaron's rod that budded and blossomed. There was things in 'em about flowers and birds, and more special about the music of heaven. And Huldy she noticed that if there was a hymn run in her head while she was round a working, the minister was sure to give it out next Sunday. You see, Huldy was just like a bee. She always sung when she was working, and you could hear her trilling, now down in the corn patch while she was picking the corn, and now in the buttery while she was working the butter, and now she'd go singing down cellar, and then she'd be singing up overhead, so that she seemed to fill a house chock full of music. Huldy was so sort of chipper and fair-spoken that she got the hired men all under her thumb. They come to her and took her orders just as meek as so many calves, and she traded at the store and kept the accounts, and she had her eyes everywhere, and tied up all the ends so tight that there wa'n't no getting around her. She wouldn't let nobody put nothing off on Parson Carroll, 'cause he was the minister. Huldy was allers up to anybody that wanted to make a hard bargain, and afore he knew just what he was about, she'd got the best end of it, and everybody said that Huldy was the most capable gal that they'd ever traded with. Well, come to the meeting of the association, Miss Deacon Blodgett and Miss Pepperidge come calling up to the parson's, all in a stew, and offering their services to get the house ready. But the doctor he just thanked 'em quite quiet, and turned 'em over to Huldy, and Huldy she told 'em that she'd got everything ready, and showed 'em her pantries, and her cakes and her pies and her puddin's, and took 'em all over the house, and they went peeking and poking, opening cupboard doors, and looking into drawers that they couldn't find so much as a thread out of the way, from garret to cellar, and so they went off quite discontented. Arter that the woman set a new trouble a brewing. Then they begun to talk that it was a year now since Miss Carroll died, and it really wasn't proper such a young gal to be staying there, who everybody could see was setting her cap for the minister. Miss Pepperidge said that so long as she looked on Huldy as the hired gal, she hadn't thought much about it, but Huldy was really taking on airs as an equal, and appearing as mistress of the house in a way that would make talk if it went on. And Miss Pepperidge she driv around up to Deacon Abner Snow's and down to Miss Elijah Perry's, and asked them if they wasn't afraid that the way the parson and Huldy was going on might make talk. And they said they hadn't thought on it before, but now come to think on it, they was sure it would. And they all went and talked with somebody else, and asked them if they didn't think it would make talk. So, come Sunday, between meetings there weren't nothing else talked about, and Huldy saw folks a-nodding and a-winking and a-looking after her, and she began to feel dreadful sort of disagreeable. Finally Miss Sawin she says to her, "My dear, didn't you never think folk would talk about you and the minister?" "No, why should they?" says Huldy, quite innocent. "Well, dear," says she, "I think it's a shame, But they say you're trying to catch him, and that it's so bold and improper for you to be courting of him right in his own house. You know folks will talk. I thought I'd tell you, 'cause I think so much of you," says she. Huldy was a gal of spirit, and she despised the talk, but it made her dreadful uncomfortable, and when she got home at night she sat down in the morning glory porch quite quiet and didn't sing a word. The minister he had heard the same thing from one of his deacons that day, and when he saw Huldy so kind of silent, he says to her, "Why don't you sing, my child?" He had a pleasant sort of way with him, the minister had, and Huldy had got to liking to be with him, and it all come over her that perhaps she ought to go away, and her throat kind of filled up so she couldn't hardly speak, and she says, "I can't sing tonight." Says he, "You don't know how much good your singing has done me, nor how much good you have done me in all ways, Huldy. I wish I knew how to show my gratitude." "Oh, sir," says Huldy, "is it improper for me to be here?" "No, dear," says the minister, "but ill-natured folks will talk. But there is one way we can stop it, Huldy. If you will marry me, you'll make me very happy, and I'll do all I can to make you happy. Will you?" Well, Huldy never told me just what she said to the minister. Gals never does give you the particulars on them mar things just as you'd like 'em. Only I know the upshot and the hull on it was that Huldy she did a considerable lot of clear starching and ironing the next 2 days, and the Friday of next week the minister and she rode over together to Dr. Lothrop's in Oldtown, and the doctor he just made 'em man and wife, spite of envy of the Jews, as the hymn says. Well, you better believe there was a staring and a wondering next Sunday morning when the second bell was a tolling, and the minister walked up the broad aisle with Huldy, all in white, arm in arm with him, and he opened the minister's pew and handed her in as if she was a princess, for you see Parson Carroll come of a good family, and was a born gentleman, and had a sort of grand way of being polite to the women folks. Well, I guess there was a rustling among the bunnets. Miss Pepperidge gin a great bounce like corn popping on a shovel, and her eyes glared through her glasses at Huldy as if they'd a sot her afire, and everybody in the meeting house was a staring, I tell you. But they couldn't none of 'em say nothing against Huldy's looks, for there weren't a crimp nor a frill about her that wasn't just so, and her frock was white as the driven snow, and she had her bunnet all trimmed up with white ribbons, and all the fellows said the old doctor had stole a march and got the handsomest gal in the parish. Well, arter meeting they all come around the parson and Huldy at the door, shaking hands and laughing in, for by that time they was about agreed that they'd got to let putty well alone. "Why, Parson Carroll," said Miss Deacon Blodgett, "how you've come it over us." "Yes," says the parson, with a kind of twinkle in his eye. "I thought," says he, "as folks wanted to talk about Huldy and me, I'd give 'em something worth talking about." End of The Minister's Housekeeper. Section 4 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 4. The Widow's Bandbox. "Lordy massy, stick your hat into the nor'east, Horace, and see if you can't stop out this here wind. I'm most used up with it." So spake Sam Lawson, contemplating mournfully a new broad-brimmed straw hat in which my soul was rejoicing. It was the dripping end of a sour November afternoon, which closed up a spell of weather that had been steadily driving wind and rain for a week past, and we boys sought the shelter and solace of his shop, and opening the door, let in the wind aforesaid. Sam had been all day in one of his periodical fits of desperate industry. The smoke and sparks had been seen flying out of his shop chimney in a frantic manner,
and the blows of his hammer had resounded with a sort of feverish persistence, intermingled with a doleful wailing of psalm tunes of the most lugubrious description. These fits of industry on Sam's part were an affliction to us boys, especially when they happened to come on Saturday, for Sam was as much a part of our Saturday afternoon calculations as if we had a regular deed of property in him, and we had been all day hanging round his shop, looking in from time to time, in the vague hope that he would propose something to brighten up the dreary monotony of a holiday in which it had been impossible to go anywhere or do anything. "Sam, ain't you coming over to tell us some stories tonight?"
Bless your soul and body, boys, life ain't made to be spent telling stories. Why, I shall have to be up here working till after 12 o'clock,
said Sam, who was suddenly possessed with a spirit of the most austere diligence.
Here I be up to my neck in work, things kind o' coming in a heap together. There's Miss Cap'n Broad's andirons, she set word she must have 'em tonight. And there's Lady Lothrop, she wants her warming pad right off. There can't none on 'em wait a minute longer. I've been a driving and working all day like a nigger slave. Then there was Jedith Pettibone. He brought down them coats to-day, and I worked the biggest part of the morning shoeing on 'em. And then Jedith he said he couldn't make change to pay me, so there weren't nothing coming for it. And then Hepsy she kept a-jawing at me all dinner time about that. Why, I weren't to blame now, was I? I can't make everybody do just right and pay regular, can I? So you see it goes, boys, getting your bread by the sweat of your brow, and sometimes sweating and not getting your bread. That there's what I call the cuss, the original cuss, that come on man for hearkening to the voice of his wife. That there was what did it. It allers kind of riles me up with Mother Eve when I think on it. The women hain't no business to fret as they do, 'cause they sot this yer state of things going in the first place."
"But, Sam, Aunt Lois and Aunt Nabby are both going over to Miss Mehetabel's to tea. Now you just come over and eat supper with us and tell us a story, do."
"Gone out to tea, be they?" said Sam, relaxing his hammering, with a brightening gleam stealing gradually across his lanky visage. "Well, that there looks like a providential opening, to be sure. Well, I guess I'll come. What's the use of never having a good time? If you work yourself up into shoestrings, you don't get no thanks for it, and things in this world's about as broad as they is long, the women'll scold, turn 'em which way you will. A good mug of cider and some cold victuals over to the deacon'll kind of comfort a feller up, and your granny, she's sort of merciful. She don't rub it into a feller all the time like Miss Lois."
"Now, let's see, boys," said Sam, when a comfortable meal of pork and beans had been disposed of, and a mug of cider was set down before the fire to warm. "I 'spect you'll like to hear a down east story tonight." Of course we did, and tumbled over each other in our eagerness to get the nearest place to the narrator. Sam's method of telling a story was as leisurely as that of some modern novel writers. He would take his time for it, and proceed by easy stages. It was like the course of a dreamy, slow-moving river through a tangled meadow flat. Not a rush nor a bush but was reflected in it. In short, Sam gave his philosophy of matters and things in general as he went along, and was especially careful to impress an edifying moral. "Well, you see, boys, you know I was born down to Newport, there where it's all ships and shipping and sich. My old mother, she kept a boarding house for sailors down there. Well, you see, I rolled and tumbled round the world pretty considerable afore I settled down here in Oldtown. You see, my mother, she wanted to bind me out to a blacksmith, but I kind of sort of didn't seem to take to it. It was kind of hard work, and boys is apt to want to take life easy. Well, I used to run off to the seashore and lie stretched out on them rocks there and look off onto the water, and it did used to look so sort of blue and peaceful, and the ships come a-sailing in and out so sort of easy and natural, that I felt as if that there be just the easiest kind of life a feller could have.
All he had to do was get aboard one of them ships and be off seeking his fortune at t'other end of the rainbow, where gold grows on bushes and there's valleys of diamonds. So nothing would do but I gin my old mother the slip, and away I went to sea, with my duds tied up in a handkerchief. I tell you what, boys, if you want to find a easy life, don't you never go to sea. I tell you, life on shipboard ain't what it looks to be on shore. I hadn't been aboard more'n 3 hours afore I was the sickest critter that ever you did see, and I tell you I didn't get no kind of compassion. Captains and mates, they allers thinks boys hain't no kind of business to have no bowels nor nothing, and they put it on 'em sick or well. It's just a kick here and a cuff there, and a twitch by the ear in t'other place, one a shoving on 'em this way and another hitting on 'em a clip, and all growling from morning to night. I believe the way my ears got so long was being hauled out of my berth by 'em. That there's a sailor's regular way of waking up a boy. Well, by the time I got to the Penobscot country, all I wanted to know was how to get back again. That there's just the way folks go all their lives, boys. It's all fuss, fuss, and stew, stew, till you get somewhere, and then it's fuss, fuss, and stew, stew to get back again. Jump here and scratch your eyes out, and jump there and scratch 'em in again. That there's life. Well, I kind of poked around in Penobscot country till I got a berth on the Brilliant that was lying at Camden going to sail to Boston. You see, the Brilliant, she was a tight little sloop in the government service. 'Twas in the war times, you see, and Commodore Tucker, that is now, he was Captain Tucker then, he had the command on her. Used to run up and down all the coast, taking observations of the British, and keeping his eye out on 'em, and giving on 'em a nip here and a clip there, 'cording as he got a good chance. Why, your grandfather knew old Commodore Tucker. It was he that took Dr. Franklin over minister to France, and dodged all the British vessels right in the middle of the war. I tell you that there was like running through the drops in a thunder shower. He got chased by the British ships pretty considerable, but he was too spry for 'em. After the war was over, Commodore Tucker took over John Adams, our first minister to England. A dreadful smart man that Commodore was, but he most like to have been took in this year time I'm a telling you about, and all 'cause he was sort of soft-hearted to the women. Tom Toothaker told me the story. Tom, he was one that got me the berth on the ship. You see, I used to know Tom at Newport, and once when he took sick there, my mother nursed him up, and that was why Tom was friends with me and got me the berth, and kept me warm in it too. Tom, he was one of your real Maine boys, that's hatched out, so to speak, in water, like ducks. He was born away down there on Harpswell Point, and they say if you throw one of them Harpswell babies into the sea, he'll take to it natural and swim like a cork. If they hit their head agin a rock, it only dents the rock, but don't hurt the baby. Tom, he was a great character on the ship. He could see farther. He knew more about wind and water than most folks. The officers took Tom's judgment, and the men all went by his say. My mother, she chalked a streak of good luck for me when she nursed up Tom. Well, we was a lying at Camden there one arternoon, going to sail for Boston that night. It was a sort of soft, pleasant arternoon, kind of still, and there warn't nothing a-going on but just the hens a-crow-crowing, and a-hicing up one foot and holding it a spell 'cause they didn't know where to set it down, and the geese a-sissing and a-picking at the grass. You see, Camden wasn't nothing of a place. 'Twas just as if somebody had emptied out a pocketful of houses and forgot 'em. There weren't nothing a-stirring or going on, and so we was all took aback. When about 4 o'clock in the arternoon there come a boat alongside, with a tall, elegant lady in it, all dressed in deep mourning. She rared up sort of princess-like, and come aboard our ship, and wanted to speak to Captain Tucker. Where she come from, or what she wanted, or where she was going to, we none of us knew. She kept her veil down so we couldn't get sight of her face.
all was she must see Captain Tucker alone right away. Well, Captain Tucker, he was like the generality of captains. He was up to about everything that any man could do, but it was pretty easy for a woman to come it over him. You see, captains, they don't see women as men do ashore. They don't have enough of 'em to get tired on 'em, and every woman's an angel to a sea captain. Anyway, the captain he took her into his cabin, and he sought her a chair, and was her humble servant to command, and what would she have of him? And we was all a-winking and a-nudging each other, and a-peeking to see what was to come on it. And she see it, and so she asks in a sort of princess way to speak to the captain alone. And so the doors was shut, and we was left to our own ideas, and a-wondering what it was all to be about. Well, you see, it come out arterwards all about what went on, and things went this way. Just as soon as the doors was shut, and she was left alone with the captain, she busted out crying and a-sobbing fit to break her heart. Well, the captain he tried to comfort her up, but no, she wouldn't be comforted, but went on a-weeping and a-wailing and a-wringing on her hands, till the poor captain's heart was almost broke, for the captain was the tenderest hearted critter that could be, and couldn't bear to see a child or a woman in trouble no ways. "Oh, captain," said she, "I'm the most unfortunate woman. I'm all alone in this world," says she, "and I don't know what'll become of me if you don't keep me," says she. Well, the captain thought it was time to run up his colors, and so says he, "Ma'am, I'm a married man, and I love my wife," says he, "and so I can feel for all women in distress," says he. "Oh, well then," says she, "you can feel for me, and know how to pity me. My dear husband's just died suddenly when he was up the river. He was took with the fever in the woods. I nursed him day and night," says she, "but he died there in a miserable little hut far from home and friends," says she, "and I brought his body down with me, hoping Providence would open some way to get it back to our home in Boston. And now, captain, you must help me." Then the captain see what she was up to, and he hated to do it, and tried to cut her off asking, but she wasn't to be put off. "Now, captain," says she, "if you'll take me and the body of my husband on board tonight, I'd be willing to reward you to any amount. Money would be no object to me," says she. Well, you see, the captain he kind of hated to do it, and he hemmed and hawed, and he tried to apologize. He said 'twas a government vessel, and he didn't know as he had a right to use it. He said sailors was apt to be suspicious, and he didn't want 'em to know as there was a corpse on board. "Well," says she, "why need they know?" For, you see, she was up to every dodge, and she said she'd come along with it at dusk, in a box, and have it just carried to a stateroom, and he needn't tell nobody what it was. Well, Captain Tucker he hung off, and he tried his best to persuade her to have a funeral all quiet there at Camden. He promised to get a minister to tend to it and wait a day till it was all over, and then take her on to Boston free gratis. But 'twas all no go. She wouldn't hear a word to it, and she reeled off the talk to him by the yard, and when talk failed she took to her waterworks again, till finally the captain said his resolution was clean washed away, and he just give up hook and line, and so 'twas all settled and arranged that when evening come she was to be alongside with her boat, and took aboard. When she come out of the captain's room to go off, I see Tom Toothaker a-watching on her. He stood there by the railing, a-shaving up a plug of baccy to put in his pipe. He didn't say a word, but he sort of took the measure of that thar woman with his eye, and kept a-follerin' on her. She had a fine sort of lively look, carried her head up and shoulders back, and stepped as if she had steel springs in her heels. "Well, Tom, what do you say to her?" says Ben Bowden. "I don't say nothing," says Tom, and he lit his pipe. "'Tain't my business," says he. "Well, what do you think?" says Ben.
Tom gin a hiss to his trousers. "Me thoughts is my own," says he, "and I calculate to keep 'em to myself," says he. And then he just walked to the side of the vessel and watched the woman a getting ashore. There was a queer kind of look in Tom's eye. Well, the captain he was dreadful sort of uneasy after she was gone. He had a long talk in the cabin with Mr. Moore, the first officer, and there was a sort of stir aboard as if something was a-going to happen. We couldn't just say what it was. Sometimes it seems as if, when things is going to happen, a body kind of feels 'em coming in the air. We boys was all that way. Of course we didn't know nothing about what the woman wanted, or what she come for, or whether she was coming again. In fact, we didn't know nothing about it. And yet we sort of 'spected something to come of it, and something did come, sure enough. Come on night, just at dusk, we see a boat coming alongside, and there, sure enough, was the lady in it. "There she's coming again," says I to Tom Toothaker. "Yes, and brought her baggage with her," says Tom, and he pointed down to a long narrow pine box that was in the boat beside her. Just then the captain called on Mr. Moore, and he called on Tom Toothaker, and among 'em they lowered a tackle and swung the box aboard and put it in the stateroom right alongside the captain's cabin. The lady she thanked the captain and Mr. Moore, and her voice was just as sweet as any nightingale, and she went into the stateroom after they put the body in it, and was gone ever so long with it. The captain and Mr. Moore they stood a whispering to each other, and every once in a while they kind of nod at the door where the lady was. Well, by and by she come out with her handkerchief to her eyes, and come on deck, and begun talking to the captain and Mr. Moore, and a wishing all kinds of blessings on their heads. Well, Tom Toothaker didn't say a word, good or bad. He just kept a looking at her, watching her as a cat watches a mouse. Finally we up sail and started with a fair breeze. The lady she kept a walking up and down, and every time she turned on her heel I saw Tom a looking at her and kind of nodding to himself. "What makes you look at her so, Tom?" says I to him. "'Cause I think she wants looking at her," says Tom. "What's more," says he, "if the captain don't look sharp at her, the devil'll have us all afore morning. I tell you, Sam, there's mischief under them petticuts." "Why, what do you think?" says I. "Think? I don't think. I knows. That there's no gal, nor widow neither, if my name's Tom Toothaker. Look at her walk. Look at the way she turns on her heel. I've been a-watching on her. There ain't no woman living with a step like that," says he. "Well, who should the critter be then?" says I. "Well," says Tom, "if that 'ere ain't a British naval officer, I lose my bet. I've been used to the ways on 'em, and I knows their build and their step." "And what do you suppose she's got in that long box?" says I. "What has she got?" says Tom. "Well, folks might say it's none of my business, but I specs it'll turn out some of my business, and yourn too, if he don't look sharp after it," says Tom. "It's no good, that there box ain't." "Why don't you speak to Mr. Moore?" says I. "Well, you see, she's a chipperin' round and a-making herself agreeable to both on 'em, you see. She don't mean to give nobody any chance for a talk with him. But I've got my eye on her for all that. You see, I hain't no sort of disposition to sarve out of time on one of them British prison ships. It might be almighty handy for the British to have the Brilliant for a coast vessel," says he, "but you see, it can't be spared just yet. So, madam," says he, "I've got my eye on you." Well, Tom was as good as his word, for when Mr. Moore came towards him at the wheel, Tom he up and says to him, "Mr. Moore," says he, "that there big box in the stateroom yonder wants looking into." Tom was a sort of privileged character, and had a way of speaking up that the officers took in good part, 'cause they knew he was a first-rate hand. Well, Mr. Moore he looks mysterious, and says he, "Tom, do the boys know what's in that there box?" "I bet they don't," says Tom. "If they had, you wouldn't get 'em to help it aboard." Well, you see, poor woman, says Mr. Moore to Tom, she was so distressed, she wanted to get her husband's body to Boston, and there wa'n't no other way, and so the captain let it come aboard. He didn't want the boys to suspect what it really was. Husband's body be hanged, said Tom. Guess that there corpse ain't so dead but what there'll be a resurrection after morning if 'tain't looked after, says he. Why, what do you mean, Tom? Says Mr. Moore, all in a blue maze. I mean that there gals that's been a-switching her petticoats up and down our deck ain't no gal at all. That there's a British officer, Mr. Moore. You give my duty to the captain, and tell him to look into his widder's bandbox and see what he'll find there. Well, the mate he went and had a talk with the captain, and they agreed between 'em that Mr. Moore was to hold her in talk, while the captain went and took observations in the stateroom. So down the captain goes into the stateroom to give a look at the box. Well, he finds the stateroom door all locked, to be sure, and my lady had the key in her pocket. But then the captain he had a master key to it, and so he puts it in and opens the door quite softly and begins to take observations. Sure enough, he finds that the screws had been drawed from the top of the box, showing that the widder had been a-tinkering on it when they thought she was a-crying over it. And then, looking close, he sees a bit of twine going from a crack in the box out of the winder and up on deck. Well, the captain he kind of got in the spirit of the thing, and he thought he'd just let the widder play her play out and see what it would come to. So he just calls Tom Toothaker down to him and whispered to him, "Tom," says he, "you just crawl under the berth in that there stateroom and watch that there box." And Tom said he would. So Tom creeps under the berth and lies there still as a mouse, and the captain he slips out and turns the key in the door, so that when Madam comes down she shouldn't expect nothing. Pretty soon, sure enough, Tom heard the lock rattle, and the young widder come in, and then he heard a bit of conversation between her and the corpse. "What time is it?" come in a kind of hoarse whisper out of the box. "Well, 'bout 9 o'clock," says she. "How long afore you let me out?" says he. "Oh, you must have patience," says she, "till they're all gone off to sleep, when there ain't but one man up. I can knock him down," says she, "and then I'll pull the string for you." "The devil you will, ma'am," says Tom to himself under the berth. "Well, it's darn close here," says the feller in the box. Well, he didn't say darned, boys, but he said a wickeder word that I can't repeat no ways, said Sam in a parenthesis. These here British officers was dreadful swearing critters. "You must have patience a while longer," says the lady, "till I pull the string." Tom Toothaker lay there on his back a-laughing. "Is everything going on right?" says the man in the box. "All straight," says she. "There don't none of 'em suspect." "You bet," says Tom Toothaker under the berth, and he said he had the greatest mind to catch the critter by the feet as she was a-standing there, but somehow thought it would be better fun to see the thing through according as they'd planned it. Well, then she went off, switching and mincing up to the deck again, and a-flirting with the captain, for you see 'twas agreed to let 'em play their play out. Well, Tom he lay there a-waiting, and he waited and waited and waited till he most got asleep, but finally he heard a stirring in the box, as if the feller was a-getting up. Tom he just crawled out still and careful, and stood up tight agin the wall. Pretty soon he hears a grunt, and he sees the top of the box a-rising up, and a man just getting out on it, mighty still. Well, Tom he waited till he got fairly out onto the floor, and had his hand on the lock of the door, when he jumps on him, and puts both arms round him, and give him a regular bear's hug. "Why, what's this?" says the man. "Guess you'll find out, darn ye," says Tom Toothaker. "So you wanted our ship, did ye? Well, you just can't have our ship," says Tom, says he, "and I tell you he just run that there feller upstairs lickety-split, for Tom was strong as a giant." The First thing they saw was Mr. Moore had got the widder by both arms and was tying on 'em behind her. "You see, madam, your game's up," says Mr. Moore, "but we'll give you a free passage to Boston, though," says he. "We wanted a couple of prisoners about these days, and you'll do nicely." The fellers, they was pretty chop-fallen, to be sure, and the one in woman's clothes specially, 'cause when he was found out, he felt foolish enough in his petticoats, but they was both took to Boston and given over as prisoners. You see, come to look into matters, they found these two young fellers, British officers, had formed a regular plot to take Captain Tucker's vessel and run it to Halifax, and you see, Captain Tucker he was so sort of spry, and knew all the Maine coast so well, and was so cute at dodging in and out of all them little bays and creeks and places all along shore, that he made the British considerable trouble, 'cause wherever they didn't want him, that's where he was sure to be. So they hatched up this yer plan. There was one or two British sailors had been and shipped aboard the Brilliant a week or two aforehand, and 'twas suspected they was to have helped in the plot if things had gone as they laid out. But I tell you, when the fellows see which way the cat jumped, they took pretty good care to say that they hadn't nothing to do with it. Oh no, by no manner o' means. Well, of course, you know, it couldn't be proved on 'em, and so we let it go. But I tell you, Captain Tucker, he felt pretty cheap about his widder. The worst on it was, they do say Ma'am Tucker got holt of it, and you might know if a woman got holt of a thing like that, she'd use it as handy as a cat would her claws. The women, they can't no more help hitting a feller a clip and a rap when they've fairly got him, than a cat when she's ketched a mouse. And so I shouldn't wonder if the Commodore heard something about his widder every time he went home from his voyages the longest day he had to live. I don't know nothing about it, you know. I only kind of judge by what looks, as human nature goes. But lordy massy, boys, it wain't nothing to be ashamed of in the captain. Folks'll have to answer for worse things at the last day than trying to do a kindness to a poor widder. Now I tell you, it's better to be took in doing a good thing than never try to do good. And it's my settled opinion," said Sam, taking up his mug of cider and caressing it tenderly, "it's my humble opinion that the best sort of folks is the easiest took in, especially by the women. I really don't think I should have done a bit better myself." End of section 4. The Widow's Bandbox. Section 5 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 5. Captain Kidd's Money. One of our most favorite legendary resorts was the old barn. Sam Lawson preferred it on many accounts. It was quiet and retired, that is to say, at such distance from his own house that he could not hear if Hepsy called ever so loudly, and further off than it would be convenient for that industrious and painstaking woman to follow him. Then there was the soft, fragrant cushion of hay, on which his length of limb could be easily bestowed. Our barn had an upper loft with a swinging outer door that commanded a view of the old mill, the waterfall, and the distant windings of the river, with its grassy green banks, its graceful elm draperies, and its white flocks of water lilies. And then on this Saturday afternoon we had Sam all to ourselves. It was a drowsy, dreamy October day, when the hens were lazily crawing in a soft, conversational undertone with each other, as they scratched and picked the hayseed under the barn windows. Below in the barn, Black Caesar sat quietly hatchling flax, sometimes gurgling and giggling to himself with an overflow of that interior jollity with which he seemed to be always full. The African in New England was a curious contrast to everybody around him in the joy and satisfaction that he seemed to feel in the mere fact of being alive. Every white person was glad or sorry for some appreciable cause in the past, present, or future, which was capable of being definitely stated. But Black Caesar was in an eternal giggle and frizzle and simmer of enjoyment for which he could give no earthly reason. He was an embodied joy,
like Shelley's Skylark. "Just hear him," said Sam Lawson, looking pensively over the hay-mow and strewing hayseed down on his wool. "How that there critter seems to tickle and laugh all the while 'bout nothing. Lordy massy, he don't seem never to consider that this life's a dream, an empty show." "Look here, Sam," we broke in, anxious to cut short a threatened stream of morality. "You promised to tell us about Captain Kidd, and how you dug for his money." "Did I now? Well, boys, that there history of Kidd's is a warning to fellers. Why, Kidd had pious parents and Bible and sanctuary privileges when he was a boy, and yet come to be hanged. It's all in this here song I'm a-going to sing you. Lordy massy, I wish I had my bass viol now. Caesar," he said, calling down from his perch, "can't you strike the pitch of Captain Kidd on your fiddle?" Caesar's fiddle was never far from him. It was, in fact, tucked away in a nice little nook just over the manger, and he often caught an interval from his work to scrape a dancing tune on it, keeping time with his heels, to our great delight. A most wailing minor key tune was doled forth, which seemed quite refreshing to Sam's pathetic vein, and he sang in his most lugubrious tones: "Oh, my name was Robert Kidd, as I sailed, my name was Robert Kidd, God's laws I did forbid, and so wickedly I did, as I sailed. Now, you see, boys, he's a-going to tell how he abused his religious privileges. Just hear now. "My father taught me well, as I sailed, my father taught me well to shun the gates of hell, but yet I did rebel, as I sailed. He put a Bible in my hand, as I sailed. He put a Bible in my hand, and I sunk it in the sand before I left the strand, as I sailed. Did you ever hear of such a hardened, contrary critter, boys? It's awful to think on it. Well, you see, that there's the way fellers allers begin the ways of sin, by turning their backs on the Bible and the advice of pious parents. Now hear what he come to. Then I murdered William Moore, as I sailed. I murdered William Moore, and left him in his gore, not many leagues from shore, as I sailed. To execution dock I must go, to execution dock, while thousands round me flock, to see me on the block. I must go. There was a good deal more on it, said Sam, pausing, but it's real solemn and affecting. Who was Captain Kidd, Sam? said I. Well, he was an officer in the British Navy, and he got to being a pirate, used to take ships and sink 'em, and murder the folks, and so they say he got no end of money, gold and silver and precious stones, as many as the wise men in the East. But you see, what good did it all do him? He couldn't use it, and darn't keep it, so he used to bury it in spots round here and there in the awfullest heathen way you ever heard of. Why, they say he allers used to kill one or two men or women or children of his prisoners, and bury with it, so that their spirits might keep watch on it if anybody was to dig after it. That there thing has been tried and tried and tried, but no man nor mother's son on 'em ever got a cent that dug. 'Twas tried here in Oldtown, and they come pretty nigh getting on it, but it gin 'em the slip. You see, boys, it's the devil's money, and he holds a pretty tight grip on it. Well, how was it about digging for it? Tell us, did you do it? Were you there? Did you see it? And why couldn't they get it? We both asked eagerly and in one breath. Why, lordy massy, boys, your questions tumbles over each other thick as martins out of a martin box. Now, you just be moderate and let alone, and I'll tell you all about it from the beginning to the end. I didn't really have no hand in it, though.
I was knowing to it, as I be to most things that goes on round here, but my conscience wouldn't really a let me start on no such undertaking. Well, the one that first sot the thing a-going was old Mother Hokum. They used to live up in that little tumble-down shed by the cranberry pond, up beyond the spring pasture. They had a pretty bad name, them Hokums. How they got a living nobody knew, for they didn't seem to pay no attention to raising nothing but children, but the deuce knows there was plenty of them. Their old hut was like a rabbit pen. There was a tow head to every crack and cranny. Remember what old Caesar said once when the word come to the store that old Hokum had got twins? "S'pose the Lord knows best," says Caesar, "but I thought there was Hokums enough afore." Well, even poor working industrious folks like me finds it hard getting along when there's so many mouths to feed. Lordy massy, there don't never seem to be no end on it, and so it ain't wonderful, come to think on it, if folks like them Hokums gets tempted to help along in ways that ain't quite right. Anyhow, folks did used to think that old Hokum was too sort of familiar with their wood piles long in the night, though they couldn't never prove it on him. And when Mother Hokum come to houses round to wash, folks used sometimes to miss pieces here and there, though they never could find 'em on her. Then there's allers getting into debt here and getting into debt there. Why, they got to owing $2 to Joe Gidger for butcher's meat. Joe was sort of good-natured and let 'em have the meat, 'cause Hokum he promised so fair to pay, but he couldn't never get it out of him. 'Member once Joe walked clear up to the cranberry pond out of that $2, but Mother Hokum she see him a-comin' just as he come past the juniper bush on the corner. She says to Hokum, "Get in bed, old man, quick, and let me tell the story," says she. She covered him up, and when Gidger come in she come up to him and says she, "Why, Mr. Gidger, I'm just ashamed to see you. Why, Mr. Hokum was just a-comin' down to pay you that there money last week, but you see he was took down with the smallpox." Joe didn't hear no mo'. He just turned round and he streaked it out that there door with his coat tails flying out straight behind him. And old Mother Hokum she just stood at the winder holding her sides and laughing fit to split to see him run. That there's just a sample of the ways them Hokums cut up. Well, you see, boys, there's a queer kind of rock down on the bank of the river that looks sort of like a gravestone. The biggest part on it is sunk down underground, and it's pretty well growed over with blackberry vines, but when you scratch the bushes away, they used to make out some queer marks on that there rock. There was sort of lines and crosses, and folks would have it that them was Kid's private marks, and that there was one of the places where he hid his money. Well, there's no saying fairly how it come to be thought so, but fellows used to say so, and they used to sometimes talk it over to the tavern, and kind of wonder whether or no, if they should dig, they wouldn't come to something. Well, old Mother Hokum she heard on it, and she was a sort of enterprising old critter. Fact was, she had to be, 'cause the young Hokums was just like bagworms. The more they growed, the more they eat, and I expect she found it pretty hard to fill their mouths. And so she said if there was anything under that there rock, they'd as good as have it as the devil. So she didn't give old Hokum no piece of his life, but he must see what there was there. Well, I was with 'em the night they was talking on it. You see, Hokum he got 37 cents worth of lemons and spirit. I see him going by as I was out a splitting kindling, and says he, "Sam, you just go 'long up to our house tonight," says he. "Toddy, Whitney, and Harry Wiggins is coming up, and we're going to have a little something hot," says he, and he kind of showed me the lemons and spirit. And I told him I guessed I would go 'long. Well, I kind of wanted to see what they'd be up to, you know. Well, come to find out, they was a-talking about Cap'n Kidd's treasures, and laying out how they should get it, and a-setting one another on with great stories about it. "I've heard there was whole chists full of gold guineas," says one. "And I've heard o' gold bracelets and ear-rings and finger rings all sparkling with diamonds," says another. "Maybe it's old silver plate from some of them old West Indian grandees," says another. "Well, whatever it is," says Mother Hokum, "I want to be into it," says she. "Well, Sam, won't you join?" says they. "Well, boy," says I kind of don't feel just like joining. I sort of ain't clear about the rights on it. Seems to me it's mighty nigh like going to the devil for money." "Well," says Mother Hookum, "what if 'tis? Money's money, get it how you will, and the devil's money'll buy as much meat as any. I'd go to the devil if he gave good money." "Well, I guess I wouldn't," says I. "Don't you remember the sermon Parson Lothrop preached about hassin' to be rich last Sabbath day?" "Parson Lothrop be hanged," she says. "Well, now," says she, "I'd like to see a parson with his silk stockings and great gold-headed cane, a lolloping on his carriage behind his fat prancing hosses, coming to meeting to preach to us poor folks not to want to be rich. How'd he like it to have 40 children, and nothing to put on 'em or into 'em, I wonder? Guess if Lady Lothrop had to rub and scrub and wear her fingers to the bone as I do, she'd want to be rich, and I guess the parson, if he couldn't get a bellyful for a week, would be for digging up kids' money, or doing most anything else to make the pot boil." "Well," says I'll kind of go with you, boys, and sort of see how things turn out. But I guess I won't take no share in it," says I. Well, they got it all planned out. They was to wait till the full moon, and then they was to get Primus King to go with 'em and help do the digging. You see, Hokum and Toddy Whitney and Wiggin are all pretty softly fellers, and hate dreadful to work, and I tell you the kid money ain't to be got without a pretty tough piece of digging. Why, it's just like digging a well to get at it. Now, Primus King was the master hand for digging wells, and so they said they'd get him by giving on him a share. Harry Wiggin, he didn't want no nigger a-sharing in it, he said, but Toddy and Hokum, they said that when there was such stiff digging to be done, they didn't care if they did go it with a nigger. Well, Wiggin, he said he hadn't no objection to having the nigger do the digging. It was sharing the profits he objected to. "Well," says Hokum, "you can't get him without it," says he. "Primus knows too much," says he. "You can't fool him." Finally they agreed that they was to give Primus $20 and share the treasure among themselves. Come to talk with Primus, he wouldn't stick in a spade unless they paid him aforehand. You see, Primus was up to 'em. He knowed about Gidger, and there weren't none on 'em that was particular good pay, and so they all just had to rake and scrape and pay him down the $20 among 'em, and they agreed for the first full moon at 12 o'clock at night, the 9th of October. Well, you see, I had to tell Hepsy I was going out to watch. Well, so I was, but not just in the way she took it. But Lordy massy, a feller has to tell his wife something to keep her quiet, you know, especially Hepsy. Well, well, of all the moonlight nights that ever I did see, I never did see one equal to that. Why, you could see the color of everything. I remember I could see how the huckleberry bushes on the rock was red as blood when the moonlight shone through 'em, 'cause the leaves, you see, had begun to turn. Going on our way, we got to talking about the spirits. "I ain't afraid on 'em," says Hokum. "What harm can a spirit do me?" says he. "I don't care if there's a dozen on 'em," and he took a swig at his bottle. "Oh, there ain't no spirits," says Harry Wiggins. "That there talk's all nonsense," and he took a swig at his bottle. "Well," says Toddy, "I don't know about that there. Me and Ike Sanders has seen the spirits in the Captain Brown house. We thought we'd just have a peek into the window one night, and there was a whole flock of black colts without no heads on, come rushing on us and knocked us flat." "I expect you'd been at the tavern," says Hokum. "Well, yes, we had, but them was spirits. We wasn't drunk now. We was just as sober as ever we was." "Well, they won't get away my money," says Primus, "for I put it safe away in Dinah's teapot afore I come out." Then he showed all his ivories from ear to ear. "I think all this air sort of foolishness," says Primus. "Well," says I, "boys, I ain't a-going to have no part or lot in this here matter, but I'll just lay it off to you how it's to be done. If kids' money is under this rock, there's spirits that watch it, and you mustn't give 'em no advantage. There mustn't be a word spoke from the time you get sight of the treasure till you get it safe up on firm ground, says I. If you do, it'll vanish right out of sight. I've talked with 'em that has dug down to it and seen it, but they allers lost it, 'cause they'd call out and say something, and the minute they spoke, away it went. Well, so they marked off the ground, and Primus he begun to dig, and the rest kind of sot around. It was so still it was kind of solemn. You see, it was past 12 o'clock, and every critter in Oldtown was asleep, and there was 2 whippoorwills on the great Cap'n Brown elm trees that kept answering each other back and forward, sort of solitary like. And then every once in a while there'd come a sort of strange whisper up among the elm trees, just as if there was talking going on. And every time Primus struck his spade into the ground, it sounded sort of holler, just as if he'd been digging a grave. It's kind of melancholy, says I, to think of them poor critters that had to be killed and buried just to keep this here treasure. What awful things'll be brought to light in the judgment day. Them poor critters, they loved to live and hated to die as much as any on us, but no, they had to die just to satisfy that critter's wicked will. I've heard them as thought they could tell the Cap'n Kidd places by laying their ear to the ground at midnight, and they'd hear groans and wailings.
Why, Sam, were there really people who could tell where Kidd's money was? I here interposed.
Oh, certain. Why, yes. There was Shebna Bascox, he was one. Shebna could always tell what was under the earth. He'd cut a hazel stick and hold it to his hand when folks was wanting to know where to dig wells, and that there stick would just turn in his hand and point down till it would fairly grind the bark off, and if you dug in that place you was sure to find a spring. Oh, yes. Shebna, he's told many where the Kidd money was, and been with 'em when they dug for it. But the pester on it was they allers lost it, 'cause they would some on 'em speak afore they thought.
But, Sam, what about this digging? Let's know what came of it, said we, as Sam appeared to lose his way in his story.
Well, you see, they dug down about 5 feet, when Primus he struck his spade smack on something that chinked like iron. Well, then Hokum and Toddy Whitney was into the hole in a minute. They made Primus get out, and they took the spade, 'cause they wanted to be sure to come on it themselves. Well, they begun, and they dug, and he scraped, and sure enough they come to a great iron pot as big as your granny's dinner pot, with an iron bell to it. Well, then they put down a rope, and he put the rope through the handle. Then Hokum and Toddy they clambered upon the bank, and all on 'em began to draw up just as still and silent as could be. They drawed and they drawed till they just got it even with the ground, when Toddy spoke out all in a tremble. "There," he says, "we've got it." And the minute he spoke, they was both struck by something that knocked 'em clean over, and the rope give a crack like a pistol shot and broke short off, and the pot went down, 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 and they heard it going jink, 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 and it went way down into the earth, and the ground closed over it, and then they heard the screechingest laugh you ever did hear.
I want to know, Sam, did you see that pot? I exclaimed at this part of the story.
Well, no, I didn't. You see, I just happened to drop asleep while they was digging. I was so kind of tired, and I didn't wake up till it was all over. I was waked up 'cause there was considerable of a scuffle, for Hokum was so mad at Toddy for speaking that he was a-fisting on him, and old Primus he just haw-hawed and laughed. "Well, I got my money safe, anyhow," says he. "Well, come to," says I. "'Tain't no use crying for spilt milk. You just got to turn in now and fill up this here hole, else the selectmen'll be down on you." "Well," says Primus, "I didn't engage to fill up no holes," and he put his spade on his shoulder and trudged off. Well, it was pretty hard work filling in that hole, but Hokum and Toddy and Wiggin had to do it, 'cause they didn't want to have everybody laughing at 'em, and I kind of tried to set it home to 'em, showing on 'em that 'twas all for the best. "If you'd a been left to get that there money, there'd a come a curse with it," says I. "It shows the vanity of hastin' to be rich." "Oh, you shut up," says Hokum, says he. "You never hasted to do anything," says he. You see, he was riled. That's why he spoke so. "Sam," said we, after maturely reflecting over the story, "what do you suppose was in that pot?" "Lordy massy, boys, you never will be done asking questions. Why, how should I know?" End of section 5. Captain Kidd's Money. Section 6 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 6. Miss Elderkin's Pitcher. "You see, boys," said Sam Lawson, as we were gathering young wintergreen on a sunny hillside, "you see, folks don't allers know what their mercies is when they sees 'em. Folks is kind of blinded, and when a providence comes along they don't seem to know how to take it, and they growl and grumble about what turns out to be the best things that ever happened to 'em in their lives. It's like Miss Elderkin's pitcher." "What about Miss Elderkin's pitcher?" said both of us in one breath. "Didn't I never tell you now?" said Sam. "Why, I want to know." No, we were sure he never had told us, and Sam, as usual, began clearing the ground by a thorough introduction with statistical expositions. "Well, you see, Miss Elderkins, she lives now over in Sherburne, in about the handsomest house in Sherburne, a high white house with green blinds and white pillars in front, and she rides out in her own carriage, and Mr. Elderkin, he's a deacon in the church, and a colonel in the militia, and a selectman, and pretty much atop everything there is a-going in Sherburne, and all come of that there pitcher." "What pitcher?" we shouted in chorus. "Lordy massy, that there is just what I'm a-going to tell you about, but, you see, a feller's just got to make a beginning to all things. Miss Elderkin, she thinks she's a gret lady nowadays, I s'pose, but I remember when she was Mary Brown over here in Oldtown, and I used to be waiting on her to singing school. Mary and I was pretty good friends along in them days. We was pretty considerable kind of intimate. Fact is, boys, there was times in them days when I thought whether or no I wouldn't take Mary myself," said Sam, his face growing luminous with the pleasing idea of his former masculine attractions and privileges. "Yes," he continued, "there was a time when folks said I could 'a' had Mary if I'd 'a' asked her, and I pretty much think so myself. But I didn't say nothing. Marriage is allers kind of venturesome, and Mary had such up and down kind of ways, I was sort of afraid on it. But lordy massy, boys, you mustn't never tell Hepsy I said so, 'cause she'd be mad enough to bite a shingle nail in two. Not that she set so very great by me, neither, but them's women's backs is allers up if they think anybody else could 'a' had you, whether they want you themselves or not. You see, Mary, she was old Black Hoss John Brown's daughter, and lived up there in that there big brown house by the meetin' house that has the red hollyhock in the front yard. Mary was about the handsomest gal that went into the singer's seat a Sunday. I tell you, she warn't none of your milk and sugar gals neither. She was amazin' strong built. She was the strongest gal in her arms that I ever see. Why, I've seen Mary take up a barrel of flour and lift it right into the kitchen, and it would just make the pink come into her cheeks like two roses, but she never seemed to mind it a grain. She had a good strong back of her own, and she was straight as a poplar, with snapping black eyes, and I tell you there was a snap to her tongue, too. Nobody never get ahead of Mary. She'd give every fella as good as he sent, but for all that she was a great favorite. Mary was one of your briary, scratchy gals that seems to catch fellers in thorns. She allers fit and flouted her beauty, and the more she fit and flouted 'em, the more they'd be arter her. There warn't a gal in all Oldtown that led such a string of fellers arter her, 'cause, you see, she'd now and then throw 'em a good word over her shoulder, and then they'd all fight who should get it, and she'd just laugh to see 'em do it. Why, there was Tom Sawin, he was one of her beaux, and Jim Moss, and Ike Bacon, and there was a Boston boy, Tom Beacon. He came up from Cambridge to rusticate with Parson Lothrop. He thought he must have his say with Mary, but he got pretty well come up with. You see, he thought 'cause he was Boston born that he was kind of aristocracy and had a right just to pick and choose among country gals. But the way he got come up with by Mary was too funny for anything. "Do tell us about it," we said, as Sam made an artful pause, designed to draw forth solicitation. "Well, you see, Tom Beacon, he told Ike Bacon about it, and Ike, he told me. 'Twas this way. You see, there was a quiltin' up to Miss Cap'n Broad's, and Tom Beacon, he was there. And come to going home with the gals, Tom he cut Ike out and got Mary all to himself, and 'twas a pretty long piece of a walk from Miss Cap'n Broad's up past the swamp and the stone pasture, clear up to old Black Hoss John's. Well, Tom he was in high feather 'cause Mary took him, so that he really didn't know how to behave. And so, as they was walking along past Parson Lothrop's apple orchard, Tom thought he'd try being familiar, and he undertook to put his arm around Mary. Well, if she didn't just take that little fella by his two shoulders and whirl him over the fence into the orchard quicker'n no time. "Why," says Tom, "the first I knew I was lying on my back under the apple trees looking up at the stars. Mary she just walked off home and said nothing to nobody. It wasn't her way to talk much about things, and if it hadn't been for Tom Beacon himself, nobody need've known nothing about it. Tom was a little fellow, you see, amazing good-natured, and one of the sort that couldn't keep nothing to himself, and so he let the cat out of the bag himself. Well, there didn't nobody think the worse of Mary. When fellers find a gal won't take sauce from no man, they kind of respect her. And then fellers always thinks if it had been them now, things would have been different. That's just what Jim Moss and Ike Bacon said. They said, why, Tom Beacon was a fool not to know better how to get along with Mary. They never had no trouble. The fun of it was that Tom Beacon himself was more crazy after her than he was afore, and they say he made Mary a right up and down offer, and Mary she just wouldn't have him. Well, you see, that went agin old Black Hoss John's idees. Old Black Hoss was about as close as a nut and a contrary as a pipperidge tree. You ought to 'a seen him. Why, his face was all a perfect criss-cross of wrinkles. There weren't a spot where you could put a pin down that wasn't a wrinkle, and they used to say that he held on to every cent that went through his fingers till he pinched it into two. You couldn't say that his God was his belly, for he hadn't none, no more than an old file. Folks said that he'd starved himself till the moon 'd shine through him. Old Black Hoss was awfully grouty about Missy's refusing Tom Beacon, 'cause there was his houses and lots of land in Boston. A dreadful worldly old critter, Black Hoss John was. He was like the rich fool in the gospel. Well, he's dead and gone now, poor critter, and what good has it all done him? It's as the Scripture says, he heapeth up riches, and knoweth not who shall gather them. Mary had a pretty hard row to hoe with old Black Hoss John. She was up early and down late, and kept everything a-going. She made the cheese and made the butter, and between spells she braided herself handsome straw bonnets and fixed up her clothes, and somehow she worked it so when she sold her butter and cheese that there was something for ribbons and flowers. You know the Scripture says, can a maid forget her ornaments? Well, Mary didn't. I remember I used to lead the singing in them days, and Mary she used to sing counter, so we sat pretty near together in the singers' seats, and I used to think Sunday mornings when she come to meeting in her white dress and her red cheeks, and her bonnet all tipped off with laylock, that 'twas for all the world just like sunshine to have her come into the singer seat. Them was the days that I didn't improve my privileges, boys, said Sam, sighing deeply. There was times that if I'd a spoke, there's no knowing what mightn't have happened, 'cause, you see, boys, I was better looking in them days than I be now. Now you mind, boys, when you grow up, if you get to waiting on a nice gal, and you're most a mind to speak up to her, don't you go and put it off, 'cause if you do, you may live to repent it." Well, you see, from the time that Bill Elderkin come and took the academy, I could see plain enough that it was time for me to hang up my fiddle. Bill, he used to sit in the singer's seat too, and he would have it that he sung tenor. He no more sung tenor than a skunk blackbird, but he made believe he did, just to get next to Mary in the singer's seat. They used to sit there in the seats a-writing backward and forward to each other till they tore out all the leaves of the hymn books, and the singing books besides. Well, I never thought that the house of the Lord was just the place to be courting in, and I used to get considerable shocked at the way things went on atween 'em. Why, they'd be a-writing all sermon time, and I've seen him a-looking at her all through the long prayer in a way that wasn't right, considering they was both professors of religion. But then the fact was, old Black Hoss John was to blame for it, 'cause he never let 'em have no chance to hum. You see, old Black Hoss, he was sot agin Elderkin, 'cause he was poor. You see, his mother, old Widow Elderkin, she was just about the poorest, peakedest old body over to Sherburne, and went out to day's work, and Bill Elderkin, he was all for books and learning, and old Black Hoss John, he thought it was just shiftlessness. But Mary, she thought he was a genius, and she got it sot in her mind that he was going to be President of the United States, or some such. Well, old Black Hoss, he wasn't none too polite to Mary's beau in general, but when Elderkin used to come to see her, he was snarlier than a saw. He hadn't a good word for him nowadays, and he'd rake up the fire right before his face and eyes, and rattle about fastening up the windows, and tramp up to bed, and call down the chamber stairs to Mary to go to bed, and was sort of aggravating every way. Well, if folks wants to get a gal set on having a man, that there's the way to go to work. Mary had a considerable stiff will of her own, and if she didn't care about Tom Beacon before, she hated him now, and if she liked Bill Elderkin before, she was clean going over to him now. And so she took to going to the Wednesday evening lecture, and the Friday evening prayer meeting, and the singing school, just as regular as a clock, and so did he. And arterwards they allers walked home the longest way. Fathers may just as well let their gals be courted in the house peaceable, 'cause if they can't be courted there, they'll find places where they can be. It's just human nature. Well, come fall, Elderkin, he went to college up to Brunswick. Then I used to see the letters as regular up to the store every week, coming in from Brunswick, and old Black Hoss John, he see 'em too, and got a way of dropping on 'em in his coat pocket when he come up to the store, and folks used to say that the letters that went into his coat pocket didn't get to Mary. Anyhow, Mary, she says to me one day, she says, "Sam, you're up round the post office a good deal," says she. "I wish if you see any letters for me, you'd just bring 'em along." I see right into it, and I told her to be sure I would, and so I used to have the carrying of great thick letters every week. Well, I was waiting on Hepsy along about them times, and so Mary and I kind of sympathized. Hepsy was a pretty gal, and I thought it was all best as 'twas. Anyway, I knew I couldn't get Mary, and I could get Hepsy, and that made all the difference in the world. Well, that next winter old Black Hoss was took down with rheumatism, and I tell you if Mary didn't have a time on it. He wasn't no ways sweet-tempered when he was well, but come to be crooked up with the rheumatism and kept awake nights, it seemed as if he was determined there shouldn't be nobody have no peace so long as he couldn't. He'd get Mary up and down with him night after night, and make her heat flannels and vinegar, and then he'd jaw and scold so that she was most beat out. He wouldn't have nobody set up with him, though there was offers made. No, he said Mary was his daughter, and 'twas her business to take care on him. Mary was clear worked down. Folks kind of pitied her. She was a strong gal, but there's things that wears out the strongest. Worst on it, it hung on so. Old Black Hoss had a most amazing sight of constitution. He'd go all down to death's door, and seem hardly to have the breath of life in him, and then up he'd come again. These here old folks that nobody wants to have live allers have such a sight of wear in 'em. They just last and last, and it really did seem as if he'd wear Mary out and get her into the grave first, for she got a cough with being up so much in the cold, and grew thin as a shadder. 'Member one time I went up there to offer to watch just in the spring of the year, when the laylocks was just a-budding out, and Mary she come and talked with me over the fence. She fairly broke down and sobbed as if her heart would break, a-telling me her trouble. Well, it really affected me more to have Mary give up so than most gals, 'cause she'd allers held her head up, and had such a sight of grit and resolution. But she told me all about it. It seems old Black Hoss he wasn't content with worrying on her and getting on her up nights, but he kept hectoring her about Bill Elderkin, and wanting on her to promise that she wouldn't have Bill when he was dead and gone, and Mary she wouldn't promise, and then the old man said she shouldn't have a cent from him if she didn't, and so they had it back and forth. Everybody in town was saying what a shame 'twas that he should sarve her so, for though he had other children, they was married and gone, and there weren't none of them to do for him but just Mary. Well, he hung on till just as the pineys in the front yard was beginning to blow out, and then he began to feel he was a-going, and he sent for Parson Lothrop to know what was to be done about his soul. "Well," said Parson Lothrop, "you must settle up all your worldly affairs. You must be in peace and love with all mankind, and if you've wronged anybody, you must make it good to 'em." Old Black Hoss he bounced right over in his bed with his back to the minister. "The devil," says he, "will take all I've got." And he never said another word, though Parson Lothrop he prayed with him and did what he could for him. Well, that night I sot up with him, and he went off 'tween 2 and 3 in the morning, and I laid him out reg'lar. Of all the racks of bone I ever seen, I never see a human critter so poor as he was. 'Twarn't nothing but his awful will kept his soul in his body so long as it was. We had the funeral in the meeting house a Sunday, and Parson Lothrop he preached a sermon on contentment on the text, "We brought nothing into the world, and it's certain we can carry nothing out, and having food and raiment, let us be therewith content." Parson Lothrop he got round the subject about as handsome as he could. He didn't say what a skinflint old Black Hoss was, but he talked in a general way about the vanity of worrying and scraping to heap up riches. You see, Parson Lothrop he could say it all pretty easy, too, 'cause since he married a rich wife he never had no occasion to worry about temporal matters. Folks allers preaches better on the vanity of riches when they's in tolerable easy circumstances. You see, when folks is pestered and worried to pay their bills, and don't know where the next dollar's comin' from, it's a great temptation to be kind of valuing riches, and maybe envying those that's got 'em. Whereas when one's accounts all pays themselves, and the money comes just when it's wanted reg'lar, a body feels sort of composed like, and able to take the right view of things, like Parson Lothrop. Well, arter sermon the relations all went over to the old house to hear the will read, and as I was kind of friendly with the family, I just slipped in along with the rest. Squire Jones he had the will, and so when they all got sot around all solemn, he broke the seals and unfolded it, crackling it a good while before he begun, and it was so still you might have heard a pin drop when he begun to read. First there was the farm and stock he left to his son John Brown over in Sherburne. Then there was the household stuff and all them things, spoons and dishes and beds and kiverlids and so on, to his daughter Polly Blanchard. And then, last of all, he says, he left to his daughter Mary the picture that was on the top of the shelf in his bedroom closet. That there was an old cracked picture that Mary allers had hated the sight of, and spring and fall she used to beg her father to let her throw it away, but no, he wouldn't let her touch it, and so it stood gathering dust. Some on 'em run and handed it down, and it seemed just full of scouring sand and nothing else, and they handed it to Mary. Well, Mary she was wrathy then. She didn't so much mind being left out of the will, 'cause she expected that, but to have that there old picture poked at her so sort of scornful was more'n she could bear. She took it and gi'n it a throw across the room with all her might, and it hit agin the wall and broke into 1,000 bits, when out rolled hundreds of gold pieces. Great gold eagles and guineas flew round the kitchen just as thick as dandelions in a meadow. I tell you, hoo-hoo, she scrabbled them up pretty quick, and we all helped her. Come to count 'em over, Mary had the best fortune of the whole, as 'twas right and proper she should. Mary, she was a sensible gal, and she invested her money well, and so when Bill Elderkin got through his law studies, he found a wife that could make a nice beginning with him. And that's the way, you see, they came to be doing as well as they be. So, boys, you just mind and remember, and allers see what there is in a providence afore you quarrel with it, 'cause there's a good many things in this world turns out like Miss Elderkin's picture. End of section 6, Miss Elderkin's picture. Section 7 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 7. The Ghost in the Cap'n Brown House. Now, Sam, tell us certain true, is there any such things as ghosts? Be there ghosts? Said Sam, immediately translating into his vernacular grammar. Well, now, that thar's just the question, you see. Well, Grandma thinks there are, and Aunt Lois thinks it's all nonsense. Why, Aunt Lois don't even believe in the stories in Cotton Mather's Magnalia. Want to know? Said Sam, with a tone of slow, languid meditation. We were sitting on the bank of the Charles River, fishing. The soft, melancholy red of evening was fading off in streaks on the glassy water, and the houses of Oldtown were beginning to loom through the gloom, solemn and ghostly. There are times and tones and moods of nature that make all the vulgar, daily, real seem shadowy, vague, and supernatural, as if the outlines of this hard material present were fading into the invisible and unknown. So Oldtown, with its elm trees, its great square white houses, its meeting house and tavern and blacksmith's shop and Millie, which at high noon seem as real and as commonplace as possible, at this hour of the evening were dreamy and solemn. They rose up blurred, indistinct, dark. Here and there winking candles sent long lines of light through the shadows, and little drops of unforeseen rain rippled the sheeny darkness of the water. Well, you see, boys, in them things it's just as well to mind your granny. There's a considerable sight of gumption in grandmas. You look at the folks that's allus telling you what they don't believe. They don't believe this, and they don't believe that. And what sort of folks is they? Why, like your Aunt Lois, sort of stringy and dry. There ain't no sorption got out of not believin' nothing. Lordy massy, we don't know nothing about them things. We ain't been there, and can't say that there ain't no ghosts and sich. Can we now? We agreed to that fact, and sat a little closer to Sam in the gathering gloom. Tell us about the Cap'n Brown house, Sam. You never did go over to the Cap'n Brown house? No, we had not that advantage. Well, yer see, Cap'n Brown, he made all his money to sea in furrin parts, and then come here to Oldtown to settle down. Now, there ain't no knowin' about these here old shipmasters, where they's been and what they's been a-doin', or how they got their money. Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies is about the best philosophy for them. Well, it didn't do no good to ask Cap'n Brown questions too close, 'cause you didn't get no satisfaction. Nobody rightly knew about who his folks was, or where they come from, and if anybody asked him, he used to say that the very first he knowed about himself he was a young man walking the streets in London. But you see, boys, he had money, and that is about all folks want to know when a man comes to settle down. and he bought that there place and built that there house. He built it all sea captain fashion, so's to feel as much at home as he could. The parlor was like a ship's cabin. The table and chairs was fastened down to the floor, and the closets was made with holes to set the casters and the decanters and the bottles in, just as they be at sea. And there was stanchions to hold on by, and they say that blowy nights the captain used to fire up pretty well with his grog till he had about all he could carry, and then he'd set and hold on and hear the wind blow and kind of feel out to sea right there at the hum. There wasn't no Miss Captain Brown, and there didn't seem likely to be none, and whether there ever had been one nobody knowed. He had an old black Guinea nigger woman named Quassia that did his work. She was shaped pretty much like one of these here great crook-neck squashes. She weren't no great beauty, I can tell you, and she used to wear a great red turban and a yellow short gown and red petticoat and a great string of gold beads round her neck and great big gold hoops in her ears, made right in the middle of Africa among the heathen there. For all she was black, she thought a heap of herself, and was considerable sort of predominative over the captain. Lordy massy, boys, it's allus so. Get a man and a woman together, any sort of woman you're a mind to, don't care who 'tis, and one way or another she gets the rule over him, and he just has to train to her fife. Some does it one way, and some does it another. Some does it by jawing, and some does it by kissing, and some does it by faculty and contrivance, but one way or another they allers does it. Old Captain Brown was a good stout, stock kind of old John Bull sort of feller, and a good judge of spirits, and allers kept the best in them cupboards of his'n, but first and last things in his house went pretty much as Quassia said. Folks got to kind of respectin' Quassia. She come to meetin' Sunday regular, and sot all fixed up in red and yeller and green, with glass beads and what not, lookin' for all the world like one of them ugly Indian idols, but she was well behaved as any Christian. She was a master hand at cookin'. Her bread and biscuits couldn't be beat, and no couldn't her pies. There warn't no such pound cake as she made nowhere. Well, this here story I'm going to tell you was told me by Cynthia Pendleton. There ain't a more respectable gal, old or young, than Cynthia nowheres. She lives over in Sherburne now, and I hear tell she's sot up a manty-making business, but then she used to do tailoring in Oldtown. She was a member of the church, and a good Christian as ever was. Well, you see, Quassia, she got Cynthia to come up and spend a week to the Captain Brown house, a-doing tailoring and a-fixing over his clothes. 'Twas along toward the 1st of March. Cynthia, she sot by the fire in the front parlor with her goose and her press-board and her work, for there weren't no company callin', and the snow was drifted 4 feet deep right across the front door, so there weren't much danger of anybody comin' in. And the captain, he was a perlite man to women, and Cynthia, she liked it just as well not to have company, 'cause the captain, he'd make himself entertainin', tellin' on her sea stories, and all about his adventures among the Ammonites, and the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and all sorts of heathen people he'd been among. Well, that there week there come on the master snowstorm. Of all the snowstorms that had been, that there was the beater, and I tell you the winds blew as if 'twas the last chance it was ever going to have. Well, it's kind of scary like to be shut up in a lone house with all nature a kind of breaking out and going on so, and the snow a coming down so thick you can't see across the street, and the wind a piping and a squealing and a rumbling and a tumbling, first down this chimney and then down that. I tell you, it sort of sets a feller thinking of 3 great things: death, judgment, and eternity. And I don't care who folks is, nor how good they be, there's times when they must be feeling pretty considerable solemn. Well, Cynthia, she said she kind of felt so along, and she had a sort of queer feeling come over her as if there was somebody or something round the house more'n appeared. She said she sort of felt it in the air, but it seemed to her silly, and she tried to get over it. But 2 or 3 times, she said, when it got to be dusk, she felt somebody go by her up the stairs. The front entry weren't very light in the daytime, and in the storm come 5 o'clock it was so dark that all you could see was just a gleam of something, and 2 or 3 times when she started to go upstairs she sees a soft white something that seemed going up before her, and she stopped with her heart a-beating like a trip hammer, and she sort of saw it go up and along the entry to the captain's door, and then it seemed to go right through, 'cause the door didn't open. "Well, Cynthy," says she to old Quasia, says she, "is there anybody lives in this house but us?" "Anybody lives here?" says Quasia. "What do you mean?" says she. Says Cynthy, "I thought somebody went past me on the stairs last night and tonight." Lordy massy, how old Quasia did screech and laugh. "Good Lord," says she, "how foolish white folks is. Somebody went past you. Was it the captain?" "No, it warn't the captain," says she. "It was something soft and white and moved very still. It was like something in the air," says she. Then Quasia she haw-hawed louder. Says she, "It's hysterics, Miss Cynthy, that's all it is." While Cynthy she was kind of shamed, but for all that she couldn't help herself. Sometimes evenings she'd be a-settin' with the captain, and she'd think she'd hear somebody a-moving in his room overhead, and she knowed it wasn't Quasia, 'cause Quasia was ironing in the kitchen. She took pains once or twice to find out that there. Well, you see, the captain's room was the great front upper chamber over the parlor, and then right opposite to it was the great spare chamber where Cynthy slept. It was just as grand as could be, with great 4-poster mahogany bedstead and damask curtains brought over from England, but it was cold enough to freeze a white bear solid, the way spare chambers allers is. Then there was the entry between, run straight through the house, one side to old Quasia's room, and the other was a sort of storeroom where the old captain kept all sorts of traps. Well, Cynthy she kept having things happen and seeing things, till she didn't really know what was in it. Once when she come into the parlor just at sundown, she was sure she see a white figure a-vanishing out of the door that went towards the side entry. She said it was so dusk that all she could see was just this white figure, and it just went out still as a cat as she come in. Well, Cynthy didn't like to speak to the captain about it. She was a close woman, pretty prudent, Cynthy was. But one night, 'bout the middle of the week, this here thing kind of come to a crisis. Cynthy said she'd been up pretty late a-sewing and a-finishing off down in the parlor, and the captain he sot up with her, and was considerable cheerful and entertaining, telling her all about things over in the Bermudies, and off to China and Japan, and round the world generally. The storm that had been a-blowing all the week was about as furious as ever, and the captain he stirred up a mess of flip, and had it for her hot to go to bed on. He was a good-natured critter, and allers had feelin's for lone women, and I s'pose he knew 'twas sort of desolate for Cynthy. Well, taking the flip so, right the last thing afore going to bed, she went right off to sleep as sound as a nut, and slept on till somewhere about morning, when she said something waked her broad awake in a minute. Her eyes flew wide open like a spring, and the storm had gone down, and the moon come out, and there, standing right in the moonlight by her bed, was a woman just as white as a sheet, with black hair hanging down to her waist, and the brightest, mournfulest black eyes you ever see. She stood there looking right at Cynthy, and Cynthy thinks that was what waked her up, 'cause, you know, if anybody stands and looks steady at folks asleep, it's apt to wake 'em. Anyway, Cynthy said she felt just as if she was turning to stone. She couldn't move nor speak. She lay a minute, and then she shut her eyes and begun to say her prayers, and a minute after she opened 'em, and it was gone. Cynthy was a sensible gal, and one that allers had her thoughts about her, and she just got up and put a shawl round her shoulders, and went first and looked at the doors, and they was both on 'em locked just as she left 'em when she went to bed. Then she looked under the bed and in the closet, and felt all round the room. Where she couldn't see, she felt her way, and there weren't nothing there. Well, next morning Cynthy got up and went home, and she kept it to herself a good while. Finally, one day when she was working to our house, she told Hepsy about it, and Hepsy she told me.
"Well, Sam," we said, after a pause, in which we heard only the rustle of leaves and the ticking of branches against each other, "what do you suppose it was?"
"Well, there 'tis. You know just as much about it as I do. Hepsy told Cynthia it might have been a dream. So it might. But Cynthia, she was sure it wasn't a dream, 'cause she remembers plain hearing the old clock on the stairs strike 4 while she had her eyes open looking at the woman, and then she only shut 'em a minute, just to say, 'Now I lay me,' and opened 'em, and she was gone. Well, Cynthia told Hepsy, and Hepsy she kep' it pretty close. She didn't tell it to nobody except Aunt Sally Dickerson and the widder B.G. Smith and your Grandma Badger and the minister's wife, and they every one of 'em agreed it ought to be kept close, 'cause it would make talk. Well, come spring, somehow or other it seemed to 'a' got all over Oldtown. I heard on it to the store and up to the tavern, and Jake Marshall he says to me one day, 'What's this year about the cap'n's house?' And the widder Loker she says to me, 'There's been a ghost seen in the cap'n's house, and I heard on it clear over to Needham and Sherburne.' Some of the women they drew themselves up pretty stiff and proper. Your Aunt Lois was one on 'em. 'Ghost,' says she. 'Don't tell me. Perhaps it would be best if 'twas a ghost,' says she. She didn't think there ought to be no such doin's in nobody's house, and your grandma she shut her up and told her she didn't ought to talk so." "Talk how?" said I, interrupting Sam with wonder. "What did Aunt Lois mean?" "Why, you see," said Sam mysteriously, "there allers is folks in every town that's just like the Sadducees in old times. They won't believe in angel nor spirit, no way you can fix it, and if things is seen and done in a house, why, they say, it's 'cause there's somebody there, there's some sort of deviltry or trick about it. So the story got around that there was a woman kept private in Cap'n Brown's house, and that he brought her from furrin parts, and it growed and growed till there was all sorts of ways of telling on it. Some said they'd seen her a-settin' at an open winder. Some said that moonlight nights they'd seen her walking out in the back garden, kind of in and out among the bean poles and squash vines. You see, it come on spring and summer, and the winders of the Cap'n Brown house stood open, and folks was all a-watching on 'em day and night. Aunt Sally Dickerson told the minister's wife that she'd seen in plain daylight a woman a-settin' at the chamber winder atween 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, just a-sittin', a-looking out, and a-doing nothing, like anybody else. She was very white and pale, and had black eyes. Some said that it was a nun the captain had brought away from a Roman Catholic convent in Spain, and some said he'd got her out of the Inquisition. Aunt Sally, she said she thought the minister ought to call and inquire why she didn't come to meeting, and who she was, and all about her, 'cause, you see, she said it might be all right enough if folks only knowed just how things was, but if they didn't, why, folks will talk."
"Well, did the minister do it?"
"What, Parson Lothrop? Well, no, he didn't. He made a call on the cap'n in a regular way, and asked after his health and all his family. But the cap'n he seemed just as jolly and chipper as a spring robin, and he gin the minister some of his old Jamaiky, and the minister he come away and said he didn't see nothing, and no, he didn't. Folks never does see nothing when they ain't looking where 'tis. Fact is, Parson Lothrop warn't fond of interfering. He was a master hand to slick things over. Your grandma she used to mourn about it, 'cause she said he never gin no point to the doctrines, but 'twas all of a piece. He kind of took everything the smooth way. But your grandma she believed in the ghost, and so did Lady Lothrop. I was up to her house t'other day fixing a doorknob, and says she, 'Sam, your wife told me a strange story about the Cap'n Brown house.' 'Yes, ma'am, she did,' says I. 'Well, what do you think of it?' says she. 'Well, sometimes I think, and then again I don't know,' says I. 'There's Cynthia, she's a member of the church, and a good pious gal,' says I.
"Yes, Sam," says Lady Lothrop, says she, "and Sam," says she, "it is just like something that happened once to my grandmother when she was living in the old Province House in Boston," says she. "These sure things is the mysteries of Providence, and it's just as well not to have 'em too much talked about."
"Jest so," says I, "jest so. That there's what every woman I talked with says, and I guess, first and last, I've talked with 20 good, saved church members, and they's every one o' opinion that this year oughtn't to be talked about. Why, over to the deacon's t'other night, we went it all over as much as 2 or 3 hours, and we concluded that the best way was to keep quite still about it, and that's just what they say over to Needham and Sherburne. I've been all round a hushin' this year up, and I ain't found but a few people that hadn't the particulars one way or another. This year was what I says to Lady Lothrop. The fact was, I never did see no report spread so, nor make such sort of sarchin's o' heart as this year. It really did beat all, 'cause if 'twas a ghost, why there was the p'int proved, you see. Cynthy's a church member, and she see it, and got right up and searched the room. But then again, if 'twas a woman, why that there was kind o' awful. It give cause, you see, for thinking all sorts of things. There was Cap'n Brown, to be sure. He warn't a church member, but yet he was as honest and regular a man as any goin', as fur as any on us could see. To be sure, nobody knowed where he come from, but that warn't no reason agin him. This year might have been a crazy sister, or some poor critter that he took out of the best of motives, and the Scripture says, "Charity hopeth all things." But then, you see, folks will talk. That there is the pester of all these things. And they did some on 'em talk considerable strong about the captain, but somehow or other there didn't nobody come to the p'int of facing on him down, and saving square out, "Cap'n Brown, have you got a woman in your house, or hain't you? Or is it a ghost, or what is it?" Folks somehow never does come to that. You see, there was the cap'n, so respectable, a settin' up every Sunday there in his pew, with his ruffles round his hands, and his red broadcloth cloak, and his cocked hat. Why, folks' hearts sort of failed 'em when it come to sayin' anything right to him. They thought, and kind of whispered round, that the minister or the deacons ought to do it, but lordy massy, ministers, I suppose, has feelin's like the rest on us. They don't want to eat all the horrid cheeses that nobody else won't eat. Anyhow, there wasn't nothing said direct to the cap'n, and just for want of that all the folks in Oldtown kept a-bilin' and a-bilin' like a kettle of soap, until it seemed all the time as if they'd bile over. Some of the women tried to get something out of quassia. Lordy massy, you might as well have tried to get it out of an old-time turkey that'll strut and gobble and quitter and drag his wings on the ground and fly at you, but won't say nothing. Quassia, she screeched her queer sort of laugh, and she told 'em that they was a-making fools of themselves, and that the captain's matters warn't none of their business, and that was true enough. As to going into Quassia's room, or into any of the storerooms or closets she kept the keys of, you might as well have gone into a lion's den. She kept all her places locked up tight, and there was no getting at nothing in the Cap'n Brown house, else I believe some of the women would have sent a search warrant.
"Well," said I, "what came of it? Didn't anybody ever find out?"
"Well," said Sam, "it come to an end, sorter, and didn't come to an end. It was just this sheer way. You see, long in October, just in the cider making time, Abel Flint he was took down with dysentery and died. You remember the Flint house? It stood on a little rise of ground just looking over towards the Brown house. Well, there was Aunt Sally Dickerson and the widder B.G. Smith. They set up with the corpse. He was laid out in the back chamber, you see, over the milk room and kitchen, but there was cold victuals and such in the front chamber where the watchers sot. Well, now, Aunt Sally, she told me that between 3 and 4 o'clock she heard wheels a-rumbling, and she went to the winder, and it was clear starlight, and she sees a coach come up to the Captain Brown house, and she sees the captain come out bringing a woman all wrapped in a cloak, and old Quasi came after with her arms full of bundles, and he put her in the carriage, and shut her in, and it driv off, and she see old Quasi stand looking over the fence at her. She tried to wake up the widder, but 'twas towards morning, and the widder allers was a hard sleeper, so there weren't no witness but her."
"Well, then it wasn't a ghost," said I, "after all, and it was a woman."
"Well, there 'tis, you see. Folks don't know that there yet, because it's just as broad as 'tis long. Now look at it. There's Cynthy. She's a good, pious gal. She locks her chamber doors, both on 'em, and goes to bed, and wakes up in the night, and there's a woman there. She just shuts her eyes, and the woman's gone. She gets up and looks, and both doors is locked just as she left 'em. That there woman wasn't flesh and blood now, no way. Not such flesh and blood as we knows on. But then they say Cynthy might have dreamed it. Well, now look at it t'other way. There's Aunt Sally Dickerson. She's a good woman and a church member. Well, she sees a woman in a cloak with all her bundles brought out of Captain Brown's house and put into a carriage and driv off between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, that there shows there must have been a real live woman kept there privately, and so what Cynthy saw wasn't a ghost. Well, now, Cynthy says Aunt Sally might have dreamed it, that she got her head so full of stories about the Captain Brown house, and watched it till she got asleep, and had this here dream, and as there didn't nobody else see it, it might have been, you know. Aunt Sally's clear she didn't dream, and then again Cynthy's clear she didn't dream, but which on 'em was awake and which on 'em was asleep is what ain't settled in Oldtown yet.
End of section 7. The Ghost in the Captain Brown House. Section 8 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 8. Colonel F's Shoebuckles.
"Yes, this year's Telewampate's grave," said Sam Lawson, sitting leisurely down on the ancient grass-grown mound, ornamented by a mossy black slate stone slab with a rudely carved cherub head and wings on top.
"And who was Teckawampate?"
"I wanter know now if your granny hain't told you who Teckawampate was," said Sam, pushing back his torn straw hat and leaning against the old slanting gravestone.
"No, she never told us."
"Well, you see, Telewampate, he was the first Christian Indian minister of the gospel there was in Oldtown. He was a full-blooded Indian, but he was as good a Christian as there was going, and he was settled here over the church in Oldtown afore Parson Peabody. And Parson Peabody, he come afore Parson Lothrop, and a very good minister Teckawampate was, too. Folks has said that there couldn't nothing be made of Indians, that they was nothing but sort of bears and tigers a-walking around on their hind legs, a-seeking whom they might devour. But Parson Eliot, he didn't think so. 'Christ died for them as well as for me,' says he, 'and just give 'em the gospel,' says he, 'and the rest'll come along o' itself.' And so he come here to Oldtown and sot up a sort of log hut right on the spot where the old Captain Brown house is now. Them 2 great elm trees that's a-grown now each side of the front gate was 2 little switches then, that 2 Indians brought up over their shoulders and planted there for friendship trees, as they called 'em. And now look what trees they be. He used to stand under that there big oak there and preach to the Indians long before there was any meeting house to speak in here in Oldtown. Well, now, I tell you, it took pretty good courage in Parson Eliot to do that there. I tell you, in them days it took pretty considerable faith to see anything in an Indian but just a wild beast. Folks can't tell by seeing on 'em nowadays what they was in the old times when all the settlements was new, and the Indians was stark, staring wild, a raving and tearing around in the woods, and a fighting each other and a fighting the white folks. Lordy massy, the stories I've heard women tell in their chimbley corners about the things that used to happen when they was little was enough to scare the very life out of you."
"Oh, do tell us some of 'em," said Harry and I. "Lordy massy, boys, why, you wouldn't sleep for a week. Why, you don't know. Why, the Indians in them days was like no critter you ever did see. They was just the horridest, paintedest, screechingest, cussedest critters you ever heard on. They was just as artful as sarpents and crueler than any tigers. Good Dr. Cotton Mather calls 'em devils, and he was a meek, good man, Dr. Cotton was, but they cut up so in his days it's no wonder he thought they was devils and not folks. Why, they kept the whole country in a broil for years and years. Nobody knowed when they was safe, for they was so sly and cunning, and always watching behind fences and bushes, and ready when a body was the least thinking on it to be down on 'em. I've heard Abiel Jones tell how his father's house was burnt down at the time the Indians burnt Deerfield. About every house in the settlement was burnt to the ground, and then another time they burnt 32 houses in Springfield, the minister's house and all, with all his library, and books was scarce in them days. But the Indians made a clean sweep on it. They burnt all the houses in Windham down to the ground, and they came down in Lancaster and burnt ever so many houses, and carried off 40 or 50 people with 'em into the woods. There was Mr. Rowlandson, the minister. They burnt his house, and carried off Miss Rowlandson and all the children. There was Jerushy Peters, used to work in his family and do washing and chores. She's told me about it. Jerushy, she was away to her uncle's that night, so she wasn't took. You see, the Lancaster folks had been afeared the Indians'd be down on 'em, and so Parson Rowlandson he'd gone on to Boston to get help for 'em, and when he come back the mischief was all done. Jerushy said in all her life she never seen nothing so pitiful as that there poor man's face when she met him, just as he come to the place where the house stood. At first he didn't say a word, she said, but he looked kind of dazed. Then he sort of put his hand to his forehead, and says he, my God, help me." Then he tried to ask her about it, but he couldn't but just speak. "Jerushy," says he, "can't you tell me, where be they?" "Well," says Jerushy, "they've been carried off." And with that he fell right down and moaned and groaned. "Oh," says he, "I'd rather heard that they were at peace with the Lord." And then he'd wring his hands. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" Well, 'twan't long after this that the Indians was down on Medford, and they burnt half the houses in town, and killed 50 or 60 people there. Then they came down on Northampton, but got driv back. But then they burnt up 5 houses and killed 4 or 5 of the folks afore they got the better of 'em there. Then they burnt all the houses in Groton, meeting house and all. And the pizen critters, they hollered and triumphed over the people, and called out to 'em, "What will you do for a house to pray in now? We've burnt your meeting house." The fighting was going on all over the country at the same time. The Indians set Marlboro afire, and it was all blazing at once, the same day that some others of 'em was down on Springfield, and the same day Captain Pierce, with 49 white men and 26 Christian Indians, got drawn into an ambush, and every one of 'em killed. Then a few days after this, they burnt 40 houses at Rehoboth, and a little while after they burnt 30 more at Providence. And then, when good Captain Wadsworth went with 70 men to help the people in Sudbury, the Indians came pouring round 'em in the woods like so many wolves, and killed all but 4 or 5 on 'em. And those poor fellows had better have been killed, for the cruel critters just tormented 'em to death, and mocked and jeered at their screeches and screams like so many divils.
Then they went and broke loose on Andover, and they was so cruel they couldn't even let the dumb critters alone. They cut out the tongues of the oxen and the cows, and left 'em bleedin', and some they fastened up in barns and burnt alive. There weren't no sort of deviltry they weren't up to. Why, it got to be so in them days that folks couldn't go to bed in peace without starting every time they turned over for fear of the Indians. If they heard a noise in the night, or if the wind squealed and howled, as the wind will, they'd think sure enough there was that horrid yell a-comin' down chimney. There was Delilah Severance, she says to me, speaking about them times, she says, "Why, Mr. Lawson, you've no idee. Why, that there screech," says she, "wasn't like no other noise in heaven above, or earth beneath, or water under the earth," says she. "When it started you out of bed between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, and all your children a crying, and the Indians a screeching and yelling, and a tossing up firebrands, first at one window and then at another, why," says she, "Mr. Lawson, it was more like hell upon earth than anything I've ever heard on." You see, they come down on Delilah's house when she was but just up out of her third baby. That there woman had a handsome head of hair as ever ye see, black as a crow's wing, and it turned just as white as a tablecloth with nothing but the fright of that night. What did they do with her? Oh, they took her and her poor little gal and boy, that weren't no older than you be, and went off with 'em to Canada. The troubles them poor critters went through. Her husband, he was away that night, and well he was, else they'd have tied him to a tree and stuck pine slivers into him and sot him afire and cut great pieces out of his flesh and filled the places with hot coals and ashes and all such kind of things they did to them men prisoners when they catched 'em. Delilah was thankful enough he was away, but they took her and her children off through the ice and snow, just half clothed and shivering, and when her baby cried and worried, as it naturally would, the old Indians just took it by its heels and dashed its brains out agin a tree and threw it into the crotch of a tree and left it dangling there. And then they would mock and laugh at her and mimic her baby's crying and try every way they could to aggravate her. They used to beat and torment her children right before her eyes and pull their hair out and make believe that they was going to burn 'em alive, just for nothing but to frighten and worry her. "I wonder," said I, "she ever get back alive?" Well, the women in them times had a sight of wear in 'em. They was resolute, strong, hard-working women. They could all tackle a hoss or load and fire a gun. They was brought up hard, and they was used to troubles and dangers. It's just as folks gets used to things how they takes 'em. In them days folks was brought up to 'spect trouble. They didn't look for no less. Why, in them days the men allers took their gun into the field when they went to hoe corn, and took their guns with 'em to meetin' Sundays, and the women they kept a gun loaded where they knew where to find it, and when trouble come it was just what they 'spected, and they was put even with it. That's the sort of women they was. Well, Delilah and her children was brought safe through at last, but they had a hard time on it. "Tell us some more stories about Indians, Sam," we said, with the usual hungry impatience of boys for a story. "Well, let me see," said Sam, with his hat pushed back and his eyes fixed dreamily on the top of Eliot's oak, which was now yellow with the sunset glory. "Let me see. I hain't never told you about Colonel F. Miller, have I?" "No, indeed. What about him?" "Well, he was took prisoner by the Indians, and they was going to roast him alive, arter their fashion, and he give 'em the slip." "Do tell us all about it." "Well, you see, Deliverance Scranton over to Sherburne, she's Colonel F.'s daughter, and she used to hear her father tell about that, and she's told me time and again about it. It was this way. You see, there hadn't been no alarm about Indians for some time, and folks had got to feeling kind of easy, as folks will. When there don't nothing happen for a good while, and it keeps a-going on so,
why, you think finally there won't nothing happen. And so it was with Colonel F. and his wife. She told Deliverance that the day before she really had forgot all about there was any Indians in the country, and she'd been out after spruce and wintergreen and hemlock, and got over her brass kettle to bile for beer, and the children they brought in lots of wild grapes that they gathered out in the woods, and they said when they came home that they thought they see an Indian a-lying all along, skirmishing through the bushes and peeking out at 'em like a snake, but they weren't quite sure. Faith, the oldest gal, she was sure she seen him quite plain, but B.J., he was Colonel F.'s oldest boy, he weren't so sure. Anyway, they didn't think no more about it, and that night they had prayers and went off to bed. Afterwards, Colonel F. said he remembered the passage of scripture he read that night. It was, "The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong." He didn't notice it much when he read it, but he allers spoke of it arterwards as a remarkable providence that there passage should have come up just so that night. Well, atween 12 and 1 o'clock they was waked up by the most awful screeching that ever you heard, as if 20,000 devils was upon 'em. Miss Miller, she was out of bed in a minute, all standing. "Oh, husband, husband, the Indians are on us," says she, and sure enough they was. The children, B.J. and Faith, come a-running in. "Oh, father, father, what shall we do?" Colonel F. was a man that allers knew in a minute what to do, and he kept quite cool. "My dear," says he to his wife, "you take the children and just run with 'em right out the buttery door through the high corn, and run as fast as you can over to your father Stebbins and tell him to rouse the town. And B.G., he says to the boy, you just get into the belfry window and ring the bell with all your might," says he, "and I'll stay and fight 'em off till the folks come." All this while the Indians was a-yelling and screeching and a-waving firebrands front of the house. Colonel F. he stood a-looking through a hole in the shutter and a-sighting his gun while he was a-talking. He see that they'd been a-piling up a great pile of dry wood agin the door. But the first Indian that came up to put fire to it was shot right down while he was a-speaking. Well, Miss Miller and Faith and B.G. weren't long a-dressing, you may believe, and they just put on dark cloaks and they just streaked it out through the buttery door. There was thick pole beans quite up to the buttery door, and then a field of high corn, so that they was hid, and the way they run wasn't slow, I tell you. But Colonel F., he had to stop so to load so that they got the pile of bushes afire, though he shot down 3 or 4 on 'em, and that was some comfort. But the long and the short of the matter was that they driv the door in at last, and came a-whooping and a-yelling into the house. Well, they took Colonel F., and then went searching round to find somebody else, but just then the meeting-house bell begun to ring, and that scared 'em, and they took Colonel F. and made off with him. He hadn't but just time to get into his clothes and get his shoes on when they hurried him off. They didn't do nothing to him just then, you see. These Indians was so curious. If a man made a good fight and killed 3 or 4 on 'em before they could take him, they set great store by him and called him a brave man. And so they was mazin' careful of Colonel F. and treated him quite polite for Indians. But he knew the ways on 'em well enough to know what it was all for. They wanted a real brave man to burn alive and stick slivers into and torment, and Colonel F. was just the pattern for 'em, and his fighting so brave made 'em all the better for what they wanted. Well, he was in hopes the town would be roused in time for some of 'em to come after him, but the Indians got the start of 'em and got way off in the woods afore people had fairly come together and found out what the matter was. There was Colonel F.'s house a-blazing and a-lighting up all the country for miles around, and the colonel, he said it come rather hard on him to be lighted on his way through the woods by such a bonfire. Well, by morning they come to one of their camps, and there they had a great rejoicing over him. They was going to have a great feast and a good time a-burning on him, and they tied him to a tree and sot an Indian to watch him while they went out to cut pine knots and slivers to do him with. Well, as I said, Colonel F. was a brave man, and a man that always kept his thoughts about him.
And so he kept a-working and a-working with the withes that was round his hands, and a-praying in his heart to the Lord till he got his right hand free. Well, he didn't make no move, but kept a-loosening and a-loosening, little by little, keeping his eye on the Indian who sot there on the ground by him. Well, now, Colonel F. had slipped his feet into his Sunday shoes that stood there by the bed, and had great silver shoe buckles, and there was a providence in his doing so, for you see, Indians are amazing fond of shiny things. And the old Indian, he was took with the shine of these shoe buckles, and he thought he might as well have 'em as anybody, so he just laid down his tomahawk, and got down on his knees, and was working away as earnest as could be to get off the buckles, and Colonel F. he just made a dart forward and picked up the tomahawk and split open the Indian's skull with one blow. Then he cut the withes that was round his legs, and in a minute he was off on the run with the tomahawk in his hand. There was 3 Indians give chase to him, but Colonel F. he kept ahead of 'em. He said while he was a-running he was crying and calling on the Lord with all his might, and the words come into his mind he read at prayers the night before. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. At last he see the Indians gained on him, and he faced round suddenly and struck the nighest one smack on the head with his tomahawk. Then when the next one come up he cut him down too. And the third one, when he see both the others cut down, and Colonel F. coming full blaze towards him with his tomahawk a-swinging, he just turned and run for dear life. Then Colonel F. he turned and cut for the settlement. He run and he run and he run. He didn't well know how long, till finally he was clear tuckered out, and he just dropped down under a tree and slept. And he lay there all the rest of that day and all night, and never woke till the next day about sundown. Then he woke up and found he was close by home, and John Stebbins, his wife's father, and a whole party was out looking for him. Old Colonel F. used to tell the story as long as he lived, and the tears used to run down his cheeks when he told it. There's a providence in everything, he used to say, even down to shoe buckles. If my Sunday shoes hadn't happened to have set there so I could have slipped into 'em, I couldn't have killed that Indian, and I shouldn't have been here today. Well, boys, he was in the right on it. Some seem to think the Lord don't look out only for great things, but you see, little things is kind of hinges that great ones turns on. They say, take care of pennies, and dollars will take care of themselves. It's just so in everything, and if the Lord don't look after little things, he ain't so great as they say anyway. Well, well, said Sam in conclusion. Now who'd have thought that anybody could have made anything out of Indians? Yet there 'twas. All them Martha Vineyard Indians turned Christians, and there was Indian preachers and Indian teachers, and they really did settle down and get to be quite like folks. But I tell you, boys, it took faith to start with. End of Section 8. Colonel F.'s Shoe Buckles. Section 9 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 9. The Bullfight. It was Saturday afternoon, time of blessed memory to boys, and we were free for a ramble after huckleberries, and with our pails in hand were making the best of our way to a noted spot where that fruit was most abundant. Sam was with us, his long legs striding over the ground at a rate that kept us on a brisk trot, though he himself was only lounging leisurely with his usual air of contemplation. "Look here, boys," he suddenly said, pausing and resting his elbow on the top of a rail fence. "We shall just have to go back and go round by Deacon Blodgett's barn." "Why so?" we both burst forth in eager tones. "Well, don't you see that Deacon's turned in his bull into this here lot?" "Who cares?" said I. "I ain't afraid." "Nor I," said Harry. "Look at him. He looks mild enough. He won't hurt us." "Not as you knows on," said Sam. "And then again, you don't know. Nobody never knows what one of them 'ere critters'll do. They just the most contrary critters, and if you think they're going to do one way, they're sure to do t'other. I could tell you a story now that'd just make your hair stand on end." Of course we wanted to have our hair stand on end, and beset Sam for the story, but he hung off. "Lordy massy, boys, just let's wait till you've got your huckleberries. Your granny won't like it if you don't bring her none, and Hepsy, she'll be in my hair, what's left on it," said Sam, taking off his old torn hat and rubbing the loose shock of brash and grizzled hair. So we turned and made a detour, leaving the bull on the right, though we longed amazingly to have a bout with him for the fun of the thing, and mentally resolved to try it when our mentor was not around. It all comes back to me again, the image of that huckleberry pasture, interwoven with fragrance of sweet fern, and the ground under our feet embroidered with star moss and wintergreen, or foamy patches of mossy frostwork that crushed and crackled delightfully beneath our feet. Every now and then a tall, straight fire lily, black, spotted in its center, rose like a little jet of flame, and we gathered it eagerly, though the fierce autumn sun wilted it in our hands. The huckleberry bushes, bending under their purple weight, we gathered in large armfuls, and took them under the shadow of the pine trees, that we might strip them at our leisure, without being scorched by the intense glare of the sun. Armful after armful we carried and deposited in the shade, and then sat down to the task of picking them off into our pails. It was one of those New England days, hotter than the tropics. Not a breath of air was stirring, not a bird sang a note. Not a sound was heard, except the drowsy grating of the locusts. "Well now, Sam, now tell us that story about the bull." "Lordy massy, how hot 'tis," said Sam, lying back and resting on the roots of a tree, with his hands folded under his head. "I'm all in a drip of sweat." "Well, Sam, we'll pick off your berries if you'll talk." "Well, well, be careful you don't get no green ones in among 'em, else Hepsy'll be down on me. She's dreadful particular, she is. Everything has to be just so. If it ain't, you'll hear on't. Lordy massy, boys, she's always telling me I don't do nothing for the support of the family. I'll leave it to you if I didn't catch her a nice mess of fish a Tuesday. I tell her folks can't expect to roll in money, and allers to have everything just as they want it. We brought nothing into this world with us, and it's certain we can carry nothing out, and having food and raiment we ought to be content. We have been better off than we be now. Why, boys, I've seen the time that I've spent 37 cents a week for nutmegs, but Hepsy hain't no gratitude. Such folks has to be brought down. Take care now you ain't putting the green ones in, be you?" "Sam, we shan't put in any at all if you don't tell us that story." "Lordy massy, you young'uns, there ain't never no contentin' you if a feller was to talk to the millennium. Wonder now if there's going to be any millennium. Wish I'd waited and been born in them days. 'Spect things would 'a' sorter come along easier. Well, I shall get through some way, I s'pose." "Sam," said I, sitting back, "we're putting all our berries into your pail, and if you don't begin to tell us a story, we won't do it." "Lordy massy, boys, I'm kind of collecting my idees. You have to talk a while to get a-going, everybody does." "Well, about this here story. You remember that old brown house up on the hill there, that we saw when we come round the corner? That there was where old Mump Moss used to live. Old Mump was considerable of a nice man. He took in Ike Sanders, Miss Moss's sister's boy, to help him on the farm, and did by him pretty much as he did by his own. Bill Moss, Mump's boy, he was a contrary kind of critter, and he was allers a hectoring Ike. He was allers putting off the heaviest end of everything on him. He'd shirk his work and get it off on Ike every way he could. And he allers threw it up at him that he was eating his father's bread, and he watched every mouthful he ate as if he hated to see it go down. Well, you see, for all that, Ike he growed up tall and strong, and a real handsome young feller, and everybody liked him. And Bill, he was so gritty and contrary that his own mother and sisters couldn't stand him, and he was allers flinging it up at 'em that they liked Ike more'n they did him. Finally his mother, she said to him one day, "Why shouldn't I," says she, "when Ike's allers pleasant to me and doing everything he can for me, and you don't do nothing but scold?" That there, you see, was a kind of home thrust, and Bill he didn't like Ike a bit the better for that. He did everything he could to plague him and hector him and circumvent him and set people agin him. Well, you see, 'twas the old story about Jacob and Laban over again. Everything that Ike put his hand on kind of prospered. Everybody liked him. Everybody had a good word for him. Everybody helped grease his wheels. Well, come time when he was 21, old Mump he gin him a setting out. He gin him a freedom suit of clothes, and he gin him a good cow, and Miss Moss she knit him up a lot of stockings, and the gals they made him up his shirts. Then Ike he got a place with Squire Wells, and got good wages, and he bought a little bit of land with a house on it, on Squire Wells's place, and took a mortgage on it to work off. He used to work his own land late at night and early in the morning, over and above giving good day's works to the squire, and the old squire he sot all the world by him, and said he hadn't had such a man to work since he didn't know when. Well, a body might have thought that when Bill had got him out of the house he might have been satisfied, but he wasn't. He was an ugly fellow, Bill Moss was, and a body would have thought that everything good that happened to Ike was just so much took from him. Come to be young men, growed up together and waiting on the gals round, Ike he was pretty apt to cut Bill out. You see, though Bill was going to have the farm and all old Mump's money, he weren't pleasant spoken, and so when the gals got a chance, they'd allers rather go with Ike than him. Finally there was Delilah Sawin. She was about the handsomest girl there was around, and she had all the fellers arter her, and her way was to speak 'em all fair, and keep 'em all sort of waiting and hoping till she got ready to make her mind up. She'd entertain Bill Saturday night, and she'd tell Ike he might come Sunday night, and so Ike he was well pleased, and Bill he growled. Well, there come along a great cattle show. Squire Wells he got it up, and it was to be the greatest kind of a time, and Squire Wells he give money for prizes. There was to be a prize on the best cow, and the best bull, and the best ox, and the best horse, and the biggest pumpkins and squashes and beets, and there was a prize for the best loaf of bread, and the best pair of stockings, and the handsomest bed quilt, and the rest of woman's work. Well, you see, there was a great to-do about the cattle show, and the wagons they came in from all round, 10 miles, and the gals all dressed up in their best bonnets, and they had a ball in the evening. Well, you see, it so happened that Bill and Ike each on 'em sent a bull to the cattle show, and Ike's bull took the prize. That put the cap sheaf on for Bill. He was just about as much riled as a feller could be. And that evening Delilah she danced with Ike twice as many times as she did with him. Well, Bill he got it round among the fellers that the judges had been partial, and he said if them bulls was put together his bull would whip Ike's all to thunder. Well, the fellers thought 'twould be kind of funny to try 'em, and they put Ike up to it. And finally 'twas agreed that Ike's bull should be driv over to old Mump's, and the Monday after the cattle show they should let 'em out into the meadow together and see which was the strongest. So there was a Sunday, the bulls they were both put up together in the same barn, and the agreement was they wasn't to be looked at nor touched till the time come to turn 'em out. Come Sunday morning they got up the wagon to go to meeting, and Miss Moss and the gals and old Mump they was all ready, and the old yeller dog he was standing waiting by the wagon, and Bill weren't nowhere to be found. So they sent one of the girls up chamber to see what got him, and there he was lying on the bed, and said he'd got a dreadful headache and didn't think he could go to meeting. Well, the second bell was a tolling, and they had to drive off without him. They never mistrusted but what 'twas just so. Well, you see, boys, 'twas that there kind of Sunday headache that sort of gets better when the folks is all fairly into meeting. So when the wagon was fairly out of sight, Bill he thought he'd just go and have a peek at them bulls. Well, he looked and he peeked, and finally he thought they looked so sort of innocent 'twouldn't do no harm to just let 'em have a little run in the cow yard aforehand. He kind of wanted to see how they was likely to cut up. Now, you see, the mischief about bulls is that a body never knows what they's going to do, 'cause whatever notion takes 'em allers comes into their heads so kind of sudden, and it's just a word and a blow with 'em. Well, he first let out his bull, and then he went in and let out Ike's. Well, the very first thing that critter did, he run up to Bill's bull full tilt and just gin one rip with his horns right in the side of him and knocked him over and killed him. Didn't die right off, but he was done for, and Bill he gin a yell and run right up and hit him with a stick. The old feller turned right round and come at him. I tell you, Bill he turned and made a straight coat tail, ripping and peeling it towards the house, and the bull tearing on right out him. Into the kitchen he went, and he hadn't no time to shut the door, and the bull arter him, and into the keeping room, and the bull arter him there. And he hadn't but just time to get up the chamber stairs when he heard the old feller roaring and tearing round there like all nature. First he went to the looking-glass and smashed that all to pieces. Then he hoisted the table over, and he rattled and smashed the chairs round, and made such a roaring and noise you'd have thought there was 7 devils there. And in the midst of it, Bill he looked out of the winder and see the wagon a-comin' back, and lordy massy, he thought to himself, the bull'll kill every one on 'em. And he run to the winder and yelled and shouted, and they saw him and thought the house must be afire. Finally he bethought him of old Mump's gun, and he run round and got it, and poked it through a crack in the chamber door, and fired off, bang, and shot him dead, just as Miss Moss and the girls was comin' into the kitchen door. Well, there was, to be sure, the abomination of desolation when they come in and found everything all up in a heap and broke to pieces, and the old critter a-kicking and bleeding all over the carpet, and Bill as pale as his shirt tail on the chamber chairs. They had an awful mess on it, and there was the 2 bulls dead and to be took care of. "Well, Bill," said his father, "I hope you're satisfied now. All that comes of staying home from meeting and keeping things temporal in your head all day Sunday. You've lost your own bull, and you've got Ike's to pay for, and you'll have the laugh on you all round the country." "I expect, father, we can corn the meat," says Miss Moss, "and maybe the hide'll sell for something," says she, for she kind of felt it tender for Bill and didn't want to bear down too hard on him. Well, the story got round, and everybody was a-throwing it up at Bill, and Delilah in particular hectored him about it till he wished the bulls had been in the Red Sea afore he'd ever seen one on 'em. Well, it really driv him out of town, and he went off out west to settle, and nobody missed him much. And Ike he married Delilah, and they grew from better to better, till now they own just about as pretty a farm as there is round. You remember that white house with green blinds that we passed when we was going to the trout brook? Well, that there's the one. End of section 9. The Bullfight. Section 10 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 10. How to Fight the Devil. "Look here, boys," said Sam, "don't you want to go with me up to the Devil's Den this afternoon?" "Where is the Devil's Den?" said I, with a little awe. "Well, it's a longer tramp than I've ever took you. It's clear up past the pickerel pond and beyond old Skunk John's pasture lot. It's amazing good place for raspberries. Shouldn't wonder if we should get 2-3 quarts there. Great rocks there, higher'n your head. Kinder solemn it is."
This was a delightful and seductive account, and we arranged for a walk that very afternoon. In almost every New England village the personality of Satan has been acknowledged by calling by his name some particular rock or cave, or other natural object whose singularity would seem to suggest a more than mortal occupancy. The devil's punch bowl, the devil's wash bowl, the devil's kettle, the devil's pulpit, and the devil's den have been designations that marked places or objects of some striking natural peculiarity. Often these are found in the midst of the most beautiful and romantic scenery, and the sinister name seems to have no effect in lessening its attractions. To me, the very idea of going to the devil's den was full of a pleasing horror. When a boy, I always lived in the shadowy edge of that line which divides spirit land from mortal life, and it was my delight to walk among its half-lights and shadows. The old graveyard, where side by side mouldered the remains of Indian sachems and the ancients of English blood, was my favorite haunt. I loved to sit on the graves while the evening mists arose from them, and to fancy cloudy forms waving and beckoning. To me, this spirit land was my only refuge from the dry details of a hard, prosaic life. The schoolroom, with its hard seats rudely fashioned from slabs of rough wood, with its clumsy desks, hacked and ink-stained, with its unintelligible textbooks and its unsympathetic teacher, was to me a prison out of whose weary windows I watched the pomp and glory of nature, the free birds singing, the clouds sailing, the trees waving and whispering, and longed as earnestly as ever did the psalmist to flee far away and wander in the wilderness. Hence, no joy of afterlife, nothing that the world has now to give, can equal that joyous sense of freedom and full possession which came over me on Saturday afternoons when I started off on a tramp with the world all before me. The mighty, unexplored world of mysteries and possibilities bounded only by the horizon. Ignorant alike of all science, neither botanist nor naturalist, I was studying at first hand all that lore out of which science is made. Every plant and flower had a familiar face to me, and said something to my imagination. I knew where each was to be found, its time of coming and going, and met them year after year as returning friends. So it was with joyous freedom that we boys rambled off with Sam this afternoon, intent to find the devil's den. It was a ledge of granite rocks rising in the midst of a grove of pines and white birches. The ground was yellow and slippery with the fallen needles of the pines of other days, and the glistening white stems of the birches shone through the shadows like ivory pillars. Underneath the great granite ledges, all sorts of roots and plants grappled and kept foothold, and whole armies of wild raspberries matured their fruit, rounder and juicier for growing in the shade. In one place yawned a great rift or cavern, as if the rocks had been violently twisted and wrenched apart, and a mighty boulder lodging in the rift had roofed it over, making a cavern of most seductive darkness and depth. This was the devil's den, and after we had picked our pail full of berries, we sat down there to rest. "Sam, do you suppose the devil ever was here?" said I. "What do they call this his den for?" "Massy, child, that there was in old witches' times. There used to be witch meetings held here, and awful doings. They used to have witch Sabbath days, and witch sacraments, and sell their souls to the old boy." "What should they want to do that for?" "Well, sure enough, what was it for? I can't make out that the devil ever gin 'em anything, any on 'em. They weren't no richer, nor didn't get no more in this world than the rest, and they was took and hung, and then if they went to torment after that, they had a pretty bad bargain on it, I say." "Well, people don't do such things any more, do they?" said I. "No," said Sam. "Since the great fuss and roady-doh about it, it's kind of died out. But there's those, I s'pose, that has dealings with the old boy. Folks do say that old Kittery was a witch, and that if it'd been in old times she'd had her neck stretched, but she lived and died in peace." "But do you think," said I, now proposing the question that lay nearest my heart, "that the devil can hurt us?"
"That depends considerable on how you take him," said Sam. "You see, come to a straight out-and-out fight with him, he'll get the better on you."
"But," said I, "Christian did fight Apollyon and got him down too." I had no more doubt in those days that this was an historic fact than I had of the existence of Romulus and Remus and the wolf.
"Well, that there weren't just like real things. They say that there's an allegory. But I'll tell you how old Sarah Banganook fit the devil when he 'peared to her. You see, old Sarah, she was one of the converted Injuns, and a good old critter she was, too. Worked hard and got her living honest. She made baskets, and she made brooms, and she used to pick young wintergreen and tie it up in bunches, and dig sassafras and ginseng to make beer, and she got her a little bit of land right alongside old Black Hoss John's white birch woodlot. Now, I've heard some of these here modern ministers that come down from Cambridge College and are larnt about everything in creation. They say there ain't no devil, and the reason on it is 'cause there can't be none. These here fellers is so sort of green, they don't mean no harm, but they don't know nothing about nobody that does. If they'd known old Black Hoss John, they'd have been pretty sure there was a devil. He was just the crossest, ugliest critter that ever you see, and he was ugly just for the sake of ugliness. He couldn't bear to let the boys pick huckleberries in his pasture lots when he didn't pick 'em himself, and he was allers drawing me 'cause I would go trout fishing in one of his pastures, just as if the trout that swims weren't the Lord's and just as much mine as his. He grudged every critter, everything, and if he'd had his will and way, every bird would have fell down dead that picked up a worm on his grounds. He was just as nippin' as the black frost. Old Black Hoss didn't get drunk in a regular way, like Uncle Eph and Toddy Whitney and the rest of them boys, but he just sot at home, a-soaking on cider, till he was crosser'n a bear with a sore head. Old Black Hoss had a special spite agin old Sarah. He said she was an old witch and an old thief, and that she stole things off'n his grounds, when everybody knew that she was a regular church member and as decent an old critter as there was a-goin'. As to her stealing, she didn't do nothing but pick huckleberries and grapes, and get chestnuts and walnuts and butternuts, and them are wild things that's the Lord's, grow on whose land they will, and is free to all. I've heard 'em tell that over in the old country the poor was kept under so that they couldn't shoot a bird, nor catch a fish, nor gather no nuts, nor do nothing to keep from starving, 'cause the quality folks, they thought they owned everything, way down to the middle of the earth and clear up to the stars. We never had no such doin's this side of the water, thank the Lord. We've allers been free to have the chestnuts and the walnuts and the grapes and the huckleberries and the strawberries, if we could get 'em, and catch fish when and where we was a mind to. Lordy massy, your grand'ther's old Caesar, he used to call the pond his pork pot. He'd just go down and throw in a line and catch his dinner. Well, old Black Hoss, he knowed the law was so, and he couldn't do nothing agin her by law, but he served her out every mean trick he could think of. He used to go and stand and lean over her garden gate and jaw at her an hour at a time, but old Sarah, she had the Injun in her. She didn't run to talk much. She used to just keep on with her weeding and her work, just as if he weren't there, and that made old Black Hoss madder'n ever, and he thought he'd try to frighten her off'n the ground by making on her believe he was the devil. So one time, when he'd been killing a beef critter, they took off the skin with the horns and all on, and old Black Hoss, he says to Toddy and Eph and Loker, "You just come up tonight and see how I'll frighten old Sarah Bunganook." Well, Toddy and Eph and Loker, they hadn't no better to do, and they thought they'd just go round and see. See, 'twas a moonlit night, and old Sarah, she was an industrious critter. She was cutting white birch brush for brooms in the pasture lot. Well, old Black Hoss, he wrapped the critter's skin round him, with the horns on his head, and come and stood by the fence, and begun to roar and make a noise. Old Sarah, she kept right on with her work, cutting her brush and piling on it up, and just let him roar. Well, old Black Hoss felt pretty foolish, especially as the fellers were waiting to see how she took it. So he calls out in a grum voice, "Woman, don't you know who I be?"
"No," she says quite quiet, "I don't know who you be."
"Well, I'm the devil,"
says he. "You be?" says old Sarah. "Poor old critter, how I pity you." And she never gin him another word, but just bundled up her broom stuff and took it on her back and walked off, and old Black Hoss, he stood there mighty foolish with his skin and horns, and so he had the laugh agin him, 'cause Eph and Loker they went and told the story down to the tavern, and he felt awful cheap to think old Sarah had got the upper hands on him. Well, you see, boys, that there's just the way to fight the devil. Just keep straight on with what you're doing, and don't you mind him, and he can't do nothing to you. End of section 10. How to Fight the Devil. Section 11 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 11. Laughin' in Meetin'. We were in disgrace, we boys, and the reason of it was this: we had laughed out in meetin' time. To be sure, the occasion was a trying one, even to more disciplined nerves. Parson Lothrop had exchanged pulpits with the Parson Summerall of North Weirham. Now, Parson Summerall was a man in the very outset likely to provoke the risibles of unspiritualized juveniles. He was a thin, wiry, frisky little man in a powdered white wig, black tights and silk stockings, with bright knee buckles and shoe buckles, with round, dark, snapping eyes, and a curious, high, cracked, squeaking voice, the very first tones of which made all the children stare and giggle. The news that Parson Summerall was going to preach in our village spread abroad among us as a prelude to something funny. It had a flavor like the charm of circus acting, and on the Sunday morning of our story we went to the house of God in a very hilarious state, all ready to set off in a laugh on the slightest provocation. The occasion was not long wanting. Parson Lothrop had a favorite dog, yclept Trip, whose behavior in meeting was notoriously far from that edifying pattern which benefits a minister's dog on Sundays. Trip was a nervous dog, and a dog that never could be taught to conceal his emotions or to respect conventionalities. If anything about the performance in the singer's seat did not please him, he was apt to express himself in a lugubrious howl. If the sermon was longer than suited him, he would gape with such a loud creak of his jaws as would arouse everybody's attention. If the flies disturbed his afternoon's nap, he would give sudden snarls or snaps, or if anything troubled his dreams, he would bark out in his sleep in a manner not only to dispel his own slumbers, but those of certain worthy deacons and old ladies, whose sanctuary repose was thereby sorely broken and troubled. For all these reasons, Madam Lothrop had been forced, as a general thing, to deny Trip the usual sanctuary privileges of good family dogs in that age, and shut him up on Sundays to private meditation. Trip, of course, was only the more set on attendance, and would hide behind doors, jump out of windows, sneak through byways and alleys, and lie hid till the second bell had done tolling, when suddenly he would appear in the broad aisle, innocent and happy, and take his seat as composedly as any member of the congregation. Imagine us youngsters on the Q.V. with excitement at seeing Parson Summerall frisk up into the pulpit with all the vivacity of a black grasshopper. We looked at each other and giggled very cautiously, with due respect to Aunt Lois's sharp observation. At first there was only a mild, quiet simmering of giggle, compressed decorously within the bounds of propriety, and we pursed our muscles up with stringent resolution whenever we caught the apprehensive eye of our elders. But when, directly after the closing notes of the tolling second bell, Master Tripp walked gravely up the front aisle, and seating himself squarely in front of the pulpit, raised his nose with a critical air toward the scene of the forthcoming performance, it was too much for us. The repression was almost convulsive. Tripp wore an alert, attentive air, befitting a sound, orthodox dog, who smells a possible heresy, and deems it his duty to watch the performances narrowly. Evidently he felt called upon to see who and what were to occupy that pulpit in his master's absence. Up rose Parson Summerall, and up went Tripp's nose, vibrating with intense attention. The parson began in his high, cracked voice to intone the hymn, "Sing to the Lord aloud," when Tripp broke into a dismal howl. The parson went on to give directions to the deacon in the same voice in which he had been reading, so that the whole effect of the performance was somewhat as follows: "Sing to the Lord aloud," please to turn out that dog, "and make a joyful noise." The dog was turned out, and the choir did their best to make a joyful noise, but we boys were upset for the day, delivering over to the temptations of Satan, and plunged in waves and billows of hysterical giggle, from which neither winks nor frowns from Aunt Lois, nor the awful fear of the tithing man, nor the comforting bits of fennel and orange peel passed us by grandmother could recover us. Everybody felt, to be sure, that here was a trial that called for some indulgence. Hard faces, even among the stoniest saints, betrayed a transient quiver of the risible muscles. Old ladies put up their fans, youths and maidens in the singer seat laughed outright, and for the moment a general snicker among the children was pardoned. But I was one of that luckless kind whose nerves, once set in vibration, could not be composed. When the reign of gravity and decorum had returned, Harry and I sat by each other, shaking with suppressed laughter. Everything in the subsequent exercises took a funny turn, and in the long prayer, when everybody else was still and decorous, the whole scene came over me with such overpowering force that I exploded with laughter, and had to be taken out of meeting and marched home by Aunt Lois as a convicted criminal. What especially moved her indignation was that the more she rebuked and upbraided, the more I laughed, till the tears rolled down my cheeks, which Aunt Lois construed into willful disrespect to her authority, and resented accordingly. By Sunday evening, as we gathered around the fire, the reaction from undue gaiety to sobriety had taken place, and we were in a pensive and penitent state. Grandmother was gracious and forgiving, but Aunt Lois still preserved that frosty air of reprobation which she held to be a salutary means of quickening our consciences for the future. It was, therefore, with unusual delight that we saw our old friend Sam come in and sit himself quietly down on the block in the chimney corner. With Sam we felt assured of indulgence and patronage, for though always rigidly moral and instructive in his turn of mind, he had that fellow feeling for transgressors which is characteristic of the loose-jointed, easy-going style of his individuality. "Lordy massy, boys, yes," said Sam virtuously, in view of some of Aunt Lois's thrusts. "You ought never to laugh nor cut up in meetin'. That thar's so. But then there is times when the best on us gets took down. We gets took unawares, you see. Even ministers does. Yes, nature will get the upper hand afore they know it." "Why, Sam, ministers don't ever laugh in meetin', do they?" We put the question with wide eyes. Such a supposition bordered on profanity, we thought. It was approaching the sin of Uzziah, who unwarily touched the ark of the Lord. "Laws, yes. Why, haven't you never heard how there was a council held to try Parson Morell for laughing out in prayer meeting?" "Laughing in prayer time," we both repeated, with uplifted hands and eyes. My grandfather's mild face became luminous with a suppressed smile, which brightened as the moon does a cloud, but he said nothing. "Yes, yes," said my grandmother, "that affair did make a dreadful scandal in the time on't. But Parson Morell was a good man, and I'm glad the council wasn't hard on him." "Well," said Sam Lawson,
After all, it was more Ike Babbitt's fault than 'twas anybody's. You see, Ike, he was allers for getting what he could out of the town, and he would feed his sheep on the meetin' house green. Somehow or other, Ike's fences allers contrived to give out come Sunday, and up would come his sheep. And Ike was too pious to drive 'em back Sunday, and so there they was. He was talked to enough about it, 'cause, you see, to have sheep and lambs a-bayin' and a-blattin' all prayers and sermon time wa'n't the thing. Remember that there old meetin' house up to the north end, down under Blueberry Hill? The land sort of sloped down, so as a body had to come into the meetin' house steppin' down instead of up. Fact was, they said 'twas put there 'cause the land wa'n't good for nothing else, and the folks thought putting a meetin' house on it would be a clear savin'. But Parson Morell, he didn't like it, and was free to tell 'em his mind on it. That 'twas like bringing the lame and the blind to the Lord's service, but there 'twas. There wa'n't a better minister, nor no one more set by in all the state than Parson Morell. His doctrines was right up and down, good and sharp, and he give saints and sinners their meat in due season, and for consolin' and comfortin' widders and orphans, Parson Morell hadn't his match. The women sot lots by him, and he was allers ready to take tea round, and make things pleasant and comfortable, and he had a good story for every one, and a word for the children, and maybe an apple or a cookie in his pocket for 'em. Well, you know there ain't no pleasin' everybody, and if Gabriel himself, right down out of heaven, was to come and be a minister, I expect there'd be a pickin' at his wings and a sort of fault findin'. Now, Aunt Jerushy Scran and Aunt Polly Hoken, they said Parson Morell wasn't solemn enough. You see, there's them that thinks that a minister ought to be just like the town hearse, so that you think of death, judgment, and eternity, and nothing else when you see him round, and if they see a man rosy and chipper, and having a pretty nice sociable sort of time, why, they say he ain't spiritual minded. But in my times, I've seen ministers the most awakening kind in the pulpit, that was the liveliest when they was out on it. There is a time to laugh, Scripture says, though some folks never seem to remember that thar. But, Sam, how came you to say it was Ike Babbitt's fault? What was it about the sheep? Oh, well, yes, I'm a-comin' to that thar. It was all about them sheep. I expect they was the instrument the devil sot to work to tempt Parson Morell to laugh in prayer time. You see, there was old Dick, Ike's bellwether, was the fightin'est old critter that ever you see. Why, Dick would butt at his own shadder, and everybody said it was a shame the old critter should be left to run loose, 'cause he run at the children and scared the women half out their wits. Well, I used to live out in that parish in them days, and Lem Sudduck and I used to go out sparkin' Sunday nights to see the larkin' gals, and we had to go right across the lot where Dick was, so we used to go and stand at the fence and call. And Dick would see us, and put down his head, and run at us full chisel, and come bunt agin the fence, and then I'd ketch him by the horns and hold him while Lem run and got over the fence to other side of the lot, and then I'd let go. And Len would holler and shake a stick at him, and away he'd go full butt at Lem. And Lem would ketch his horns and hold him till I came over. That was the way we managed Dick. But I tell you, if he come sudden up behind a feller, he'd give him a butt in the small of his back that would make him run on all fours one while. He was a great rogue, Dick was. Well, that summer, I remember they had old Deacon Titkins for tithing man, and I tell you he give it to the boys lively. There wasn't no sleeping nor no playing, for the deacon had eyes like a gimlet, and he was quick as a cat, and the youngsters had to look out for themselves. It did really seem as if the deacon was like them 4 beasts in the Revelations that was full of eyes behind and before. For whichever way he was standing, if you gave only a wink, he was down on you and hit you a tap with his stick. I know once Lem Sudduck just wrote 2 words in his psalm book and passed to Keziah Larkin, and the deacon give him such a tap that Lem grew red as a beet and vowed he'd be up with him some day for that. Well, Lordy massy, Folks that is so chipper and high-stepping has to have their come-downs, and the deacon he had to have his. That there Sunday, I remember it now just as well as if 'twas yesterday, the parson he give us his great sermon, reconciling decrees and free agency. Everybody said that there sermon was a masterpiece. He preached it up to Cambridge at commencement that year. Well, it so happened that it was one of them bilin' hot days that come in August, when you can fairly hear the huckleberries a-sizzlin' and cookin' on the bushes, and the locust keeps a-gratin' like a red-hot saw. Well, such times, decrees or no decrees, the best on us will get sleepy. The old meetin' house stood right down at the foot of a hill that kept off all the wind, and the sun blazed away at them great west winders, and there was pretty sleepy times there. Well, the deacon he flew round a spell, and woke up the children, and tapped the boys on the head, and kept everything straight as he could, till the sermon was most through, when he really got most tuckered out, and he took a chair, and he sot down in the door right opposite the minister, and fairly got asleep himself, just as the minister got up to make the last prayer. Well, Parson Morell had a way of praying with his eyes open. Folks said it wasn't the best way, but it was Parson Morell's way, anyhow, and so as he was prayin' he couldn't help seein' that Deacon Titkins was a-noddin' and a-bobbin' out toward the place where old Dick was feedin' with the sheep, front of the meetin'-house door. Lem and me, we was sittin' where we could look out, and we just sees old Dick stop feedin' and look at the deacon. The deacon had a little round head as smooth as an apple, with a nice powdered wig on it, and he sot there making bobs and bows, and Dick begun to think it was something sort of personal. Lem and me was just sitting where we could see the whole picture, and Lem was fit to split. "Good now," says he, "that critter'll pay the deacon off lively pretty soon." The deacon bobbed his head a spell, and old Dick he shook his horns and stamped at him sort of threatening. Finally the deacon he give a great bow and brought his head right down at him, and old Dick he sawed out full tilt and come down on him, ker-chunk, and knocked him head over heels into the broad aisle, and his wig flew one way and he t'other, and Dick made a lunge at it as it flew, and carried it off on his horns. Well, you may believe that broke up the meeting for one while, for Parson Morell laughed out, and all the gals and boys they stomped and roared, and the old deacon he got up and began rubbing his shins, 'cause he didn't see the joke on it. "You don't orter laugh," says he. "It's no laughing matter. It's a solemn thing," says he. "I might have been sent into eternity by that darn critter," says he. Then they all roared and haw-hawed the more to see the deacon dancing around with his little shiny head, so smooth a fly would trip up on it. "I believe my soul you'd laugh to see me in my grave," says he. Well, the truth on it was, 'twas just one of them busted up times that nature has, when there ain't nothing for it but to give in. 'Twas just like the ice breaking up in the Charles River. It all come at once, and no woe to it. Sunday or no Sunday, sin or no sin, the most on 'em laughed till they cried, and couldn't help it. But the deacon, he went home feeling pretty sore about it. Lem Sudduck, he picked up his wig and handed it to him. Says he, "Old Dick was playing tithing man, wasn't he, deacon? Teach you to make allowance for other folks that get sleepy." Then Miss Titkins, she went over to Aunt Jerushy Scran's and Aunt Polly Holcomb's, and they had a pot of tea over it, and agreed it was awful of Parson Morell to set such an example, and something had to be done about it. Miss Holcomb said she allers knew that Parson Morell hadn't no spirituality, and now it had broke out into open sin, and let all the rest on 'em into it. And Miss Titkins, she said such a man wasn't fit to preach, and Miss Holcomb said she couldn't never hear him again, and the next Sunday the deacon and his wife they hitched up and driv 8 miles over to Parson Lothrop's and took Aunt Polly on the back seat. Well, the thing growed and growed till it seemed as if there weren't nothing else talked about, 'cause Aunt Polly and Miss Titkins and Jerushy Scran, they didn't do nothing but talk about it, and that sot everybody else a-talking. Finally it was agreed they must have a council to settle the hash. So all the women, they went to chopping mince and making up pumpkin pies and cranberry tarts and barlin doughnuts, getting ready for the ministers and delegates, 'cause councils always eats powerful, and they had quite a stir, like a general training. The hosses, they was hitched all up and down the stalls, a-stomping and a-switching their tails, and all the women was a-talking, and they had up everybody round for witnesses. And finally Parson Morell, he says, "Brethren," says he, "just let me tell you the story just as it happened, and if you don't every one of you laugh as hard as I did, why, then I'll give up." The parson, he was a master hand at setting off a story, and afore he'd done he'd got 'em all in such a roar they didn't know where to leave off. Finally they give sentence that there hadn't no temptation took him but such as is common to man, but they advised him afterwards allers to pray with his eyes shut. And the parson, he confessed he orter a done it, and meant to do better in future, and so they settled it. "So, boys," said Sam, who always drew a moral, "you see, it learns you. You must take care what you look at if you want to keep from laughing in meeting." End of section 11. Laughing in meeting. Section 12 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 12. Tom Toothaker's Ghost Story. "What is it about that old house in Sherborne?" said Aunt Nabby to Sam Lawson, as he sat drooping over the coals of a fire one October evening. Aunt Lois was gone to Boston on a visit, and the smart spice of her skepticism being absent, we felt the more freedom to start our storytelling on one of his legends. Aunt Nabby sat trotting her knitting needles on a blue mix yarn stocking. Grandmamma was knitting in unison at the other side of the fire. Grandfather sat studying the Boston Courier. The wind outside was sighing in fitful wails, creaking the pantry doors, occasionally puffing in a vicious gust down the broad throat of the chimney. It was a drizzly, sleety evening, and the wet lilac bushes now and then rattled and splashed against the window as the wind moaned and whispered through them. We boys had made preparation for a comfortable evening. We had enticed Sam to the chimney corner and drawn him a mug of cider. We had set down a row of apples to roast on the hearth, which even now were giving faint sighs and sputters as their plump sides burst in the genial heat. The big oak backlog simmered and bubbled and distilled large drops down amid the ashes, and the great hickory forestick had just burned out into solid bright coals, faintly skimmed over with white ashes. The whole area of the big chimney was full of a sleepy warmth and brightness just calculated to call forth fancies and visions. It only wanted somebody now to set Sam off, and Aunt Nabby broached the ever-interesting subject of haunted houses. "Well, now, Miss Badger," said Sam, "I been over there and walked round that there house considerable, and I talked with Granny Hokum and Aunt Polly, and they've pretty much come to the conclusion that they'll have to move out on it. You see, these yer noises, they keep 'em awake nights, and Aunt Polly, she gets stericky, and Hannah Jane, she says if they stay in the house, she can't live with 'em no longer, and what can them lone women do without Hannah Jane? Why, Hannah Jane, she says these 2 months past she's seen a woman reg'lar walking up and down the front hall between 12 and 1 o'clock at night, and it's just the image and body of old Ma'am Tillotson, Parkson Hokum's mother, that everybody knowed was a thundering kind of woman that kept everything in a muss while she was alive. What the old critter's up to now there ain't no knowing. Some folks seems to think it's a sign Granny Hokum's time's coming. But, Lordy massy, says she to me, says she, "Why, Sam, I don't know nothing what I've done that Madam Tillotson should be set loose on me."
Anyway, they've all got so nervy that Jed Hokum has been up from Needham and is going to cart 'em all over to live with him. Jed, he's for hushing on it up, 'cause he says it brings a bad name on the property. Well, I talked with Jed about it, and says I to Jed, says I, now, if you'll take my advice, just you give that there old house a regular overhauling, and paint it over with 2 coats of paint, and that there'll clear 'em out if anything will. Ghosts is like bedbugs. They can't stand fresh paint, says I. They allers clear out. I've seen it tried on a ship that got haunted.
"Why, Sam, do ships get haunted?"
To be sure they do. Haunted the worst kind. Why, I could tell you a story'd make your hair rise on end. Only I'm afraid of frightening boys when they're just going to bed."
"Oh, you can't frighten Horace," said my grandmother. "He will go and sit out there in the graveyard till 9 o'clock nights, spite of all I tell him."
"Do tell, Sam," we urged. "What was it about the ship?" Sam lifted his mug of cider, deliberately turned it round and round in his hands, eyed it affectionately, took a long drink, and set it down in front of him on the hearth, and began. "You 'member I telled you how I went to sea down east when I was a boy, 'long with Tom Toothaker? Well, Tom he reeled off a yarn one night that was about the toughest I ever had the pulling on, and it come all straight too, from Tom. 'Twan't none of your hearsay, 'twas what he seen with his own eyes. Now there wasn't no nonsense about Tom, not a bit on it, and he wasn't afeared on the devil himself, so he generally saw through things about as straight as things could be seen through. This year happened when Tom was mate o' the Albatross, and they was a running up to the banks for a fare o' fish. The Albatross was as handsome a craft as ever ye see, and Captain Sim Witherspoon, he was skipper, a real nice, likely man he was. I heard Tom tell this year one night to the boys on the Brilliant, when they was all a-settin' round the stove in the cabin one foggy night, that we was to anchor in Frenchman's Bay, and all kind o' layin' off loose. Tom he said they was havin' a famous run-up to the banks. There was a spanking southerly that blew 'em along like all nature, and they was having the best kind of a time, when this year southerly brought a pesky fog down on 'em, and it grew thicker than hasty pudding. You see, that there's the pester of these year southerlies. They's the biggest fog breeders there is going. And so, pretty soon, you couldn't see half the ship's length afore you. Well, they all was down to supper, except Dan Sawyer at the wheel, when there come such a crash as if heaven and earth was a-splitting, and then a scraping and thump-bumping under the ship, and gin 'em such a hiss that the pot of beans went rolling, and brought up jam agin the bulkhead, and the fellers was keeled over, men and pork and beans, kinder promiscuous. "The devil!" said Tom Toothaker. "We've run down somebody. Look out up there." Dan he shoved the helm hard down, and put her up to the wind, and sung out, "Lordy massy, we've struck her right amidships." "Struck what?" they all yelled, and tumbled up on deck. "Why, a little schooner," says Dan. "Didn't see her till we was right on her. She's gone down tack and sheet. Look, there's part of the wreck a-floating off, don't you see?" Well, they didn't see, 'cause it was so thick you couldn't hardly see your hand afore your face. But they put about, and sent out a boat, and kind of searched around. But, lordy massy, you might as well looked for a drop of water in the Atlantic Ocean. Whoever they was, it was all done gone and over with 'em for this life, poor critters. Tom says they felt confoundedly about it, but what could they do? Lordy massy, what can any on us do? There's places where folks just lets go, 'cause they has to. Things ain't as they want 'em, and they can't alter 'em. Sailors ain't so rough as they look. They's feelin' critters, come to put things right to 'em. And there wasn't one on 'em who wouldn't 'a' worked all night for a chance of saving some of them poor fellows. But there 'twas. 'Twan't no use trying. Well, so they sailed on, and by the wind kind of chopped around northeast,
and they come round east and sot in for one of them regular east blows and drizzles that takes the starch out of fellers more'n a regular storm. So they concluded they might as well put into a little bay there and come to anchor. So they sot an anchor watch and all turned in. Well, now comes the particular curious part of Tom's story, and it was more curious 'cause Tom was the one that wouldn't have believed no other man that had told it. Tom was one of your sort of philosophers. He was for looking into things, and he wasn't in no hurry about believing, so that this'n was more remarkable on account of its being Tom that seen it than if it had been others. Tom says that night he had a pesky toothache that sort of kept grumbling and jumping, so he couldn't go to sleep, and he lay in his bunk, a-turning this way and that, till long past 12 o'clock. Tom had a thwart-ship bunk where he could see into every bunk on board except Bob Coffin's, and Bob was on the anchor watch. Well, he lay there trying to go to sleep, hearing the men snoring like bullfrogs in a swamp, and watching the lantern a-swinging back and forward, and the southwesters and pea-jackets were kind of throwing their long shadders up and down as the vessel sort of rolled and pitched, for there was a heavy swell on. And then he'd hear Bob Coffin tramp, tramp, tramping overhead, for Bob had a pretty heavy foot of his own, and all sort of mixed up together with Tom's toothache, so he couldn't get to sleep. Finally, Tom, he bit off a great chaw of baccy and got it well sot in his cheek, and kind of turned over to lie on it and ease the pain. Well, he says he laid a spell and dropped off in a sort of doze, when he woke in such a chill his teeth chattered, and the pain come on like a knife, and he bounced over, thinking the fire had gone out in the stove. Well, sure enough, he see a man a-crouching over the stove, with his back to him, a-stretching out his hands to warm 'em. He had on a southwester and a pea-jacket, with a red tippet around his neck, and his clothes was dripping as if he'd just come in from a rain. "What the devil?" says Tom, and he riz right up and rubbed his eyes. "Bill Bridges," says he, "what shine be you up to now?" For Bill was a master uneasy critter, and allers a-getting up and walking nights, and Tom he thought it was Bill. But in a minute he looked over, and there, sure enough, was Bill, fast asleep in his bunk, mouth wide open, snoring like a Jericho ram's horn. Tom looked round and counted every man in his bunk, and then he says, "Who the devil is this? For there's Bob Coffin on deck, and the rest is all here." Well, Tom weren't a man to be put under too easy. He had his thoughts about him allers, and the fust he thought in every pinch was what to do. So he sot considering a minute, sort of winking his eyes to be sure he saw straight, when sure enough there come another man backing down the companionway. "Well, there's Bob Coffin anyhow," says Tom to himself. But no, the other man he turned. Tom see his face, and sure as you live, it was the face of a dead corpse. Its eyes was sot, and it just came as still across the cabin and sot down by the stove, and kind of shivered and put out its hands as if it was getting warm. Tom said that there was a cold air round in the cabin, as if an iceberg was coming near, and he felt cold chills running down his back. But he jumped out of his bunk and took a step forward. "Speak," says he. "Who be you, and what do you want?" They never spoke nor looked up, but kept kind of shivering and crouching over the stove. "Well," says Tom, "I'll see who you be, anyhow." And he walked right up to the last man that come in and reached out to catch hold of his coat collar, but his hand just went through him like moonshine, and in a minute he all faded away, and when he turned round the other one was gone too. Tom stood there looking this way and that, but there weren't nothing but the old stove and the lantern swinging, and the men all snoring round in their bunks. Tom he sung out to Bob Coffin. "Hello, up there," says he. But Bob never answered, and Tom went up and found Bob on his knees, his teeth a-chattering like a bag of nails, trying to say his prayers, and all he could think of was, "Now I lay me," and he kept going that over and over. You see, boys, Bob was a dreadful, wicked, swearing critter, and hadn't said no prayers since he was 2 years old, and it didn't come natural to him. "Hold your yap," said he. "What you howling about? What's up?" "Oh, Lordy massy," says Bob, "we're sent for, all on us. There's been two on 'em. Both on 'em went right by me." Well, Tom had his own thoughts, but he was bound to get to the bottom of things anyway. If 'twas the devil, well and good. He wanted to know it. Tom just wanted to have the matter settled one way or t'other, so he got Bob sort of stroked down and made him tell what he saw. Bob, he stood to it that he was a-standing right forward, a-leaning on the windlass, and kind of humming a tune, when he looked down and see a sort of queer light in the fog, and he went and took a look over the bows, when up came a man's head in a sort of southwester, and then a pair of hands and catched at the bobstay, and then the whole figure of the man riz right out of the water and clim up on the martingale till he could reach the jibstay with his hands, and then he swung himself right up onto the bowsprit and stepped aboard, and went past Bob right aft and down into the cabin. And he hadn't more'n got down afore he turned round, and there was another comin' in over the bowsprit, and he went by him and down below. So there was two on 'em, just as Tom had seen in the cabin. Tom, he studied on it a spell, and finally says he, "Bob, let you and me keep this year to ourselves and see if it'll come again. If it don't, well and good. If it does, why, we'll see about it." But Tom, he told Captain Witherspoon, and the captain he agreed to keep an eye out the next night, but there weren't nothing said to the rest of the men. Well, the next night they put Bill Bridges on the watch. The fog had lifted, and they had a fair wind and was going on steady. The men all turned in and went fast asleep, except Captain Witherspoon, Tom, and Bob Coffin. Well, sure enough, 'twixt 12 and 1 o'clock, the same thing came over, only there was 4 men instead of 2. They come in just so over the bowsprit, and they looked neither to right nor left, but climb downstairs and sot down and crouched and shivered over the stove just like the others. Well, Bill Bridges, he came tearing down like a wildcat, frightened half out of his wits, screeching, "Lord have mercy, we're all going to the devil," and then they all vanished. "Now, Captain, what's to be done?" says Tom. "If these here fellers is to take passage, we can't do nothing with the boys, that's clear." Well, so it turned out, for come next night there was 6 on 'em come in, and the story got round, and the boys was all on end. There weren't no doing nothing with 'em. You see, it's allers just so. Not but what dead folks is just as 'spectable as they was afore they's dead. These might have been as good fellers as any aboard, but it's human nature. The minute a feller's dead, why, you sorter don't know about him, and it's kind of scary having on him round, so 'twan't no wonder the boys didn't feel as if they could go on with the voyage if these here fellers was all to take passage. Come to look, too, there were considerable of a leak stove in the vessel, and the boys they all stood to it that if they went further they'd all go to the bottom. For, you see, once the story got a-going, every one on 'em saw a new thing every night. One on 'em saw the bait mill a-grinding, with no hands to grind it, and another saw fellers up aloft working in the sails. Well, the fact were, they just had to put about, run back to Castine. Well, the owners, they hushed up things as best they could, and they put the vessel on the stocks and worked her over, and put a new coat of paint on her, and called her the Betsy Ann, and she went a good voyage to the bank, and brought home the biggest fare of fish that had been for a long time, and she's made good voyages ever since. And that just proves what I've been a-saying, that there's nothing to drive out ghosts like fresh paint. End of section 12. Tom Toothaker's Ghost Story. Section 13 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 13, The Parson's Racehorse. "Well, now, this year does beat all. I wouldn't have thought it of the deacon."
So spoke Sam Lawson, drooping in a discouraged, contemplative attitude in front of an equally discouraged-looking horse that had just been brought to him by the widow Simpkins for medical treatment. Among Sam's many accomplishments, he was reckoned in the neighborhood an oracle in all matters of this kind, especially by women whose helplessness in meeting such emergencies found unfailing solace under his compassionate willingness to attend to any business that did not strictly belong to him, and from which no pecuniary return was to be expected. The widow Simpkins had bought this horse of Deacon Atkins, apparently a fairly well-appointed brute, and capable as he was good-looking. A short, easy drive, when the deacon held the reins, had shown off his points to advantage, and the widow's small stock of ready savings had come forth freely in payment for what she thought was a bargain. When, soon after coming into possession, she discovered that her horse, if driven with any haste, panted in a fearful manner, and that he appeared to be growing lame, she waxed wroth, and went to the deacon in anger, to be met only with the smooth reminder that the animal was all right when she took him, that she had seen him tried herself. The widow was of a nature somewhat spicy, and expressed herself warmly. "It's a cheat and a shame, and I'll take the law on you." "What law will you take?" said the unmoved deacon. "Wasn't it a fair bargain?" "I'll take the law of God," said the widow with impotent indignation, and she departed to pour her cares and trials into the ever-ready ear of Sam. Having assumed the care of the animal, he now sat contemplating it in a sort of trance of melancholy reflection. "Why, boys," he broke out, "why didn't she come to me afore she bought this critter? Why, I knew all about him. That there critter was just ruined a year ago last summer, when Tom, the deacon's boy there, come home from college. Tom driv him over to Sherburne and back that there hot 4th of July. 'Member it, 'cause I saw the critter when he come home. I sot out with Tom taking care of him all night. That there critter had the thumps all night, and he ain't never been good for nothing since. I telled the deacon he was a gone hoss then, and wouldn't never be good for nothing. The deacon, he took off his shoes and let him run to pasture all summer, and he's been a-feedin' and nursin' on him up, and now he's put him off on the widder. I wouldn't have thought it of the deacon. Why, this hoss'll never be no good to her. That there's a used-up critter, any fool may see. He'll maybe do for about a quarter of an hour on a smooth road, but come to drive him as a body wants to drive, why, he blows like a bellicist, and the deacon knew it, must have known it." "Why, Sam," we exclaimed, "ain't the deacon a good man?" "Well, now, there's where the shoe pinches. In a general way, the deacon is a good man. He's considerable more than middlin' good. Generally, he adorns his profession. On most points, I don't have nothing agin the deacon, and this year ain't a bit like him. But there 'tis. Come to hosses, there's where the unsanctified nature comes out. Folks'll cheat about hosses when they won't about most nothing else." And Sam leaned back on his cold forge, now empty of coal, and seemed to deliver himself to a mournful train of general reflection. "Yes, hosses does seem to be sort of unregenerate critters," he broke out. "There's nothing about hosses that deceives the very elect. The best folks gets tripped up when they come to deal in hosses." "Why, Sam, is there anything bad in horses?" we interjected timidly. "'Tain't the hosses, boys," said Sam with solemnity. "Lordy massy, the hosses is all right enough. Hosses is scriptural animals. Elijah went up to heaven in a chariot with horses, and then all them lots of horses in the Revelations, black and white and red and all sorts of colors. That there shows hosses goes to heaven, but it's more'n the folks that have 'em is likely to, if they don't look out. Ministers, now," continued Sam in a soliloquizing vein, "folks allers thinks it's something sort of shaky in a minister to have much to do with hosses, sure to get 'em into trouble. There was old Parson Williams of North Billricky got into a dreadful mess about a hoss. Lordy massy, he weren't to blame neither.
but he got into the dreadfulest scrape you ever heard on. Come nigh to unsettling him."
"Oh, Sam, tell us all about it," we boys shouted, delighted with the prospect of a story.
"Well, wait now till I get off this critter's shoes, and we'll take him up to pasture, and then we can kind of sit by the river and fish. Hepsy wanted a mess of fish for supper, and I was calculating to get some for her. You boys go and be digging bait, and get your lines." And so, as we were sitting tranquilly beside the Charles River, watching our lines, Sam's narrative began. "You see, boys, Parson Williams, he's dead now, but when I was a boy he was one of the great men around here. He writ books. He writ a tract agin the Armenians and put 'em down, and he writ a big book on the millennium. I've got that there book now, and he was a smart preacher. Folks said he had invitations to settle in Boston, and there ain't no doubt he might have had a Boston parish if he'd have been a mind to take it. But he'd got a good settlement and a handsome farm in North Billericay, and didn't care to move. Thought, I suppose, that 'twas better to be number one in a little place than number two in a big un. Anyway, he carried all before him where he was. Parson Williams was a tall, straight, personable man, come of a good family. Father and grand'ther before him all ministers. He was pretty up and down, and commanding in his ways, and things had to go pretty much as he said. He was a good deal sot by, Parson Williams was, and his wife was a Derby, one of them rich Salem Derbys, and brought him a lot of money, and so they lived pretty easy and comfortable so far as this world's goods go. Well, now, the parson wasn't really what you call worldly minded, but then he was one of them folks that knows what's good in temporals as well as spirituals, and allers liked to have the best that there was going, and he allers had an eye to a good hoss. Now, there was Parson Adams and Parson Scranton, and most of the other ministers. They didn't know and didn't care what hoss they had. Just jogged around with these here pounding, pot-bellied, sleepy critters that ministers mostly has. Good enough to crawl round to funerals and ministers' meetings and associations and such. But Parson Williams, he allers would have a hoss as was a hoss. He looked out for blood, and when these here Vermont fellers would come down with a drove, the parson he had his eyes open and knew what was what. Couldn't none of 'em cheat him on hoss flesh. And so one time, when Zach Buell was down with the drove, the doctor he bought the best hoss in the lot. Zach said he never see a parson afore that he couldn't cheat, but he said the doctor really knew as much as he did, and got the very one he'd meant to keep for himself. Dish yer hoss was a peeler, I tell you. They called him Tamerlane, from some heathen feller or other. The boys called him Tam for short. Tam was a great character. All the fellers for miles round knew the doctor's Tam, and used to come clear over from other parishes to see him. Well, this year sot up Cuff's back high, I'll tell you. Cuff was the doctor's nigger man, and he was naturally a dreadful proud critter. The way he would swell and strut and brag about the doctor and his folks and his things. The doctor used to give Cuff his cast-off clothes, and Cuff would prance around in 'em and seem to think he was a doctor of divinity himself and had the charge of all nature. Well, Cuff he really made an idol of that there hoss, a regular graven image, and bowed down and worshipped him. He didn't think nothing was too good for him. He washed and brushed and curried him, and rubbed him down till he shone like a lady's satin dress. And he took pride in riding and driving him, 'cause it was what the doctor wouldn't let nobody else do but himself. You see, Tam weren't no lady's hoss. Miss Williams was as afraid as death of him, and the parson he had to get her a sort of low-spirited critter that she could drive herself. But he liked to drive Tam, and he liked to go round the country on his back, and a fine figure of a man he was on him too. He didn't let nobody else back him or handle the reins but Cuff, and Cuff was dreadful set up about it, and he swelled and bragged about that there horse all round the country. Nobody couldn't put in a word about any other hoss without Cuff's feathers would be all up, stiff as a tom turkey's tail, and that's how Cuff got the doctor into trouble. You see, there naturally was others that thought they'd got horses and didn't want to be crowed over. There was Bill Atkins out to the West Parish, and Ike Sanders, that kept a stable up to Peekoo Holler. They was down a-looking at the parson's hoss, and a-betting on theirn, and a-daring Cuff to race with him. Well, Cuff, he couldn't stand it, and when the doctor's back was turned, he'd be off on the sly, and they'd have their race, and Tam, he'd beat 'em all. Tam, you see, boys, was a hoss that couldn't and wouldn't have a hoss ahead of him. He just wouldn't. If he dropped down dead in his tracks the next minute, he would be ahead, and he allers got ahead. And so his name got up, and fellers kept coming to try their horses, and Cuff would take Tam out to race with first one and then another, till this year got to be a regular thing, and begun to be talked about. Folks sort of wondered if the doctor knew, but Cuff was sly as a weasel, and allers had a story ready for every turn. Cuff was one of them fellers that could talk a bird off a bush, master hand he was to slick things over. There was folks that said they believed the doctor was knowing to it, and that he felt a sort of carnal pride such as a minister oughtn't fur to have, and so shut his eyes to what was going on. Aunt Sally Nickerson said she was sure on it. 'Twas all talked over down to old Miss Bumberger's funeral, and Aunt Sally, she said the church ought to look into it. But everybody knew Aunt Sally. She was allers watching for folks' haltings, and setting on herself up to judge her neighbors. Well, I never believed nothing against Parson Williams. It was all Cuff's contrivances. But the fact was, the fellers all got their blood up, and there was hoss racing in all the parishes, and it got so they'd even race hosses a Sunday. Well, of course, they never got the doctor's hoss out a Sunday. Cuff wouldn't have durst to do that. Lordy massy, no. He's allers there in church, setting up in the doctor's clothes, rolling up his eyes, and looking as pious as if he never thought of racing hosses. He was an awful solemn-looking nigger in church, Cuff was. But there was a lot of them fellers up to Peekoo Holler, Bill Atkins and Ike Sanders and Tom Peters and them hokum boys used to go out at a meeting Sunday afternoon and race hosses. You see, it was just close to the state line, and if the selectmen was to come down on 'em, they could just whip over the line, and they couldn't take 'em. Well, it got to be a great scandal. The fellers talked about it up to the tavern, and the deacons and the tithing man, they took it up and went to Parson Williams about it. And the parson, he told 'em just to keep still, not let the fellers know that they was being watched. And next Sunday he and the tithing man and the constable, they'd ride over and catch 'em in the very act. So next Sunday arternoon, Parson Williams and Deacon Popkins and Ben Bradley, he was constable that year, they got on their hosses and rode over to Peekoo Holler. The doctor's blood was up, and he meant to come down on 'em strong, for that was his way of doing in his parish, and they was in a sort of day of judgment frame of mind, and jogged along solemn as a hearse, till, come to rise the hill above the holler, they see 3 or 4 fellers with their hosses getting ready to race. And the parson says he, "Let's come on quiet and get behind these bushes, and we'll see what they're up to and catch 'em in the act." But the mischief on it was that Ike Sanders see 'em coming, and he knowed Tam in a minute. Ike knowed Tam of old, and he just tipped the wink to the rest. "Wait, boys," says he, "let 'em get close up, and then I'll give the word, and the doctor's hoss will be racing ahead like thunder." Well, so the doctor and his folks, they drew up behind the bushes, and stood there innocent as could be, and saw 'em getting ready to start. Tam, he begun to snuffle and paw, but the doctor never mistrusted what he was up to till Ike sung out, "Go it, boys!" and the hosses all started, when sure as you live, boys, Tam give one fly and was over the bushes and in among 'em, going it like chain lightning ahead of 'em all. Deacon Popkins and Ben Bradley just stood and held their breath to see 'em all goin' it so like thunder, and the doctor, he was took so sudden it was all he could do to just hold on anyways, so away he went, and trees and bushes and fences streaked by him like ribbons. His hat flew off behind him, and his wig arter, and got ketched in a barberry bush, but Lordy massy, he couldn't stop to think of them. He just leaned down and caught Tam around the neck and held on for dear life till they come to the stopping place. Well, Tam was ahead of 'em all, sure enough, and was snorting and snuffling as if he'd got the very old boy in him, and was up to racing some more on the spot. That there Ike Sanders was the impudentest feller that ever you see, and he roared and rawhawed at the doctor. "Good for you, parson," says he. "You beat us all holler," says he. "Takes a parson for that, don't it, boys?" he said. And then he and Ike and Tom and the two Hokum boys, they just roared and danced round like wild critters. Well, now, only think on it, boys, what a situation that there was for the minister. A man that had come out with the best of motives to put a stop to Sabbath breaking, there he was all rumpled up and dusty, and his wig hanging in the bushes. And these here ungodly fellers getting the laugh on him, and all 'cause of that there hoss. There's times, boys, when ministers must be tempted to swear if there ain't preventing grace, and this was one of them times to Parson Williams. They say he got red in the face and looked as if he should bust, but he didn't say nothing. He scorned to answer. The sons of Zariah was too hard for him, and he let 'em have their say. But when they'd got through, and Ben had brought him his hat and wig and brushed and settled him again, the parson he says, "Well, boys, you've had your say and your laugh, but I warn you now I won't have this thing going on here any more," says he, "so mind yourselves." Well, the boys see that the doctor's blood was up, and they rode off pretty quiet, and I believe they never raced no more in that spot. But there ain't no telling the talk this year thing made. Folks will talk, you know, and there weren't a house in all Billricky, nor in the South Parish, nor Center, where it weren't had over and discussed. There was the deacon, and Ben Bradley was there to witness and show just how the thing was, and that the doctor was just in the way of his duty, but folks said it made a great scandal, that a minister hadn't no business to have that kind of hoss, and that he'd give the enemy occasion to speak reproachfully. It really did seem as if Tam's sins was imputed to the doctor, and folks said he ought to sell Tam right away and get a sober minister's hoss. But others said it was Cuff that had got Tam into bad ways, and they do say that Cuff had to catch it pretty lively when the doctor come to settle with him. Cuff thought his time had come, sure enough, and was so scared that he turned blacker'n ever. He got enough to cure him hoss racing for one while. But Cuff got over it after a while, and so did the doctor. Lordy massy, there ain't nothing lasts forever. Wait long enough, and most everything blows over. So it turned out about the doctor. There was a rumpus and a fuss, and folks talked and advised. Everybody had their say, but the doctor kept right straight on, and kept his hoss all the same. The ministers, they took it up in the association, but come to tell the story, it sot 'em all a-laughing, so they couldn't be very hard on the doctor. The doctor felt sort of streaked at first when they told the story on him. He didn't just like it, but he got used to it, and finally, when he was twitted on it, he'd sort of smile and say, "Anyway, Tam beat 'em. That's one comfort." End of section 13. The Parson's Racehorse. Read by Michele Fry, July 2015. Section 14 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 14. Oldtown Fireside Talks of the Revolution.
The sacred work of preparation for Thanksgiving was at hand. Our kitchen was fragrant with the smell of cinnamon, cloves, and allspice, which we boys were daily set to pound in a great lignum vitae mortar. Daily the great oven flamed without cessation, and the splitting of oven wood kept us youngsters so busy that we scarce had a moment to play, yet we did it with a cheerful mind, inspired by the general aroma of coming festivity abroad in the house. Behold us this evening around the kitchen fire, with crackling and roaring up the wide chimney, brightening with its fluttering radiance the farthest corner of the ample room. A tub of rosy-cheeked apples, another of golden quinces, and a bushel basket filled with ruby cranberries stood in the midst of the circle. All hands were busy. Grandmother in one corner was superintending us boys as we peeled and quartered the fruit, an operation in which grandfather took a helping hand. Aunt Lois was busily looking over and sorting cranberries when a knock at the door announced a visitor. "Well, now, I suppose that's Sam Lawson, of course," snapped Aunt Lois. Aunt Lois generally spoke with a snap, but about Thanksgiving time it had a cheery ring, like the snapping of our brisk kitchen fire. "Good evening, Miss Badger and Miss Lois," said Sam. "I see your winders so bright, I couldn't help wanting to come in and help you pare apples or something." We boys made haste to give Sam the warmest welcome and warmest place in the chimney corner, and to accommodate him with a tin pan full of quinces and a knife when he was soon settled among us. "Well, this year does look cheerful. Looks like Thanksgiving," he began. "Well, Lordy massy, we've got a great deal to be thankful for in this year land of privileges, hain't we, Deacon? I was a-comin' round by Miss Lothrop's to-day, and heard Dinah. She told me the doctor was getting a great sermon out on the 124th Psalm. If it had not been the Lord who was on our side when men rose up against us, then they would have swallowed us up. He is going to show all our deliverances in the war. I expect it'll be a whale of a sermon, 'cause when our minister sets out to do a thing, he most generally does it up to the handle. Tell you what, boys, you must listen with all your ears. You'll never know what times them was if you don't. You don't know what liberty cost us all. There's your grandfather now. He could tell you. He remembers when he went off to Lexington with his gun on his shoulders." "Why, grandfather, did you go?" we both exclaimed with wide eyes. "Well, boys," said my grandfather, "'tain't worth talking about what I did. I was in my mill that day, minding my business, when Brother Con, he burst in and says he, 'Look here, Bill, the regulars are going up to Concord to destroy our stores, and we must all go. Come, get your gun.' Well, I said I was a miller, and millers were exempt from duty. But Con wouldn't let me alone. 'Get down your gun,' says he. 'Suppose we're going to let them British fellows walk over us?' says he. Well, Con always had his way of me, and I got my gun, and we started out through the woods over to Concord. We lived at Weston then, you see. Well, when we got on the brow of the hill, we looked over, and sure enough, there on Burying Ground Hill was the British regulars. The hill was all alive with them, marching here and there in their scarlet coats, like so many bees out of a hive. 'Con,' says I, 'just look there. What are you going to do?' 'Shoot some of 'em, I know,' says Con. And so we ran along, hiding behind trees and bushes and stone walls, till we got near enough to get a shot at 'em. You see, they broke up into companies, and went here and there about town, looking for the stores, and then as we got a chance, here and there, we marked our men, and popped, and then we'd run, and take aim somewhere else." "Well, now, that there warn't the hull on it," said Sam. "Why, there was hundreds of fellers doing just the same all round. It was just pop, pop, pop from every barn and every bush and clump of trees all along the way. Men was picked off all the time, and they couldn't see who did it, and it made 'em mad as fury. Why, I remember Miss Tom Bigelow, she that was Sary Jones, told me how they sot her mother's house afire and burnt it down, 'cause their nigger man Caesar popped at 'em out of the buttery window.
They didn't tell him to, but Caesar, he was full of fight like all the rest on 'em. Lordy massy, the niggers went for something in them times. Their blood was up as quick as anybody's. Why, there was old Pompey Lovejoy lived over by Pomp's Pond in Andover. He hitched up his wagon and driv over with 2 barrels of cider and some tin dippers, and was round all day giving drinks of cider to our men when they got hot and thirsty and tired. It was a pretty warm day for April, that was. Pomp has told me the story many a time. 'Twas all the cider he had, but cider goes for something as well as gunpowder in its place, and Pomp's cider come just right that day.
But, Grandfather, said I, what happened to you over there?
Well, you see, said Grandfather placidly, I wasn't killed, but I come pretty nigh it. You see, they sent into Boston for reinforcements, and by the time we got to Lexington, Earl Percy was marching out with fresh troops and cannon. Con and I were standing on the meeting house steps when there come a terrible bang, and something struck right over our heads and went into the meeting house. "Why, Bill," says Con, "what's that?" "They've got cannon, that's what that is," says I. "Let's run around the other side." So we did. But just as we got round there come another bang, and the ball crashed right through the meeting house and come out of the pulpit window. Well, we saw there was no staying there, so we run then and got into a little clump of trees behind a stone wall, and there we saw 'em go by, Earl Percy on his horse and all his troops, ever so grand. He went on up to Concord. Fact is, if it hadn't been for him and his men, those regulars would all have been cut off. They wouldn't one of 'em have got back, for the whole country was up and fighting. The militia came pouring in from Weston and Acton and Billericay, all the towns around. Then their Colonel Smith was wounded, and a good many others, and lots of 'em killed, and our minute men coming on 'em before and behind and all around. But you see, we couldn't stand regular troops and cannon, and so when they come on we had to give back. Earl Percy came up and formed a hollow square, and they marched into it, and so gave 'em time to rest. "Well, there was need enough on it," said Sam. "The regulars had been hectored and picked and driv round so from pillar to post that they was dog tired. Jimmy Irwin, he was a little chap then, but he telled me how he see the men just threw 'emselves down on the ground, their tongues trailing out of their mouths like hunting dogs. You see, they had about 200 wounded, and 28 or 9 was taken prisoner, and 64 killed outright. So Lord Percy had his hands full to taking care of the mess they'd got up." "Yes," said my grandfather, "there were dead men lying all around the road as we came back. There, boys," he said, pointing to a gun and powder horn over the chimney, "we picked up these when we were coming home. We found them on a poor fellow who lay there dead in the road. There's some blood of his on it to this day. We couldn't help feeling it was most too bad, too."
"Poor fellow, he wain't to blame," said my grandmother. "Soldiers have to go as they're bid. War is an awful thing."
"Then they shouldn't have begun it," interposed Aunt Lois. "They that take the sword shall perish by the sword."
"Well, Grandpa," said I, "what were the stores they went up to get?"
"They were stores laid up to enable us to go to war, and they were round in different places. There were 2 24-pounders that they spiked, and they threw about 500 pounds of ball into the river or wells, and broke up 60 barrels of flour and scattered it about." "Well," said Sam triumphantly, "there was one lot they didn't get. Captain Tim Wheeler had about the biggest lot of wheat and rye flour and cornmeal stored up in his barn with some barrels of his own. So when this here fine jaybird of an officer came to him all so grand and took him to open his barn and let him look in, the captain he took his key and walked right out and opened the barn door, and the officer was tickled to pieces. He thought he'd got such a haul. 'If you please, sir,' says the captain, 'I'm a miller, and I got my living by grinding grain. I'm a poor man. You can see my mill out there. I grind up a lot of grain in the winter and get it ready to sell in the spring. Some's wheat, and some's rye, and some's cornmeal. And this wheat is mine, and this rye is mine, and this cornmeal is mine." And when he spoke, he put his hand on his own barrels. "Oh, if this is your private property," says the officer, "we shan't touch that. We don't meddle with private property." And so he turned on his heel, and the captain he locked up his barn. "Was that telling the truth?" said I. "Well, you see, it was true what he said," said Sam. "Them barrels he laid his hands on was his'n." "But Aunt Lois told me yesterday it was as bad to act a lie as to speak one," said I. "Well, so I did," said Aunt Lois. "The truth is the truth, and I'll stick to it." "But, Aunt Lois, would you have told him and let him break up all those barrels?" "No, I shouldn't," said Aunt Lois. "I should have done just as Captain Tim did, but I should have done wrong. Right is right, and wrong is wrong, even if I can't come up to it always." "What would you have done, grandfather?" said I. My grandfather's mild face slowly irradiated, as when moonbeams pass over a rock. "Well, boys," he said, "I don't think I should have let him break up those barrels. If it was wrong to do as Captain Wheeler did, I think most likely I should have done it. I don't suppose I'm any better than he was." "Well, at any rate," said Aunt Lois, "what folks do in war time is no rule for ordinary times. Everything is upset then. There ain't any of the things they do in war time that are according to gospel teaching. But if you boys were to do just as Captain Wheeler did, I should say you lied by speaking the truth." "Well, well," said my grandmother, "those were dreadful times. Thank the Lord that they are past and gone, and we don't have such awful cases of conscience as we did then. I never could quite see how we did right to resist the king at all." "Why, the Bible says, 'Resist the devil,'" said Aunt Lois. A general laugh followed this sally. "I always heard," said my grandfather, by way of changing the subject, "that they meant to have taken Mr. Adams and Mr. Hancock and hung 'em." "Well, to be sure they did," said Sam Lawson. "I know all about that there. Sapphira Clark up to Lexington, she told me all about that there, one day when I was to her house putting down her best parlor carpet. Sapphira wasn't but 10 or 11 years old when the war broke out, but she remembered all about it. You see, Mr. Hancock and Mr. Adams was a-stayin' hid up at their house. Her father, Mr. Jonas Clark, was minister of Lexington, and he kept 'em quite private and didn't let nobody know they was there. Well, Sapphira said they was all a-settin' at supper, when her father he heard a great rapping at the front door, and her father got up and went and opened it, and she looked after him into the entry, and could just see a man in a scarlet uniform standing at the door, and she heard him ask, 'Are Sam Adams and John Hancock here?' And her father answered, 'Oh, hush, don't mention those names here.' 'Then,' says the man, 'I come to tell you the British troops will be along by sunrise, and if they are in your house they'd better escape right away.'" "That must have been Colonel Paul Revere," said Aunt Lois. "He went all through the country, from Boston to Concord, rousing up people and telling 'em to be ready. Well, what did Mr. Adams and Hancock do?" "Well, they got ready right away, and slipped quietly out the back door, and made their way over to Burlington, and stayed in the minister's house over there, out of the way of the battle." "What would the British have done with them if they had caught them?" said I. "Hung 'em high as Haman," said my Aunt Lois sententiously. "That's what they'd have done to him, and to General Washington, and lots more, if they'd had their way." "Oh, yes," said grandfather. "They were mighty high-stepping at first. They thought they had only to come over and show themselves, and they could walk through the land, and hang and burn and slay just whom they'd a mind to." "Well, they found 'twas like jumping into a hornet's nest," said Sam Lawson. "They found that out at Lexington and Bunker Hill." "Brother Con was in those trenches at Bunker Hill," said grandfather. "There they dug away at the breastworks with the bomb shells firing round 'em. They didn't mind them more than if they'd been hickory nuts. They kept fellows ready to pour water on 'em as they fell." "Well, I never want to feel again as I did that day," said grandmother. "I was in Boston,
visiting Cousin Jemima Russell, and we were all out on the roof of the house. The roofs everywhere were all alive with people looking through spy-glasses, and we could hear the firing, but couldn't tell how the day was going. And then they set Charleston on fire, and the blaze and smoke and flame rose up, and there was such a snapping and crackling, and we could hear roofs and timbers falling, and see people running this way and that with their children, women scared half to death of flying, and we knew all the time there was Cousin Jane Wilkinson in that town, sick in bed, with a baby only a few days old. It's a wonder how Jane ever lived through it, but they did get her through alive, and her baby too. That burning Charleston settled the point with a good many. They determined then to fight it through. It was so mean and cruel and needless.
Yes, said my grandfather, that day settled the question that we would be free and independent or die, and though our men had to retreat, yet it was as good as a defeat to the British. They lost 154 in killed and wounded, and we only 453, and our men learned that they could fight as well as the British. Congress went right to work to raise an army and appointed General Washington commander. Your Granther Stowe, boys, was orderly of the day when General Washington took the command at Cambridge.
Well, said Sam, I was in Cambridge that day and saw it all. You see, the army was drawn up under the big elm there, and Ike Newell and we climb up into a tree and got a place where we could look down and see. I wasn't but 10-year-old then, but if ever a mortal man looked like the angel of the Lord, the general looked like it that day.
Some said there was trouble about having General Ward give up the command to a Southern gentleman,
said my grandfather.
General Ward was a brave man and very popular, but everybody was satisfied when they came to know General Washington.
There couldn't no minister have seemed more godly than he did that day, said Sam. He read out of the hymn book the 101st Psalm. What is that psalm? Said I. Laws, boy, I know it by heart, said Sam. I was so impressed hearing on him read it, I could say it to you. Mercy and judgment are my song, and since they both to thee belong, my gracious God, my righteous King, to thee my songs and vows I bring. If I am raised to bear the sword, I'll take my counsels from thy word. Thy justice and thy heavenly grace shall be the pattern of my ways. I'll search the land and raise the just to posts of honor, wealth, and trust. The men who work thy righteous will shall be my friends and favorites still. The impious crew, the factious band, shall hold their peace or quit the land, and all who break the public rest, where I have power, shall be suppressed. And he did it, too, remarked Aunt Lois. He trusted in the Lord, and the Lord brought him honor, said my grandmother. When he took the army, everything was against us. It didn't seem possible we should succeed. Well, he was awful put to it sometimes, said Sam Lawson. I remember Uncle David Morris was a-telling me about that there time down in New York when the Massachusetts and Connecticut boys all broke and run. Massachusetts boys run? How came that, Sam? Said I. Well, you see, sometimes fellers will get a-running, and it just goes from one to another like fire, and you can't stop it. It was after the Battle of Long Island, when our men had been fighting day after day and had to retreat. A good many were wounded, and a good many of 'em were sick and half sick, and they got sort of tired and discouraged. Well, Lord Howe and the British came to make a landing at Kip's Bay round by New York, and the troops set to guard the landing began to run, and the Massachusetts and Connecticut men were sent to help 'em. Uncle David says that the fellers that run spread the panic among 'em, and they looked ahead and saw an ox drag on top of a hill they was to pass, and they thought 'twas a cannon pointing right at 'em, and the boys, they just broke and run. Cut right across the road and cleared over the fence and streaked it off 'cross lots and uphill like a flock of sheep.
Uncle David, he run too, but he'd been sick of dysentery and was so weak he couldn't climb the fence, so he stopped and looked back and saw General Washington cantering up behind him, shouting and waving his sword, looking like a flaming fire. Oh, he was thundering mad, the general was. And when he see the fellows skirting off cross-lots, he just slammed his hat down on the ground and give up. "Great heavens," says he, "are these the men I've got to fight this battle with?" Well, Uncle David, he picked up the general's hat and come up and made his bow and said, "General, here's your hat." "Thank you, sir," said the general. "I'm glad to see one brave feller that can stand his ground. You didn't run." Uncle David said he felt pretty cheap, 'cause he knowed in his own heart that he would have run, only he was too weak to get over the fence. But he didn't tell the general that, I bet. He put the compliment in his pocket and said nothing, for now the general's aides came riding up full drive and told him they must be off out of this field in a minute or the British would have 'em, and so one on 'em took Uncle David up behind him and away they cantered. It was a pretty close shave, too. The British was only a few rods behind 'em. "Oh dear, if they had caught him," said I. "Only think!" "Well, they would have hung him, but we should have had another in his place," said Aunt Lois. "The war wouldn't have stopped." "Well, 'twas to be as 'twas," said my grandmother. "The Lord had respect to the prayers of our fathers, and he decreed that America should be free." "Yep," said Sam. "Parson Badger said in one of his sermons that men always was safe when they was going in the line of God's decrees. I guess that thar was about it. But, massy, is that there the 9 o'clock bell? I must make haste home, or I don't know what Hetty'll say to me." End of section 14. Oldtown Fireside Talks of the Revolution. Read by Michele Fry, July 2015. Section 15 of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Section 15. A Student's Sea Story. Among the pleasantest of my recollections of old Bodwin is the salt air flavor of its sea experiences. The site of Brunswick is a sandy plain, on which the college buildings seem to have been dropped for the good old Yankee economic reason of using land for public buildings that could not be used for anything else. The soil was a fathomless depth of dry, sharp, barren sand, out of whose bosom nothing but pitch pines and blueberry bushes emerged, or ever could emerge without superhuman effort of cultivation. But these sandy plains, these pine forests, were neighbors to the great, lively, musical blue ocean, whose life-giving presence made itself seen, heard, and felt every hour of the day and night. The beautiful peculiarity of the Maine coast, where the sea interpenetrates the land in picturesque fjords and lakes, brought a constant romantic element into the landscape. White-winged ships from India or China came gliding into the lonely solitude of forest recesses, bringing news from strange lands and tidings of wild adventure into secluded farmhouses that, for the most part, seemed to be dreaming in woodland solitude. In the early days of my college life, the shipping interest of Maine gave it an outlook into all the countries of the earth. Ships and shipbuilding and ship launching were the drift of the popular thought, and the very minds of the people by this commerce had apparently "suffered the sea change into something rare and strange." There was a quaintness, shrewdness, and vivacity about these men, half skipper or half farmer, that was piquant and enlivening. It was in the auspicious period of approaching Thanksgiving that my chum and I resolved to antedate for a few days our vacation, and take passage on the little sloop Brilliant that lay curtsying and teetering on the bright waters of Maquot Bay, loading up to make her Thanksgiving trip to Boston.
It was a bright Indian summer afternoon that saw us all on board the little craft. She was laden deep with dainties and rarities for the festal appetites of Boston nabobs, loads of those mealy potatoes for which the fields of Maine were justly famed, barrels of ruby cranberries, boxes of solid golden butter, ventures of a thrifty house mother emulous to gather kindred gold in the Boston market. Then there were dressed chickens, turkeys, and geese, all going the same way, on the same errand, and there were sides and saddles of that choice mutton for which the sea islands of Maine were as famous as the South Downs of England. Everything in such a stowage was suggestive of good cheer. The little craft itself had a sociable, friendly, domestic air. The captain and mate were cousins. The men were all neighbors, sons of families who had grown up together. There was a kindly home flavor in the very stowage of the cargo. Here were Melissa's cranberries, and by many a joke and wink we were apprised that the mate had a tender interest in that venture. There was Widder Toothaker's butter, concerning which there were various comments and speculations, but which was handled and cared for with the consideration the Maine sailor boy always gives to the widder. There was a private keg of very choice eggs, over which the name of Lucindy Ann was breathed by a bright-eyed, lively youngster, who had promised to bring her back the change, and as to the precise particulars of this change, many a witticism was expended. Our mode of living on the Brilliant was of the simplest and most primitive kind. On each side, the staircase that led down to the cabin, hooped strongly to the partition, was a barrel, which on one side contained salt beef, and on the other salt pork. A piece out of each barrel, delivered regularly to the cook, formed the foundation of our daily meals, and sea biscuit and potatoes, with the sauce of salt-water appetites, made this a feast for a king. I make no mention here of gingerbread and doughnuts and such like ornamental accessories, which were not wanting, nor of nuts and sweet cider, which were to be had for the asking. At meal times a swing shelf, which at other seasons hung flat against the wall, was propped up, and our meals were eaten thereon in joyous satisfaction. A joyous, rollicking set we were, and the whole expedition was a frolic of the first water. One of the drollest features of these little impromptu voyages often was the woebegone aspect of some unsuspecting landlubber who had been beguiled into thinking that he would like a trip to Boston by seeing the pretty Brilliant curtsying in the smooth waters of Maquot, and so had embarked in innocent ignorance of the physiological results of such enterprises. I remember the first morning out. As we were driving ahead, under a stiff breeze, I came on the deck, and found the respectable Deacon Muggins, who in his Sunday coat had serenely embarked the day before, now desolately clinging to the railing, very white about the gills, and contemplating the sea with the most suggestive expression of disgust and horror. "Why, Deacon, good morning. How are you?" "Splendid morning," said I maliciously. He drew a deep breath, surveyed me with a mixture of indignation and despair, and then gave vent to his feelings. "Tell you what, there was one darned old fool up to Brunswick yesterday, but he ain't there now. He's here." The deacon, in the weekly prayer meeting at Brunswick, used to talk of the necessity of being, "emptied of self." He seemed to be in the way of it in the most literal manner at the present moment. In a few minutes he was extended on the deck, the most utterly limp and dejected of deacons, and vowing with energy if he ever got out of this here you wouldn't catch him again. Of course my chum and I were not seasick. We were prosperous young sophomores at Bodwin College, and would have scorned to acknowledge such a weakness. In fact, we were in that happy state of self-opinion where we surveyed everything in creation, as birds do, from above, and were disposed to patronize everybody we met with a pleasing conviction that there was nothing worth knowing but what we were likely to know, or worth doing but what we could do. Captain Stanwood liked us, and we liked him. We patronized him, and he was quietly amused at our patronage, and returned it in kind. He was a good specimen of the sea captain in those early days in Maine, a man in middle life, Tall, thin, wiry, and active, full of resource and shrewd mother wit, a man very confident in his opinions, because his knowledge was all got at first hand, the result of a careful use of his own five senses. From his childhood he had followed the seas, and as he grew older made voyages to Archangel, to Messina, to the West Indies, and finally round the Horn, and having carried a very sharp and careful pair of eyes, he had acquired not only a snug competency of worldly goods, but a large stock of facts and inductions, which stood him in the stead of an education. He was master of a thriving farm at Harpswell, and being tethered somewhat by love of wife and children, was mostly stationary there, yet solaced himself by running a little schooner to Boston and driving a thriving bit of trade by the means. With that reverence for learning which never deserts the New Englander, he liked us the better for being collegians, and amiably conceded that there were things quite worth knowing taught up to Brunswick there, though he delighted now and then to show his superiority in talking about what he knew better than we. Jim Larned, the mate, was a lusty youngster, a sister's son whom he had taken in training in the way he should go. Jim had already made a voyage to Liverpool and the East Indies, and felt himself also quite an authority in his own way. The evenings were raw and cool, and we generally gathered round the cabin stove, cracking walnuts, smoking, and telling stories, and having a jolly time generally. It is but due to those old days to say that a most respectable Puritan flavor penetrated even the recesses of those coasters, a sort of gentle Bible and psalm book aroma, so that there was not a word or a joke among the men to annoy the susceptibilities even of a deacon. Our deacon, somewhat consoled and amended, lay serene in his berth, rather enjoying the yarns that we were spinning. The web, of course, was many-colored, of quaint and strange and wonderful, and as the night wore on, it was dyed in certain weird tints of the supernatural. "Well," said Jim Larned, "folks may say what they're a mind to. There are things that there's no sort of way accounting for, things you've just got to say. Well, here's something to work that I don't know nothing about, and come to question any man up sharp, you'll find he's seen one thing of that sort himself, and this year I'm going to tell's my story. 4 years ago I went down to Aunt Jerushy's at Fairhaven. Her husband's in the oysterin' business, and I used to go out with him considerable. Well, there was Bill Jones there, a real bright feller, one of your open-handed, lively fellers, and he took a fancy to me, and I to him, and he and I struck up a friendship. He run an oyster smack to New York, and did a considerable good business for a young man. Well, Bill had a fellow on his smack that I never liked the looks of. He was from the Malays, or some foreign critter or other, spoke broken English, had eyes set kind of edgeways in his head, homely as sin he was, and I always mistrusted him. Bill, I used to say, you look out for that feller. Don't you trust him. If I was you, I'd ship him off short meter. But Bill, he only laughed. Why, says he, I can get double work for the same pay out of that feller, and what do I care if he ain't handsome? I remember how chipper and cheery Bill looked when he was saying that, just as he was going down to New York with his load of oysters. Well, the next night I was sound asleep in Aunt Jerushy's front chamber that opens toward the Sound, and I was waked right clear up out of sleep by Bill's voice screaming to me. I got up and run to the window and looked out, and I heard it again, plain as anything. Jim, Jim, help, help! It wasn't a common cry, neither. It was screeched out as if somebody was murdering him. I tell you, it rung through my head for weeks afterwards. Well, what came of it? Said my chum, as the narrator made a pause, and we all looked at him in silence. Well, as nigh as I can make it out, that very night poor Bill was murdered by that very Malay feller. Leastways, his body was found in his boat. He'd been stabbed, and all his money and watch and things taken, and this Malay was gone nobody knew where. That's all that was ever known about it. But surely, said my chum, who was of a very literal and rationalistic turn of mind, it couldn't have been his voice you heard. He must have been down to the other end of the Sound, close by New York by that time. Well, said the mate,
All I know is that I was waked out of sleep by Bill's voice calling my name, screaming in a real agony. It went through me like lightning, and then I found he was murdered that night. Now, I don't know anything about it. I know I heard him calling me. I know he was murdered, but how it was, or what it was, or why it was, I don't know." "These here college boys can tell you," said the captain. "Of course they've got into sophomore year, and there ain't nothing in heaven or earth that they don't know." "No," said I say with Hamlet, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy." "Well," said my chum with the air of a philosopher, "what shakes my faith in all supernatural stories is that I can't see any use or purpose in them." "Well, if there couldn't nothing happen nor be except what you could see a use in, there wouldn't much happen nor be," quoth the captain. A laugh went round at the expense of my friend. "Well, now, I'll tell you what, boys," piped the thin voice of the deacon. "Folks mustn't be too presumptuous. There is providences permitted that we don't see no use in, but they do happen. Yes, they do. Now, what Jim Larned's been a-telling is a good deal like what happened to me once when I was up to Umbagog in the lumbering business." "Halloo!" called out Jim. "Here's the deacon's story. I told you every man had one. Give it to us, deacon. Speak out, and don't be bashful." "Well, really it ain't what I like to talk about," said the deacon in a quavering, uncertain voice, "but I don't know but I may as well, though. It was that winter I was up to Umbagog. I was a clerk, and kept the accounts and the books and all that. And Tom Hulley, he was surveyor and marker. He was there with me, and we chummed together. And there was Jack Cutter. He was just out of college. He was there practicing surveying with me. We three had a kind of pine board sort of shanty built out on a plain near by the camp. It had a fireplace and 2 windows and our bunks, and each of us had our tables and books and things. Well, Hulley, he started with a party of 3 or 4 to go up through the woods to look out a new tract. He was 2 or 3 days' journey through the woods, and just about that time the Indians was up there getting sort of uneasy, and we all thought maybe 'twas sort of risky. Howsomedever, Tom had gone off in high spirits and told us to be sure and take care of his books and papers. Tom had a lot of books and thought everything of 'em, and was sort of particular and nice about his papers. His table set up one side by the window where he could see to read and write. Well, he'd been gone 4 days when one night, it was a bright moonlight night, Jack and I were sitting by the fire reading, and between 9 and 10 o'clock there came a strong, regular knock on the window over by Tom's table. We were sitting with our backs to the window. "Halloo!" says Jack. "Who's that?" We both jumped up and went to the window and looked out, and see there weren't nobody there. "This is curious," said I. "Some of the boys trying to trick us," says he. "Let's keep watch. Perhaps they'll do it again," says he. We sat down by the fire, and 'fore long it came again. Then Jack and I both cut out the door and run around the house, he one way and I the other. It was light as day, and nothing for anybody to hide behind, and there weren't a critter in sight. Well, we come in and sat down, and looked at each other kind of puzzled, when it come again, harder than ever, and Jack looked to the window and got as white as a sheet. "For the Lord's sake, do look," says he, "and you may believe me or not, but I tell you it's a solemn fact. Tom's books was moving, just as if somebody was picking 'em up and putting 'em down again, just as I've seen him do 100 times. "Jack," says I, "something's happened to Tom." Well, there had. That very night Tom was murdered by the Indians. We put down the date, and a week after the news came. "Come now, Captain," said I, breaking the pause that followed the deacon's story, "give us your story. You've been all over the world, in all times and all weathers, and you ain't a man to be taken in. Did you ever see anything of this sort?" "Well, now, boys, since you put it straight at me, I don't care if I say I have. On these here very waters we're sailing over now, on board this very schooner, in this very cabin." This was bringing matters close home. We felt an agreeable shiver and looked over our shoulders. The deacon in his berth raised up on his elbow and ejaculated, "Do tell! You don't say so!" "Tell us about it, Captain," we both insisted. "We'll take your word for most anything." "Well, it happened about 5 years ago. It's going on 8 years ago that my father died. He sailed out of Gloucester, had his home there, and after he died, Mother, she just kept on in the old place. I went down at first to see her fixed up about right, and after that I went now and then I sent money. Well, it was about Thanksgiving time, as it is now, and I'd been down to Boston, and was coming back pretty well loaded with the things I'd been buying in Boston for Thanksgiving at home. Raisins and sugar and all sorts of West Indy goods from the folks in Harpswell. Well, I meant to have gone down to Gloucester to see Mother, but I had so many ways to run and so much to do, I was afraid I wouldn't be back on time, and so I didn't see her. Well, we was driving back with a good stiff breeze, and we'd got past Cape Ann, and I'd gone down and turned in, and was fast asleep in my berth. It was past midnight, every one on the schooner asleep except the mate, who was up on the watch. I was sleeping as sound as ever I slept in my life, not a dream nor a feeling, no more'n if I had been dead, when suddenly I waked square up. My eyes flew open like a spring, with my mind clear and wide awake, and sure as ever I see anything, I see my father standing right in the middle of the cabin, looking right at me. I rose right up in my berth, and says I, "Father, is that you?" "Yes," says he, "it is me." "Father," says I, "what do you come for?" "Sam," says he, "do you go right back to Gloucester and take your mother home with you and keep her there as long as she lives." And says I, "Father, I will." And as I said this, he faded out and was gone. I got right up and run up on deck and called out, "'Bout ship!" Mr. Moore, he was my mate then, stared at me as if he didn't believe his ears. "'Bout ship," says I. "I'm going to Gloucester." Well, he put the ship about, and then came to me and says, "What the devil does this mean? We're way past Cape Ann. It's 40 miles right back to Gloucester." "Can't help it," I said. "To Gloucester I must go as quick as wind and water will carry me. I've thought of matters there that I must attend to, no matter what happens." Well, Ben Moore and I were good friends always, but I tell you, all that day he watched me in a curious kind of way to see if I weren't took with a fever or something. And the men, they whispered and talked among themselves. You see, they all had their own reasons for wanting to be back to Thanksgiving, and it was hard on 'em. Well, it was just about sun-up, and we got into Gloucester, and I went ashore, and there was Mother, looking pretty poorly, just making her fire and getting on her kettle. When she saw me, she held up her hands and burst out crying. "Why, Sam, the Lord must have sent you. I've been sick and all alone, having a dreadful hard time, and I felt as if I couldn't hold out much longer." "Well," says I, "Mother, pack up your things and come right aboard the sloop, for I've come to take you home and take care of you, so put up your things." Well, I took hold and helped her, and we put things together lively, and packed up her trunks, and tied up the bed and pillows and bedclothes, and took her rocking chair and bureau and tables and chairs down to the sloop. And when I came down, bringing her and all her things, Ben Moore seemed to see what I was after, but how or why the idea came into my head I never told him. There's things that a man feels shy of telling, and I didn't want to talk about it. Well, when we was all aboard, the wind sprung up fair and steady, and we went on at a right spanking pace, and the fellows said the Harpswell girls had got hold of our rope and was pulling us with all their might, and we came in all right the very day before Thanksgiving. And my wife was as glad to see Mother as if she'd expected her, and fixed up the front chamber for her with a stove in it and plenty of kindlings. And the children was all so glad to see Grandma, and we had the best kind of a Thanksgiving.
Well, said I, nobody could say there wasn't any use in that spirit's coming, if spirit it was. It had a most practical purpose. Well, said the captain, I've been all around the world, in all sorts of countries, seen all sorts of queer, strange things, and seen so many things that I never could have believed if I hadn't seen 'em, that I never say I won't believe this or that. If I see a thing right straight under my eyes, I don't say it couldn't have been there, 'cause college folks say there ain't no such things. How do you know it wasn't all a dream? Said my chum. How do I know? 'Cause I was broad awake, and I generally know when I'm awake and when I'm asleep. I think Mr. Moore found me pretty wide awake. It was now time to turn in, and we slept soundly while the Brilliant plowed her way. By daybreak the dome of the State House was in sight. I've settled the captain's story, said my chum to me. It can all be accounted for on the theory of cerebral hallucination. All right, said I, but it answered the purpose beautifully for the old mother. End of section 15. End of Sam Lawson's Oldtown Fireside Stories, read by Michele Fry, July 2015. Thanks for listening.